Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
...2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of Primal Lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Double kill! 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtles delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
evil gun! Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
to Mobile Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
We have been waiting for this day since day number one. This is the final day for the playoffs. We have three amazing series for you, and after this, we will know who is gonna represent the Mekong region for MSC 2023. We're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger King.
Yep, so three series for today. You got, of course, the lower bracket matches, and finally, we'll find out who is going to be going up against IDNS, who's going to be waiting for the winner, actually, of the semis for the lower bracket, which is Team Evo as well as Wawa Gaming Laos. And now we have, after yesterday's matches, we have Nightmare Esports actually waiting in our grand finals already, a BO5. So this is going to be our playoffs bracket for today. Best out of threes, of course, for the lower bracket. And again, this is the lower bracket. You go different from the upper bracket, which means whoever will be losing in the lower bracket matches will be eliminated already from the playoffs. There's only one slot to the MSC 2023 this year, happening this June. So better stay tuned for all of our games today. And of course, our grand finals, which will be happening much later this day.
A lot of really good matchups today, but again, we're gonna start the day pretty strong. We have Team Evo versus Wawa Gaming.
Now, Team Evo, the last time we've seen them in the group stages, spotless record from them, no losses at all, but actually going over to the playoffs, they feel different, and maybe it's also because all of the strongest teams have already been selected already from their respective groups, and Team Evo is actually struggling so much. That's why they ended up in this situation in the lower bracket, actually the lower bracket semis, and they're gonna be going up against a strong team as well, both from Laos, and there's gonna be three teams from Laos here. Nightmare Esports being one already in that grand final stage, and now they're looking to battle it out for one last time. And of course, the winner will be facing IDNS.
Yep, IDNS again is comfortably waiting on who will they be up against. If IDNS wins, they're gonna have a rematch against Nightmare, and if they lose, I guess it will be a Laos versus Laos for our grand finals in a best of 5. So again, let's talk about the meta real quick. It had a very quick shift from the group stages to the playoffs. We actually see Fanny being ignored, and we are seeing a lot of priority on the gacha. Can you explain this, why it's happening, Burger King?
Looking at the stats, and this was already completed yesterday. This is only solely based on the group stages, and even our the upper bracket matches yesterday. So top band heroes, top 3, I'd say a Beatrix, a Fredrin, and a Valentina, followed by the Melissa and a Martis. So there's a shift of tides, obviously, because this is the playoffs. Much different from the games that we've seen in the group stages. You mentioned the Kaja, and there you go. It's going to be the first ban of Wawa Gaming. Once again, this is the same bans that we're seeing from Team Evo. The same thing when IDNS went up against Wawa Gaming. I'm not surprised if the last ban here of Team Evo will be Lunox. So double bans on the heroes here of the respect, actually, to these heroes that are rocking the gold lane. So honestly, respect. The last time we seen this guy played an insane Melissa, had that epic comeback match against IDNS, but unfortunately it was IDNS that went forward. So maybe we might see a contest here for the Beatrix. Pistons 1-1 is something that the teams have to watch out for, especially for Wawa Gaming as well. The Fredrin, I think, will also be highly contested here. And it is actually going to be the Franco ban and not the Lunox ban for the last ban here of Team Evo, which means there's still a lot of meta heroes here open. You got the Arlot, you got the Joy, and I think to a point we can include the Beatrix already for this particular game.
Yeah, speaking of Beatrix, she has been picked up a lot yesterday, so I'm not gonna be surprised if both teams are gonna be contesting this hero for our first series. But I like how you mentioned Fredrin. He got banned a lot the day before yesterday, like 2 days ago. But he has been making a lot of waves yesterday. Speaking of Fredrin, he is up for grabs in this game number 1. Valentina is open, Beatrix is open, and let's see which Blue is actually open. Claude is open as well. 1-1 is open too.
Yeah, Glue obviously will be the first choice here, which means that for the side here of Wawa Gaming, they can go for an Arlot. Still a solid
Yeah.
first choice. Arlot, Valentina, or maybe even an Arlot Beatrix for respect. Just get respect on something that he's comfortable with. I mentioned this in the previous games that they've had, and respect just really plays a nasty Beatrix. Yeah, alright. I told you after watching all these games, you can pretty much get a lot of it from the players. And Beatrix Valentina for the side of Wawa Gaming. A lot of the high ground mages aren't bad right now. Yuko, the Farsa, the Eve still open, but again, you have to think twice. There's a Valentina on the side of Wawa Gaming, so might actually be more solid frontline here. The Fredrin perhaps for Team Evo, but they're gonna lock in the Lolita here for Team Evo. I haven't seen 20 August on this hero. We've seen 20 August on mostly like a lot of the Diggies. Speaking of the Diggies, it's actually banned out here. Not gonna be picked up by Master Pun, so maybe perhaps like a Mincetar. He's picked up the Mincetar, Fire Mist as well. So if they want to be extra greedy on the sustain during the clashes, there could be a Fire Mist pick coming out here for Master Pun. Now, we're heading over here to the second bans. Both sides, I believe, still do not have a jungler. Maybe Fredrin could come through here. Heroes like the Akai as well of Your Name should be the priority bans here of Wawa Gaming.
On top of that, there's still, COD is still up. Basically, the main damage dealers is still up for grabs. Ling, not sure if they're gonna pick it up, but it is still available. Neither banned nor picked up so far. And like how you mentioned the Akai as well, there's a lot of good heavy spins all throughout the tournament. And I do hope we get to see the Akai, if not right now, maybe in the next game or the next series, because this hero is just so fun to watch. I forgot to mention Martis. He has been highly picked up as well. And for now, second rotation ban, he'll get banned out from the side of Wawa Gaming.
Looking at our picks and bans, the Martis actually stands at a 74% ban rate, and in the top 5 most picked heroes here in the qualifier. So quite interesting actually that this is the case. And I mentioned the Akai of Your Mind. I think this is a good ban. This is definitely a good ban from Team Evo, considering how well Your Mind is able to get all the objectives for their side with the Sakai. I mean, think of it as the Balmond, the lethal counter, and the retribution. It has kind of the same effect. You get to zone away the opponents, and at the same time, you get the objective. So I think that is what makes Wawa Gaming really strong in the early stage. But they're actually going to take out a lot of the jumpers here. The Link as well of Your Name, which has been picked up once or twice by Team Evo. Now, final ban here for Team Evo, is it going to be a Master Pun hero, or is it going to be a Your Mind hero? Is it going to be a center tank, like maybe Atlas here to counter out the Lolita? I mean, we're all about the center tanks here in the Mekong Qualifier, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's like an Atlas, a Kufra ban here for their last slot.
I actually like how you mentioned that, and as you've said, they're going to be banning on this Kufra because basically Wawa Gaming, they lack a hard initiator, someone that can try to see if he can jump in the front lines of Team Evo. Kufra is arguably one of the best ones out there, aside from Atlas. So maybe if Wawa Gaming wants to pick Atlas up, they could. It's a perfect opportunity both for Valentina, for Arlott, and for Beatrix as well. But hop on to the side of Team Evo. Carry and Claude is still up for grabs. Maybe they could lock that in. I mean, Claude is the perfect hero. If you got a good setup from Farsa, if you have a good setup from Lolita, it will connect so well with the Blazing Duet. Jumping back to Wawa Gaming though, they're taking their time. They're thinking of a good initiator, a good frontliner. I was about to say Grok, but Grok got banned out, so that's going to be a highlight and lock in on Paquito.
Paquito, I think this is probably like one of the few times we've seen this. And the Fredrin, I kept mentioning this earlier, and they're gonna lock it in here for Team Evo. And wow, completely overlooked this at all. Now they need someone to deal with the 1-1. It's usually like a Beatrix and a Diggy to contain the 1-1 in its lane. But for today, I like how smart Team Evo played with the draft, right? All the proper target bans. Now, what's left here to contain the 1-1? Maybe have the same effect as the Kufra and the Akai to set things up, because looking at Wawa Gaming, they have a great amount of damage. They just do not have someone to make the plays here. Now, is it a Mincetar for Master Pun? I haven't seen so much from this roamer just yet, like mostly on the Diggies, mostly on the Faramis. We've seen a couple of Lolitas and Kufras, but I'm not so sure if in this game, will they once again pick up the Mincetar? King's Calling is great for the Wanwan, and as I was saying, it is going to be the Mincetar locked in here for Wawa Gaming Thailand, and considering how well this hero has worked for some team compositions, I think this is a pretty solid lock-in, Hugo.
Indeed, and one of the things to actually stop Wanwan from doing literally anything in the Land of Dawn is to make sure she's not mobile. On top of that, if Wawa Gaming decides to go with a pick-off kind of composition, which they can, they have a Pokita, they have a Beatrix, very, very logical. You have the spear coming up from Mincetar, you have, the hook, so they will be able to catch maybe Farsa off guard. I'd say Glue, since Glue will be the one in the front line, but he is kind of tanky. So I guess he will have to walk around in his own little world. Fredrin is a good contest as well. But again, this is going to be the ban and picks for our team number 1. This is still a best of 3. This is Team Evo versus Team Wawa Gaming. Everything locked in. We hope you guys are excited again. This is the final day for our playoffs. So don't forget to show the teams the love and support that they deserve.
Let's take a look at the draft once more for our two Laotian teams. This is going to be the first match for the semis of the lower bracket. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn. This is Wawa Gaming and Evo Esports going up against each other in a best out of 3, and the winner will be facing IDNS in the final upper bracket later on. I'm loving how we have this 3D view of all the heroes. I mean, with all the amazing skins that we've been raving about, Yuko, this is such a great addition to Moonton. Completely love it. And at the same time, you get to see how aggressive these two teams are as well. Look at Oper on the Master Pun. I'm not so sure if he can evade this one. He does have the flicker out, but they want to try and punish Oper here. He's really low. He's gonna get sandwiched here by both. And yeah, I was waiting for the flickers. I think they just want to save it as much as they can, and that was a great amount of poke already, 1 minute in, and this is what you get when you're in the last day of the playoffs.
See, Oper is one of the most aggressive players ever in the Mekong Qualifiers, and given the fact that he was able to get his hands on Glue, I'm not surprised he pulled off those very risky and scary plays. Remember, there is going to be a hook, but that will be Adi being caught off guard. It's going to be the hook connecting onto one on the 20 August. Of course, Master Pun will still try to get a combo in, but of course, everyone is still at level 2, level 3, so they can't really do much unless they come together. And with that, Wawa Gaming will take a few steps back and just focus on farming.
Still no kills yet. Look at how the gold lead is just equal right now. Last time you've seen Oper was actually rocking that Fredrin. So I think with the glue pick here, it's pretty much solid as well that they've got this choice on the XP lane. He's very aggressive. As much as possible, he wants to maximize that Avarice emblem, but remake as well. He's not going to dish out a lot of damage again on the Arlot. That is a Tenacity emblem, so it is going to be more on the sustain. We see 20 August here getting caught up by the Lolita here, and we also see a flicker in onto remake, and that's going to be Oper drawing in the first blood. Turtle's going to be reset here, and Team Evo off to a great start.
Very, very good start, honestly. Here, that first kill in, and it does go over to Oper. Now there's going to be another mobile. Oh my god, it's another stun connecting as well. Looks like Master Fun is in it for a treat. King's Calling will not be popped anytime soon. On top of that, they were able to get 2 kills and 1 turret to beat. A lot of good early game aggression, a lot of good early game leads going over to Team Evo. This is the strength of their lineup. Try to catch the heroes, the isolated heroes from Wawa Gaming. Sure, Mincetar is kind of tanky, but in the early game, he's pretty vulnerable to all these ganks.
You see why they prioritize the glue? It's so great for zoning, great to isolate the heroes, and looking at Oper here, I believe he should be the one that has the most gold as of the moment. That's 2 kills already. He is one level. Oh no, actually, remake just reached that level 5. So, it's really a solid choice here, especially up against Wawa Gaming that doesn't really have that much mobility, mostly on the flickers, mostly on the initiate. So Agu is really good to go, especially if you can go up against 3 members here. Or perhaps that split. So he should be fine, even if he's gonna get ganked here by 3 members, which is why the glue is a high priority pick and even a pick that is on the top ban list. 2 kills for Team Evo. This is quite new from the last time we've seen them, that they were really struggling in the early stages. And now, speaking of the split, here comes the split on to remake. He's gonna get the Fetid strike here. There's the tenacity emblem working its way, but it's gonna get the appraiser's wrath from your name, and that's gonna be another kill picked up by Team Evo.
Honestly, I don't really know how Remake will be able to get away from that one. I mean, you have a glue clinging onto you, you have the Fetid air attack right at your face. You also have the stun connect on 20 August here. Looks like he is the next juicy target, but with that, 20 August, a little bit more mobile, has that, just did not even need to use Flicker. He will be safe under turret, however, they need to be careful. There is a wave of minions coming in. Luminum Blast being charged. This may be for airstrike being popped as well. But looks like with all the range, with all the damage, with the 1-1 here even, they're going to be able to get one more kill and actually give it a double kill going over to Biston. 1-1 having the time of her life. 5-0 on the board. Plus a turtle to beat going over to Team Evo.
I'm quite surprised that this is the way it's going for Team Evo. If they keep this up, this is just going to give Oper and actually Biston a lot of space to work around with there. And now even here, both sides, both lanes actually, they're being dominated here by Team Evo. Quite surprising actually for the composition of Wawa Gaming, wherein they actually have much of an upper hand here in the early game. So I'm quite surprised of the outcome. A little bit of overcommitment sometimes from Master Pun, like always trying to go in for the King's Calling, trying to get that Spear of Glory onto Biston or even Agi here, but most of the time it always backfires for the side of Wawa Gaming. That's 2 turtles for the side of Team Evo in the 5-minute mark. If they get this last one, that should be able to seal the deal for their gold in the early stages of the game, and we'll find out actually. That's a early tower take as well. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike from Peter X. There's gonna be an counter engage actually here by Agi. Feathered Airstrike as well, forcing the rest of the members of Wawa to back away.
To be fair, I see the logic as to why Wawa Gaming is trying to be aggressive. They want to be able to give space to Beatrice. They want to be able to give Remake the lead, and they're giving space to Your Mind as well. It just so happened that Team Evo gets to pull the trigger first, and they get to just really pin down the other members of Wawa Gaming. But yeah, that means things are still pretty possible for Wawa Gaming. They just need to recuperate, go back to the drawing board, and maybe try to catch Piston or Agi off guard, not Opper, because that's a glue. It's super sustained, super tanky, and you wouldn't want him clinging onto you. As maybe focus onto Your Mind. Good Sun connecting onto one. Agi gets to kill onto Your Mind actually. And with that, Team Evo, they rotate over to the next juicy target. Let's see the kill onto Remake. 2K going over to Agi. They're gonna go to jump in as well. Luminum Blast connecting onto 2, but let's see the Luminum Blast right there. Respect gets to kill onto 1, but Peter X gets another one for himself. But with that, Biston a little bit too deep. 3-2-1 in favor of Wawa Gaming. Biston decides to take a step back. However, Opper was able to get a bang for his buck, gets one turret down in the mid lane.
Can I just commend Peter X at that moment? Like, that was a beautiful set from 20 August. Getting that Luminous Blast onto 2, and Peter X was just like, nah, you got that? I got that as well. Setting it up for Wawa Gaming, and eventually they were able to pick up 2 kills. Speaking of Opper, he's gonna stick towards Respect, and that is going to be a killing spree for the XP laner here of Team Evo that's working his way all around the map. But finally, Wawa Gaming will be getting their hands on the last turtle of the game.
Yeah, see, I guess you just really need to take their time, be patient, as not as patient as this, but I guess that counts. Minimum has been started, but it's not gonna connect. Actually, they are in the bush, a little bit too small, but they still want to fight nonetheless. Remember, no distance so far. They really want to utilize this. Double is going over to remake, getting all those kills. But the moment Biston decided to join the party, looks like Wawa Gaming. They want to be able to walk around right now. Respect gets skill onto Lolita. Remake so low, but they can extension over to the mid lane. There will be a few pokes, few taunts from 1-1. Wawa Gaming, they have the minion wave. They're able to push through in the mid lane. They get one turret. Do they want more? There is a Spear of Glory available. However, they don't want to overstay their welcome.
They need to have this turret on the mid side guarded. And right after those two clashes, Wawa Gaming finding their groove here. And I'm seeing some I wouldn't say it's mistakes. It's more of Wawa Gaming catching Team Evo by surprise, right? They have to do all of these bush plays, especially by Master Pun. Plus the fact that Peter X has been getting the Numenon Blast here as compared to the Feathered Airstrike, which gives Wawa Gaming additional setup here for their side. I talked about the playmaking potential here for Wawa Gaming, and they really lack that. But after picking up this Mincetar and get Peter X to pick up the Numenon Blast, it just gives a lot more room here for Wawa Gaming to go in for the engage, which is something that they really needed earlier on. But right now, we're seeing them starting to find their foothold here in this game. Here comes the first Lord, Yuko. There should be either Evo or Wawa Gaming forcing out some clash here, but I'm not so sure about the plan just yet. I think both sides are going to be waiting for the engage, and once again, you're going to be seeing Peter X pick up that Numenon Blast for the third time in this game.
Arlott is nowhere to be found in the Lord area, so maybe this is Team Evo's opportunity to pull the trigger. And the blue does follow the Arlott, and as I've expected, Team Evo, they get first dibs on the Lord. Wawa Gaming will just slowly enclose their opponents. Given that Opper as well as Respect is there in the area, there's gonna be a lot to focus on through 20 August. He is kind of low, but still alive nonetheless. Still pretty okay. I'm not sure if he is gonna recall back. I don't think he should. He'll have to survive this one out. And with that, Wawa Gaming, they're the ones now trying to take the objective. There is gonna be a bait here operated of everything gets so low. So it's gonna be falling down. Opera does cling on to one. Respect with that. I think the kill going over to Opera. Even Blast connecting onto none. There is gonna be the con. There is gonna be the stun connecting. You also have as getting the kill onto Master Pun. No more crucial ultimates for the side of Wawa Gaming. No King's Calling. No whatsoever. Team Evo, they probably will get this.
Yeah, they focused all of their attention there onto Oper, and he actually wasn't shut down at that moment, catching in that split onto Respect. And eventually, after Master Pun tried to save Respect there was actually no bounce back for Wawa Gaming, and eventually they were able to pick off those 2 kills, which is very much needed before the Lord take. They get this Lord in the 11-minute mark. For the side of Evo, they can further push their lanes forward. And if they can keep this up, get Biston to pop in that crossbow of 10. Speaking of Biston, by the way, is one more kill away to be on a killing spree. And I don't think Respect right now, they want to contest up against this 1-1. Not so sure if Respect has that Wind of Nature as well to counter out the crossbow of 10. Speaking of, that is going to be Biston instead, picking it up for himself, knowing that he is going to be the main target here of more or less your Mind and Remake. Once again, all the towers are going down one by one. The Lord is marching as well on the bottom side, Yuko. This should be Team Evo's call to take as much towers as they can get.
Crossbow of Tang is available in case they want this. On top of that, Arlott still has his ultimate, which I believe is the final slash. That will be Team Evo. Biston jumping in when the blast connecting onto one. Good bait actually. Does get the count onto Remake. Abby gets still onto one. No more King's Calling. No more Spear of Glory available. So with that, Wawa Gaming, at the very least, they were able to take down Lord, and Team Evo will just jump away, fadeaway shot, get the buff, and then I guess I'm not sure if they're gonna attack again. I suggest they should just fall back, get some region in, get some new items in, because the next objective will be up in 75 seconds. Wawa Gaming right now, though, they're only able to get one turret from the side of Team Evo. So there is less mobility, less opportunities for them to actually run away from their base. That is going to be the focus on remake. No more outlet in the match, honestly. That's just connecting onto one. That is two Numinum Blacks, honestly. That will be Flickers connecting. That's going to be the kill onto Respect. Biston no longer available. No more crossbow tanks, good sir. With that, Team Evo, they raise the white flag for now and they fall back.
Wow, all our teams, different Bs to the playoffs. That's a flicker out from Agi. Actually, I was quite surprised. Two Wind of Nature's popped in there, and Respect actually flickered in after Biston popped in that Wind of Nature. And at the same time, can I just say that was two beautiful Numinum Blasts at the same time, wherein you got like two amazing setups from both sides. Fortunately enough for them, it was just a 1-1. That was in favor of Wawa Gaming because they were able to take down Piston as compared to just a remake falling for the side of Wawa Gaming. Now, this is where you see where both teams, the choices that they make will matter here. Whenever they try to go for the engage, whoever sets things up first, whoever clicks that with the trencher or maybe the Wind of Nature first, it is going to matter in moments like this, even in the 14-minute mark. And once again, Oper using himself as a bait here in the mid lane, perhaps waiting for someone to dive in on him and waiting for that setup from 20 August as well. The Lord is already at 1/4 HP. And with Wawa Gaming actually so far away from it, that is going to be Team Evo securing this second Lord of the game for themselves.
I just have to commend the fact that Team Evo was able to zone out Wawa Gaming so well in that interaction. Remake also picked up Antikiras. Like, he's so done just getting taken out multiple times. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna try to get more armor, trying to get more sustain. And at least that's actually a very good way of adjusting in real time. However, again, Wawa Gaming, we need them to be able to take more objectives. Lord has been taken by Team Evo, and Lord is marching to the mid lane. This could be the next make or break clash for Wawa Gaming. Should Team Evo try to pick a fight? Will they? I probably think they will. Everything is going in their favor. They have the resources, they have the opportunity even. Let's see how Wawa Gaming will react. It looks like Respect at the very least has some damage, so he has ways of retaliating. Peter X in the backline, and team will he be able to make this one play? That is going to be the for the RC connecting as well. Upper now unstoppable Biston. Look at all the members of Wawa Gaming just melting. However, there is still Respect. He still has quite the damage. 4 and 3 right now. Flicker has been exhausted. 2 to none in favor of Team Evo. Minions are pouring in. Let's see, will these two be able to defend their base? Remake will be able to dance around. At the back line is Master Quan was not even able to get any hooks in. With that, this one gets to kill onto another one. And with no time to lose, it looks like Team Evo Esports will be able to bag game number 1.
Finally, Team Evo getting in that victory. They've struggled up against IDNS and in the upper bracket yesterday, and for today they showed us something different for this game. 16-7, and we ended the game 16 minutes. That's a very big lead, actually. Not actually a super big lead, but pretty much enough for Team Evo to be able to secure this game. I have to say, this was a pretty good game for both sides. Commendable sets from Peter X and 20 August, plus our gold laners as well. But this time, Respect on this Beatrix was pretty much contained with how Agi was able to rotate on the Farsa, plus what Oper was doing in his lane. He played a very solid blue here, actually picking up 2 kills instantly even before the game reached the 5-minute mark. And it was actually him always baiting out the members of Wawa Gaming to actually go for the full engage on him. Yeah, just like throw all the ultimates on me. That's great. But then eventually it actually backfired against Wawa Gaming, and it actually gave the opening for the side of Team Evo to pick up some of the objectives for themselves, like the Lord and the Turtle. Speaking of this guy, he is the man of this game, the MVP of this game. Yeah, MVP pretty much can't stand for man of the game as well. So he actually picked up very interesting items here. Going for the Queen's Wing. So usually you'd see like a glue building, more of the Guardian's Helmet for the additional sustain, for the additional HP. But we completely forgot about this item as well. The Queen's Wings has been buffed in the recent patch, and it actually gives you a lot more spellback, a lot more sustain, which is why actually Oper wasn't afraid to go in for those dives and to go in for those baits against Wawa Gaming.
Yeah, even though you'd expect Glue to be able to stay offers like, it's game 1. I kind of want to do damage, and I believe he was able to get a mega kill towards the end of that match. But yeah, it was such an introduction game for Team Evo. It was beautiful. And what do you think should Wawa Gaming do now to be able to win game number 2?
They have pretty much solid picks, right? The Valentina. They also got the Arlot. But I think what they really lacked for this game was, I think, additional firepower and the setups. Yeah, you got Master Pun on that Mincetar, but again, the decisions about taking in which ultimate, is it the Feathered Airstrike or the Numinant Blast? That was also something that was on the mind of Peter X. A lot of good plays here, a lot of highlights, guys. But before we head over to game number 2, check out these amazing plays on Team Evo.
hunter of all the evil gods! Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
The best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Already match point here for Team Evo, but let's see how Wawa Gaming will be able to adjust to this. Again, this is a best of 3. And can't wait to see if are we going to be opening the day with a game 3 or are we going to be seeing a 2-0?
Well, this time it's Team Evo on the red side, so it's going to be Wawa Gaming actually getting the prio pick here for game number 2, if I'm not mistaken, because we see Wawa Gaming here on the left side, which means that they might actually be the the one in the blue side, which means that there is going to be a lot more things that they can pull off, especially they're the ones who are going to be setting the tempo for this game. And looking at Wawa Gaming, most of the time I've seen them play, they're always on the red side. So which means they always have the second choice, the second pick for the match. So I'm not so sure if this will have an impact. Especially Team Evo always has the first pick here. We haven't seen so much glues today. So much joys today. But instead, we see a lot more glues, a lot more of the Fredericks, and even the high ground mages that we missed seeing in yesterday's upper bracket matches.
There was a Joy earlier, but she was banned. So I guess that does not count. Oh yeah, and someone that got a lot of attention yesterday that isn't really present today is Saver. So we might see that later for IDNS since a lot of our teams do love that hero. But jumping into our pick and bans for game number 2, Kaja, Diggy, Grok, Joy, nothing too different. Is there any hero that you think Team Evo should ban for the side of Wawa Gaming though?
You mean when it comes to respect ban? I have to say the heroes that Master Pun and Your Mind has been picking, right? They're I think for Team Evo they drafted very well in the first game. I think in particular for their bans. It was a very solid choice of bans for them. Taking away a lot of the comfort picks of Wawa Gaming, namely the Akai of Your Mind, the Master Pun's Diggy. So there's a lot that they took out, which made it much easier for them in that game. And speaking of making it easy, right? The glue was definitely a problem for Wawa Gaming. And despite the fact that they are going to be the first ones picking in this game, they're still going to opt to take it out. Team Evo right now, are they going to take away either high ground mages or are they going to take away the R-Lot here? They didn't really see much of the R-Lot of Remake earlier, so I'm not so sure if this is still going to be an option. Maybe put it on the jungle, but I would rather have it on the XP lane since I really think the R-Lot is so slow when it comes to farming. So it's much better sustained, much better on the XP lane to dish out the damage up against the heroes that will be put there. You know what I haven't seen in the XP lane today? The Lapu Lapu. I've seen so much of the Lapu Lapus yesterday, right? IDNS's Lapu Lapu, even in the group stages, it was such a popular choice. I've yet to see it here, but I love how Wawa Gaming is still going to start it off nice and slow, not revealing too much of their tactics. So they're going to go for the Valentina, which means that Team Evo here without the R-Lot, maybe perhaps go for they can also go for safe choices. Maybe even the Fredrin to start things out. They can go for the Farsa if they want to go for that high ground, especially knowing that Agi is pretty good with that. They have to think twice though. I mean, that's a Valentina first, which really limits out the composition that your team wants to bring out. But they're still gonna go for it still. Farsa, one of the heroes that was banned out probably like more than 3 times yesterday. So this is still going to be a comfort pick for Agi. Not so sure if they will bring out something new, and they are going to be picking up the Akai here, prioritizing it for Your Mind.
To run it back to how Farsa was in game number 1, Agi is one of the reasons why Team Evo was had so much ground, was able to cover so much ground in the game. So I'm happy that they picked that up again. And pair that up with an Akai that can actually pin down anyone or push anyone back. You just need one good damage dealer. Could be Ling, Claude, Beatrix, whoever, honestly. Maybe even stick with the 1-1 since 1-1 is still available. And then I don't think Wawa Gaming will pick that up. But you mentioned Lapu Lapu, they heard it, you know it, and we are going to be seeing a Lapu Lapu in game number 2.
I love it! I mean, sometimes you don't really notice that, that hero is not banned out. That hero is actually open. Why don't we pick it up, right? The Lapu Lapu is so great on the lane. Great way to clear out the lanes fast. It can be very aggressive, can be a tempo setter as well, and that is what Wawa Gaming really lacked in game number 1. They really lacked the setups, the playmakers. I mean, the Minstar was great, right? But it isn't like the Lolita. That's why you see Peter X picking up the Numenon Blast earlier on. And now for Team Evo, looking at the heroes here, there's still no hero for respect, and they are still going to be respecting the Harriet here. That can definitely bully the 1-1 in the lane. And as for Wawa Gaming, something for Oper here. They still don't have an XP laner. Something that could go up against the Lapu Lapu. You know what I have yet to see? I want to see the Edith being rocked in the XP lane. Because we've seen the Edith as a roamer, but we haven't seen it in the XP lane. It's great in the XP lane as well. So they can pick that up. If you want maybe another type of XP later, we've seen the Esmeralda, but again, that is such a far-flung theory from me. But it's just something that I want to see up against Lapu Lapu. But yes, the Edith, something that's often overlooked by teams. Great on the XP lane, great amount of control. But that's just a suggestion from my end. I just giving out theories here. Lolita's gonna be banned away here by Wawa Gaming.
You know someone that I actually want to see being picked up by Respect? It's Melissa. Melissa was opening in number 1. Melissa is open right now, but of course I'm not sure if they will pick that up. I mean, you just need a solid, again, damage dealer. You also have Martis that can make things happen or like, just decimate anyone. And the last ban for the side of Team Evo will be Beatrix. No range, no crazy damage. Honestly, we saw how crazy Beatrix was in game number 1. So I like that Team Evo was able to ban this one out.
Yeah, I mean, going up against the 1-1, right? Earlier, you've seen Respect, how he was able to outplay Biston's 1-1, getting that flicker in, and honestly, it still surprises me up until this day. Any Beatrix users that can surprise you from the bush, like getting that flicker, getting either that Beerus Passion or getting that Wesker play, it's just crazy to think how insane the Beatrix can still have so much damage, even up until this day that it was given so much nerfs already in the previous patches. Still a very solid pick, but looking at the last few picks here, Wawa Gaming can still go for the Melissa of Respect. I've mentioned this in the group stages. I haven't seen so much Melissas from Respect, mostly on the Beatrix this season, but let's see if they will actually pick that up. Final ban is going to be the Estes. I mentioned 20 August is more on the utility type of support. He can also play center tanks, but mostly on the support type of hero. So I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up something like a Paramis here. It would be so good, right? Like the 1-1 can dive in, get that Cult Altar up, and pretty much can sustain the clash. Hopper's gonna go for something different still. Not gonna be the Edith, but something that we've seen also, the Benedetta on the XP lane.
If Beatrix is banned out, let's get a hero that has letter B again in her name. They're gonna be picking up Benedetta. Okay, so I'm looking for the perfect fit for Wawa Gaming here. Car is available, Ling is open as well, just add another damage dealer. Anyone that can actually follow up after Lapu Lapu has his ultimate. They also need one solid frontliner. I have my eye on Kufra, since he is not banned out in this game. Franco is actually open as well. So, okay, I mentioned Melissa. There is Respect. Respect does get his hands on this Melissa. Plus, again, you have the bite, you have the hooks for Franco. We almost forgot about, I forgot about Atlas, but Atlas is going to be locked in by Team Evo.
Wow, that is 2 tanks that can set up. Like, include your name there with the Akai. This is going to be really deadly, right? There's the Franco here. There's the Atlas, yep. But at the same time, there's a Valentina. We completely forgot about that. So once again, Peter X is going to have that problem. Which ultimate am I going to take? Is it going to be the Fatal Links? Is it going to be the Heavy Spin? Or is it going to be the Feathered Airstrike? So I think there's a lot of pressure here on Peter X, like which ultimate to take, right? I mean, the Valentina works well, but again, there's only one ultimate you can take. You don't know what's gonna happen in the clashes, so I think it's a matter of a lot of smart decision making for Wawa Gaming to pull this off. But they're looking really scary right now. I mean, that's a Franco, and you got the Martis as well, and even the Melissa. Once it scales up, it should be great. The only one that has a lot of problem in this game, or is going to be having a lot of problems when it comes to decision making, is going to be Peter X. Lots of build elements here from the side of Team Evo.
Since we're already talking about Wawa Gaming, I think this is a draft that fits them so well. They have more mobility, they have more ways of actually working around the map. I'm looking at your name right now, though. Now on this Akai, if we saw Opper earlier, just walking around, just being a threat to the Manton, now you have your name, and I assume that he is gonna be the one that's rotating in the early game. These are the matchups, these are everything. Again, match point already for Team Evo. Let's see, will we see a game number 3 or will we see a 2-0? Again, guys, don't forget to invite your friends, share the live stream because we have 3 amazing series lined up for you today.
This is possibly the last series for the day if Team Evo will actually take in the victory. I am pretty confident with this lineup of theirs. They got a lot of the picks that they want, right? The Akai that they prioritize, the Farsa, and even the 1-1 here of Biston. Now it's all up to them to make sure that they get things done here in the early stages. 20 August gonna get a lot of the pokes, and you see Biston as well up against Respect there. Really low already, half HP up against the 1-1. Rarely do I see this actually in the Golden. Biston's just so comfortable with this hero. Not so sure if there is going to be a casualty there though. We're going to be seeing rotates coming from the side of Wawa Gaming. That is going to be Biston. Really low. I'm not going to be sure if there is any ultimates available. There is going to be the first blood by Peter X. And here comes 20 August. Popping in that frigid body to actually punish the members here of Wawa Gaming, but there is not going to be any casualties for the side of Wawa, and they pick up the first blood for this game.
Yeah, no casualties. Okay, as I say that, I was about to say no more casualties for Team Evo. Apparently, there will be another kill secured by Wawa Gaming. The aggression that we saw in game number 1, it looks like they are copying this and just throwing it right at Team Evo's face. But with that, Team Evo, again, here's Offer, looking for his next victim. But apparently, it's just, too safe of a placement. We'll have to dash away, and that's A-okay. No one is getting taken down yet. Aggie will just be lurking to the sides. First dibs goes over to Your Name. And now it looks like we will see a Pearl Dance. That is going to be a lot of taunts, a lot of pokes. Bandito jumping at the front line. Really, let's get his eyes onto Aggie. That is going to be Your Mind getting his hands on the turtle. And now Team Evo, they have to fall back. Remake gets a kill onto Aggie. Your Mind gets a kill onto Offer. And Offer will have to wait for a few seconds. Actually give that 4 seconds before he can come back. That is going to be the stun connecting as well as the hook. Good alley-oop from Wawa Gaming. 5-0 now on the board.
Wow, this is so different. I think this is what they wanted to happen for game number 1, right? Get that early game advantage, but they were always... it was actually Team Evo 1 step ahead of them all the time, and even here Biston is struggling a lot up against Respect here on the lane. Plus we got Master Pun on the Franco. I haven't seen so much initiators from him. Like it's mostly on the thingy, like what I mentioned, right? So not so much on the Francos. And during the upper bracket, we actually it's commendable that he actually has a lot of these pocket picks. Here comes an airstrike from Agi, but there is the fatal links from the other side, care of Peter X, but gonna get instantly taken down at 2-3 for non-exchange in favor the side of Team Evo.
I think that was a bit of a miscommunication since Peter X just dove for his death there and other members were backing away. But at least you see that Team Evo is trying to get some kills on the board. That will be the perfect match and will be connecting. Stuns are going to come through as well as he's trying to get away. Biston will be able to pop his ultimate, get kill onto Respect. Good outplay there from Biston. Your Name is now so low, but Aggie will be able to dash away. They are going to be jumping in. That is a lot of flickers already being used now for that airstrike being popped just to protect the teammates. Your Mind has his eyes set onto one, but he decides to let this one go. 6-3 now on the board. Maybe one more kill. Master Pun is low, but hey, if they want to, they can. They decide to let it go because now Turtle is up.
You know what? This is the Wawa Gaming I've seen in the group stages. Very good early game. And once again, it is going to be Your Mind picking up that turtle for the side of Wawa Gaming. And this is the tempo that they want for game number 1. I have to commend the hooks here from Master Pun. This is not Zanri, by the way, from IDNS. This is Master Pun we're talking about. He's going to get a hook on the 20 August. And the Bloody Hunt picking up a killing spree for Your Mind. And now they might actually pick up this tower on the bottom side. That is going to be Respect. Once again, on that Melissa that I've hyped up so much, and this is probably one of the few times I actually seen him play this one. Now Biston as well, gonna do his very best this defend this tower. There is the air strike and the hook from Sir Pun. Combined with the fatal links here of Peter X. There is going to be a crossbow attack as well from Biston. Be sending the members of Wawa Gaming all the way back. Double kill for the gold later, and that is a nice bounce back by Team Evo.
I believe Team Evo knew that there is no more decimation, there is no more ultimates or key ultimates from the members of Wawa Gaming, but that was a very good Iron Hook and Flicker from Master Pawn. Gotta commend him for that. But again, yeah, the response from Team Evo was to overwhelm Wawa Gaming, and it was just a lane that they were favoring. That's why they were able to get a few more revenge kills in their pockets. But again, it looks like there is still quite a lead for Wawa Gaming. 1k-ish for the gold, and they are 3 kills up. But again, that means Team Evo, anytime they could still make something happen or pull the trigger first. They just need one good fatal link, maybe. But what I'm sure though is Bison will just be safe at the back line. Still has the crossbow of Tang available. They could throw Aggie in first before they start any team fight. Or, well, there's your name as well. You could try the heavy spin first. All gonna depend on situation. But with that, 3 of them are actually up top. The others are in the mid as well as the bottom. Rebate. Not sure if they're gonna fight. But yeah, looks like they're gonna try to jump in together. Turtle is already up. That is again Atlas with the perfect match. But this one will not connect. Team Evo gets first dibs on the turtle, but looks like 20 August actually gets pulled out here. Master Fun giving up everything, and with that, there is maybe different airstrike being popped in again. A lot of suppress, a lot of low. Bison actually the first one to fall down. It's not so good for Team Evo. Opera gets the kill onto Melissa. With that, Team gets the kill onto 20 August. That is a 2-1 in favor of Wawa Gaming. They want more. Your mind gets the kill onto 1 yet again. Good Decimate, good Mortal Coil, and overall, that is a 3-1 still in favor of Wawa Gaming.
It's crazy how Wawa Gaming, this is what they wanted to pull off in game number 1. They always seem to be one step ahead of 20 August here. That has been actually setting up a lot of good fatal links. But what's really difficult here for 20 August is that he always gets hooked here by Master Fun. Pretty much the same way if you have a center tank, like I think this was the game of IDNS and Nightmare, wherein there was a Franco up against an Atlas still, IDNS and Nightmare, wherein they just controlled the Franco, like always putting up all the sets up against him. It doesn't matter if he's a roamer, as long as he doesn't make the plays for the team, it's great. Like I'm really surprised here by Master Fun. Like, this is something new that I haven't seen from him. I only thought that he is more of the utility type of tank, but he can actually play a very nasty Franco.
Yeah, he can basically just use any hero that he wants, and as you've mentioned, he is performing really well. A lot of players actually really rep the Franco. I'm impressed. To be able to gauge the perfect time to pop your Iron Hook, it takes mad mastery for the hero. Speaking of hero, looks like your name got spotted out by your name. Your mine gets spot out by your name here. A lot of your in the IGN.
Lot of yours.
But yeah, exactly. They're still holding their ground in the turtle pit, but no one is pulling the trigger just yet. Ultimates are available. Flicker and everything, Retribution even is available, but now Team Evo, they're pretty much comfortable with letting Wawa Gaming take the lead. They can just answer. Their Jaff is really gonna specialize on answering back. Now that will be a good attempt onto the ultimate. Actually gonna connect onto 2. Biston gets skill onto Respect. No major damage dealer now for Wawa Gaming. But when you August face for that with his life Mortal Sword has been popped as well. Iron Hook connecting onto 1 yet again. And a good cause on the heavy spin, pushing everyone back. He does not care. Akai will just walk away. That was a 2-1 in favor of Wawa Gaming. And the Lord is now up.
Oh my goodness, wait. Both of the junglers here have your in the name. That's why I got confused. I thought it was your mine on the Akai. So this is actually your name from Evo. with the Akai. So it's your mind on the Martis. I got so confused. I thought it was like comfort pick, right? So it's still pretty much a very solid pick, right? The Martis shining in the early game, and even up until this point, he hasn't been shut down just yet by Team Evo. And looking at the way things are going here, they're gonna chunk down this Lord. There's that fatal lace from 20 August from the backside. And it is going to be the crossbow tank popped up there, killing spree for the side of Wawa Gaming. And while all of that is happening, they take in the first Lord of the game. And this is what I was saying. Why isn't anyone picking up the Lapu Lapu? It's not even banned out, and it's so good this lane. Aside from your mind, Remake is actually doing such a good job here with this Lapu Lapu. I'm not so sure if he's picking up the full damage items, and now Oper as well. Gonna buy some time there for Team Evo. Gonna get this tower on the top side, but unfortunately, he's still gonna fall into the hands of your mind of Wawa Gaming.
Hopper's logic there was, if I die, I respawn, but the turret won't respawn. So, before saying goodbye, he takes one turret with him. And I guess one of the weaknesses for Team Evil's draft right now is you have 3 also squishy heroes. And most of the time, they're actually on the hunt, or they're not alongside 20 August, they're not alongside your name. That's why Wawa Gaming was able to push them back, overwhelm them, and you mentioned this, you have a Lapu-Lapu that worked really well for Wawa Gaming. But speaking of Wawa Gaming, looks like they have their eyes set on your name, forcing the heavy spin out of there. You also have a Farcell with different airstrike. Ultimate already down, but it's going to be up in a few more seconds. With that, the turret isn't going to fall down. Your mind gets still onto the turret. With that, Peter X is going to go 6 feet underground. Respect with the combo. Another kill going over in their pockets. Respect with the turret in his pocket. Now that will be a 2-1 in favor of Wawa Gaming.
This is the same Wawa Gaming as I see it in the M4 Mekong Qualifiers. They were so good in the early game, and they made it work up until the late game. Was able to close out the game really early. And speaking of early, this is just the 12-minute mark. They're getting all of these kills, and now your name's gonna get the hook. Able to dash away from that one Agi as well, using that wings by ways out. They take what they can get here for Wawa Gaming, and that's gonna be all the inhibitors out already. 12 minutes in. Maybe for the next Lord, they should be able to seal the deal here. But what I have to commend, aside from Remake in your mind, are the hooks from Master Pun. I mean, he played the mid-star in game number 1. We didn't see this much control. We didn't see this much force from the side of Wawa Gaming. Maybe it's also because of the Bloody Hunt. Plus, the wombo combo of the Bravest Fighter and the decimation from the Martis. So, it really adds up so much damage for the side of Wawa Gaming. Plus, Peter X. It really gets confusing here who's using up all the ultimates, right? You got Peter X with the Feathered Airstrike sometimes, you got Peter X with the Fatal Link. So I think very good choices of ultimates that Peter X has been picking up in this game.
Also, on top of that, there is no more glue to actually distract Wawa Gaming. Remake again, pretty much alone. Will he survive? He will be able to pop the ultimate, but let's see. And now the shutdown going over to Benedetta, going over to Opper. But just like clockwork, it looks like the men from the blue side here, they're gonna try to get the Lord. Wawa Gaming, they will be able to get this non-contested. But remember, Benedetta is split pushing in the bottom lane. Heavy spinning connecting onto one. There will be Feathered Airstrike yet again. But that is not a fight Wawa Gaming wants to take just yet. Looking down at the bottom lane though, Melissa, our respect, is chasing down Opper. Here comes Master Pun. Immortality available. Doesn't even need to use the hook. He just went in on the Bloody Hunt and gets the kill onto Opper.
That's what makes it really scary here for Wawa Gaming. If you want to escape, you really can't with the Bloody Hunt to get suppressed. And there is the follow-up after that Bloody Hunt, which is what makes it so great here for the side of Wawa Gaming. I do have to point out, though, that was a very good pickoff on Remake. Finally, the shutdown comes through, but it took down 4 members of Team Evo to do that. We're seeing the immortalities being purchased at this point, and here comes the Lord. They want to melt it down first. Your name, 20 August, gonna go for the Fatal Links. It's only one. It's Master Pun getting taken down. But look at respect, shredding in the members here on Team Evo. We're gonna try to lock in the towers as the minion wave and the Lord is still up. And we're gonna go over to game number 3 for our upper, or or rather lower bracket match, by the way. So that is going to be Wawa Gaming picking up the victory for this round, and we're standing at a 1-1 right now.
One word or one IGN in that last fight, and I have to say it's Respect. If you notice, Respect was just pretty much safe at the back line. No one could come near them. Akai did try with a heavy spin, but it just so happened that Wawa Gaming, alongside with the Lord, they're like, nope, we're a sturdy wall. You can't really jump out of us, and they were able to overwhelm Team Evo. That was a good fight, honestly. The same aggression, the same lead that we saw from game number 1 from Team Evo, it's pretty much the same as what we saw in game number 2 for Wawa Gaming. This is such a neck-and-neck matchup. 21-10, high kill count game. Only roughly 15 minutes for game number 2. Everything just went oh so well for Wawa Gaming. And another hero I want to highlight, aside from the Franco, aside from the Melissa, is the Lapu-Lapu. He was able to just survive. Remake was able to make a lot of things possible for their team. And on top of that, you also have Peter X. The most he would focus on getting the feathered airstrike just so he can get all the stun, get all the burst. But the MVP for this match will be your mine on this Martis. 704 sturdy, has damage, kill participation 53%, gold per minute 749.
Now that's a lot of gold. Usually we see this amount of gold when it goes to the gold laners. But it's quite surprising, right? All of the turtles that your mine has secured in this game, I believe that was like all 3 turtles going to the side of Wawa Gaming. Such a great start, and they were able to close out. Of course, not just care of your mine, also care of Remake as well, and the initiations being set up there by Master Pun. We're seeing a lot of new heroes, new picks by some of our players here. But of course, before we head over to game number 3, Yuko, we have to check out these highlights first before we head on to match point.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary.
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
We honestly wanted the game number 3, and we are able to have our game number 3. So again, this is the first series for our last day of the qualifiers for our MSC 2023 Mekong region. Again, we're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim. So, Burger Kim, we already saw 2 games that are not too different from each other. What should we expect for game number 3?
Well, we can definitely expect that Team Evo will be back in the blue side. So Wawa
Yes.
Game actually got the upper hand earlier, right? And I actually mentioned
Mhm.
this, like if they could get a good draft, something that could be extra aggressive, something that could be a bit more shall I say a bit more offensive in the early stages, then that would have been a great, turned out well. And they're actually able to force out a game number three. Lapu Lapu Martis is something that they should consider here once again. I mean, it was a great amount of initiation for their side. And now with Team Evo back in the blue side, we're going to be expecting maybe some shakeups as well when it comes to the picking and the banning. And once again, Team Evo still not going to let go of that Diggy, still not going to let go of that Harriet, respecting the capabilities that Wawa Gaming is able to pull off whenever they have these heroes. The Joy as well. Yesterday we've seen a lot of Joy, and I think for today the players just like, yeah, let's not have the Joy today. Let's just ban it away. It's actually, it had a good run yesterday. Not exactly the best win rate here in the Mekong Qualifiers, but really made an impact once it was open. And now, still, we're seeing the Valentina ban out here for Peter X. Yep, that was one of the problems as well of Team Evo. It really gets confusing in clashes. I mean, if you play the Valentina Yuko, it gets the same skin. Say you get the collector skin of the Farsa, it also gets the collector skin of the Farsa, and once it lands that Feather Airstrike, you get confused. Who is it? Is it from our team or is it from the other side? So I think that's another factor why they banned this one away. And now with this being said, that is going to be an Arlot, a great starter for Team Evo. I think pretty much in the XP lane once again. And now when you look at Wawa Gaming, respect. Is it going to be the Beatrix or is it going to be the Melissa? I don't know.
I
Respect played a
mean,
very good Melissa in last game.
he did. Both are available, but I guess they could focus on the frontliners first. I mean, Nakai is available. Grok is available now, given that Valentina is on that spanned out now. I suggest that they should just get one damage dealer and one frontliner. Atlan is also available if they want to pick that up. And yeah, so I also like the fact that Team Evo was able to get priority on Arlet, and there was a ban on Goo, so they don't want offer with that hero anymore. Martin is available. I almost forgot about Farsa. Martis Farsa, a good combo, just get the damage as well as get the setups in. The Wawa Gaming's a lot more comfortable now since Valentina has been banned out. Lolita will be hovered and then locked in. Alongside I don't know, maybe a Beatrix.
Look at the Martis here. Well, you're getting really comfortable with this, right? I think for the previous games in the group stages,
There
we've
you go.
seen Yor might actually pick up a lot of the Akai. So gone are the days where he actually prioritized that. And he really played a very good game in game number 2. So they're looking to rinse and repeat. Maybe perhaps that same effect here. And now looking at Team Evo here, this is a different XP laner that they've had. It was Benedetta for over in the last game. Great for split pushes, but they really do need someone who can also sustain, start the clashes like the Lapu Lapu. And by the way, the Lapu Lapu is still open. But going up against the Arlot, you would need to have some sort of sustain, right? Like the Arlot just have so much damage with the final slash. So maybe an XP laner who can soak up the damage of Fred Rin. Not so sure though up against the 1-1, that wouldn't be such a safe choice. So yeah, the Lapu Lapu this time for remake. Once again, so this is the same lineup except for the Farsa of Peter X. It was a Valentina earlier on, so pretty much the same lineup that they had in game number 2. They're gonna ban out, of course, the mortal enemy of the Farsa. Well, not lore based, but when it comes to the range, when it comes to the same skill set, it's gonna be the Eve and the Franco that definitely made an impact in game number 2. I like that ban from Team Evo. I would want to be going up against a Franco too.
Yeah, and it's a problem, especially the ultimate. Like, he doesn't even need to sometimes use the Iron Hope. Just pop that ultimate and you're fine. Eve was available earlier, but now she will be banned out for the side of Wawa Gaming alongside a Kadita. No knockups, no rough waves, no Ocean Oddity and all that stuff. That will be less problem for Wawa Gaming. Last ban for Team Evo though will be a Beatrix. Melissa is still open, Claude, Ling,
Right.
1-1 got taken by Team Evo. Benedetta is up for grabs as well, if that is something that tickles their fancy. I also mentioned 1-1 earlier. I had to whisper it. I'm like, they could get 1-1. And they locked it in. Okay, nice. Prediction 10/10.
It's great, right? Like, Biston hasn't been playing any other marksman here except for the 1-1. I'd say that the Melissa should have an upper hand here against the 1-1. Not so sure though. I mean, that's probably why 20 August picked up the Lolita here. At least there is those shields to block the projectiles coming out from the 1-1. And now, I'm looking at Team Evo here. So yeah, the Melissa. It was either the Melissa or the Claude, but with the Lolita here, it would make much more sense to pick up the Melissa. But look at Agi here from Team Evo. He played a Gusion mid lane, and it really was or really had the same effect as the Kadita. Go for pick off after pick off, and it was quite a surprise actually for the other team. Now this is something I haven't seen, and this is something that I want to see actually. One of my favorite heroes, maybe because it's often overlooked, has a great amount of damage, can escape the clashes with the Black Shoes. So if they do lock this in, I would say it's a pretty solid choice. And they add up the Fredrin here for their final pick. I didn't mention this for the side of Wawa Gaming, but they already picked up the Martis, so it didn't make sense to pick up the Fredrin anymore. So I like this. There's someone to soak up the damage, someone to frontline for the 1-1 for Team Evo. And as for Wawa Gaming, they still need a playmaker here. They need someone to set this up. Someone like the Franco in game number 2. But is it gonna go back to the Mincetar? I mean, that's the next best option, right? If you want to reel someone in, get the Mincetar. But looking at Team Evo, that's gonna be difficult to, yeah. So I was to say it was either the Mincetar or the Faramis. Master Pun, one of the players here in the Mekong region that is more on the utility type of support or the roamer, and they're really locking it in with the Faramis. Expect to see a lot of clashes here though. That's a Faramis. And then you got a Lolita as well. So I'm not so sure if it's a safe choice, but I guess the next best option for Master Pun for Wawa Gaming.
I have to say this though, if you have a Faramis in your lineup, you'd want to stick together. And if you do stick together, that is something a Lilia would want. You know, we'll be able to connect the bobs and all that. I won't be surprised if Team Evo will try to lure Wawa Gaming into the smaller parts of the map just so they can utilize, you know, the crossbow tank, the Minimum Blast, and basically the bombs coming in from Lilia here. But this is the final game for our first series. Whoever wins this will be up against I Do Not Sleep in another best of 3 match. Jazz is locked in. And again, we will be loading into the Land of Dawn. To the fans of our teams here, don't forget to cheer them on in the live stream. I love how we opened the last day of the playoffs. A lot of excitement, a lot of 5v5 team fights, and a lot of good micro from our pro players, really showing us that they deserve to last this long into the Mekong region qualifier.
You know what? I think this Faramis last pick, again, it could work. The timing once again here for the side of Wawa. I pointed this out when they had the Valentina and even the Franco. So it's all about the timing of when to click that ultimate. And I think it will matter here when Master Pun will click that Cult Altar. So it's only once, right? And you're going up against a Lolita and a Lilia. So I wasn't so sure about this Faramis pick. I would say it's probably something Master Pun is comfortable with, but not exactly the best choice up against a Lilia and a Lolita. So we're seeing some tugs here for the side of Wawa Gaming. Lots of pros as well from the Lilia, forcing Master Pun to actually back away from that one. And looking at Wawa Gaming, this is something a bit more balanced. Like in game number 2, they had so many early game heroes. So it really made it difficult for Team Evo to answer out. But this time, I think it's a bit more balanced, has a lot more range, and a decent amount of sustain.
It is a lot more well-rounded than what we have been seeing so far into the series. But I want to talk about Lilia real quick. Her skill set consists of skills, of course, that can slow you. You know, she has the magic shockwave. She even has the shadow energy. But that aside, looks like your name has I set on Pierre X, and that was quite an explosion. And will be the kill going over to Team Evo. First blood gets bagged by the Team Isuku side. Maybe they want even more. You also have Master Fun a little bit too close for comfort. Almost got taken out there. Remake though was able to get the kill onto Adi. No black shoes yet, so she is very much vulnerable to fights and clashes. Stuns connecting onto one, and with that, they will be able to get the kill. Gold League in favor of Wawa Gaming, but again, there is the first blood being secured by Team Evo. 1 and 2 now on the board. Team Wawa Gaming, they have the lead. That will be another kill secured by Pierre X, and the kill onto Bison onto 1-1. Was not able to get the combo in just yet. They could, and they should, push this top lane turret, but they get spotted out by Lolita as well as Lilia. The two does get stunned though. Black Shoes has been popped by Agi, trying to re-engage, but it's not going to be enough. The bombs, the damage will not be enough just yet. Master Pun will be there, decides to focus on Agi, does get pulled in, but Miston will be there to save the day, and everyone falls back.
I'm just looking at the lineup here of both sides. I noticed that there's a lot of guys with swords here. You got Oper on the Arlot. You also got the Lapu Lapu and the Martis actually. So there's a lot of like melee heroes, melee damage heroes for both sides actually. And it's quite surprising that Oper is actually dishing a lot of damage on this. Like he's supposed to go head to head with Remake, but I have to say Remake will have some slight advantage here with the Lapu Lapu. You got the Festival of Blood emblem as compared to Oper that has the tenacity. So it's a damage versus sustain here. I talked about Oper being more of like a sustain type of XP laner, not the aggressive one. So it's more Remake here that is able to be extra aggressive rather than Oper, who's a little bit more passive, more on soaking up the damage, more on being the front line here for the side of Team Evo. But we're seeing a lot of aggressive rotations here from Wawa. They got already 3 kills here, 4-minute mark, and they also got the first turtle, so they're off to a great start. And once again, if they manage to pick up this game, Yuko, this is going to be Wawa Gaming going up against IDNS once again. It's a rematch for the next game if ever they do manage to get this game, but it seems like it's going that way. That Fenrir strike once again lands on the stun, having a difficult time there. There is that flash on to Master Fun.
Wow.
And that is going to be the turtle picked up once again by Your Mind, by Wawa Gaming, but he will get taken down there by Agi. And this is what you get when you have a Lilia from the backside and you left her unchecked. And it's also hard to catch the Lilia, right? Like, you get that block juice up, you're able to regen some HP and go back to where you were. So I think for Wawa Gaming, that is someone that they need to take down first during the clashes.
See, Remake tried to catch Agi, but Agi was able to pop the black juice at the perfect time. Thus, you are correct. It is so difficult to catch Lilia. On top of that, he was able to take out Faramis. So that was Master Pun down. And on top of that, the combo Magic Shockwave was with the Shadow Energy. It was a lot of bombs. And another one! Remake gets taken down again by Agi. That was a lot of things going in the favor, honestly, of Team Evo. Agi finally making his name, his hero known. We saw him in the Farsa, we saw him all these bursty type of mages, but he just moved so differently and moved so well in this Lilia so far. Let's see how well he can pick this off. Massive fun here yet again. Respect. That is going to be the Mekong Qualifier on to 2. We have everyone in the middle of everything. Force up the game with different airstrike as well. Here comes Agi. No black shoes though. Bombs are being thrown out. That will be the mega kill going over to Agi. See? Master Pun goes back, gets met by a bomb, and it was another kill secured by Team Evo. Now, Respect gets taken by the Dominion Blast, and that will be the kill secured. And again, for Team Evo. Do they want more? They do. However, Peter X morphs into a bird and flies away.
This is what you get, right? The shadow energy, once it connects here for Lilia, for Agi, that is going to make so much sense, right? Like when 20 August is able to set up those Numenum Blasts, you get them nicely lined up there. And then once Lilia has those blooms and those shadow energies connected all together, it's just a beautiful combination here from the roamer and the mid laner. And finally, Team Evo, they're going to get the last turtle of this game. And that is going to be them at least getting in the gold lead this time, actually, surprisingly. And Biston, we're seeing him rather slowly going online. And if Wawa Gaming does not manage to at least get the next sword or maybe even get some pickups here, get that gold lead up once again. But we're seeing a solo kill on the bottom side. Respect here might actually get that blast, and he does. It's gonna get another pick off for Team Evo.
I say that was a clean trade. I mean, you get 1-1, we get Melissa, so that's the main damage dealers. That was neutralized immediately by Team Evo. Now, Wawa Gaming, they know who to look for. They know who to hunt, and that is Aji. Aji, though, will be accompanied by 20 August. Thus, he will not be alone. That is going to be a very tanky Lolita. Has the stuns, has the shields even to protect Aji here. And looks like Wawa Gaming will have to rethink that decision. They fall back, and after Aji clearing in the minion wave, that will be another attempt. Of course, operating of everything. Good initiative, honestly, from Opera. That was quite a play. Also, the flicker being popped just so he will be out in danger's way. Aji was not able to follow up, but that's okay. That was still quite an initiate from Opera, forcing Wawa Gaming back. There is more space now in the bottom lane. Your mind gets spotted out, and your mind again will have to use the combo to get out of that sticky situation.
You see that Biston didn't really have that much of a great time in this lane. That's 3 deaths. Care of Peter X's better there strike. That was like twice. But I'm not so sure what Biston has secured right now. I actually want to see the items here in the 8-minute mark, knowing that it's Team Evo that has the lead right now. And we're starting to see all these heroes, Agi, Biston, activate already as compared to game number 1. There's the black shoes being popped, and blast! Here comes Opera as well with the final slash. But Respect as well is gonna get that Inspire up, setting things up for your fight. This might actually be a wrong call. That's your name. You're trying to take down. He's able to soak up the damage, and of course let Biston free hit. That's 2 members down for the side of Wawa Gaming, and still Team Evo with the upper hand here. Can they get this first sword on the game? Actually, I think they can. That's Remake jumping in, unable to get anything. Final slash once again comes through for Master Pun. Is gonna get taken down there by Biston. Nice initiation here by Over. And finally, Team Evo getting their groove back up, getting in this first start of the game.
That was such an extended team fight, and it still ended in favor of Team Evo because of how well they can juggle all of those team fights. Lord has been secured as well by Team Evo, which is now making his way down into the bottom lane. And yeah, what are you thinking? Like, what should Wawa Gaming do here? It's the 10-minute mark. Still a lot of minutes for them to be able to get a comeback, but what should be the win condition here?
Well, pretty much Biston is already activated by this moment, right? Like 3-3-3. Well, not exactly the best KDA on this one. Usually, like it's Biston being able to shine on his lane. But what I'm looking forward to here for Wawa Gaming is once again Master Pun, putting up that cult altar in the moment that Wawa Gaming would need it the most. I mean, they have the initiate here from Remake, and now here comes the Lord. We're waiting for, once again, the Numinal Blast here from 20 August. He hasn't popped it up just yet. Waiting for the right time as well. So I think timing will be the key here for both of our roamers. For 20 August, that Numinal Blast, and for Master Pun, actually that Cult Altar. But here's what I would say. It was such a risky move to pick up the Faramis here. I mean, that's a roamer Faramis you're talking about, right? Like there's a lot of the nerfs on the cooldown of the Faramis, especially if it's able to sustain. And you see that Master Pun actually gets caught up every time that the Team Evo will actually set up a clash here. He's the first one down. He's the one frontlining here, if not for Remake. And what I'm looking forward to see as well is going to be Peter X when he lands that Feathered Airstrike. But by this time already, like Team Evo already has the items that they need. Your Name as well has all the items that he needs, the front line for the side of Team Evo. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike and Cult Altar, the one we're waiting for, and the Numinal Blast right after all of that. It gets cancelled. But for the side of Wawa Gaming, they're still looking to fight back. 20 August, gonna get Biston to land that crossbow tag, forcing the members of Wawa Gaming to back away. And honestly, this is something that Team Evo keeps on doing once again, forcing the members of Wawa Gaming to back away. And then eventually, it's going to set things up for Evo to have a better position in the Lord side.
A lot of good positioning indeed from Team Evo, and they're so confident that they can just jump back and forth towards the base of Wawa Gaming. See, it's this what happens when you have an Arlet and the Lolita and the Lilia in your game. You just need good succession of skills, good CC, and Lilia will have the time of her life. Well, you also have Biston, of course, for extra damage, extra push here. Now I'm actually curious to see what Wawa Gaming could do. I guess it's back to the default, back to square one. See if you can pick someone off. Maybe Biston, maybe Opper if they see him. 20 August is near the area though, but yeah. I don't think Wawa Gaming will try to force this one yet. They won't be able to contest the Lord even.
It was a rough start for Team Evo actually, and right now once again they're getting their groove on. They're getting once again their synergy back up. And once this is what's making it deadly for the side of Wawa Gaming. This is a composition that works so well when it comes to the mid to late game. And honestly, all Wawa Gaming needs to do is perhaps like take down Biston first, because that is going to be such a huge problem in the clashes. If they don't, or they leave Biston unchecked, he's gonna be able to pop in that crossbow of Tang in the clashes, which is what makes it really difficult for a farmers, right? Even though you got the Yule Belter, you're unable to sustain, because pretty much the 1-1 is untouchable when it has that crossbow of Tang up. We're starting to see mortalities being picked up here as well, so they're gonna go for the long run. Once again, the ultimates from our roamers, all eyes on that. Here comes the Lord, Hugo.
There is gonna be the Lord marching indeed, and turrets falling down already. Yeah, I don't think Team Evo will actually stop this and shoot. Lumina Blast being popped as well. Look at the Agi with all those black shoes plays. As Green going over to Piston. Actually, 2K going over to him. Actually, maybe even 3K. Gets that Maniac even. Shut down going over to Adi. He could even get that Savage, and he does. What a way to actually end the game. That was so fast, but that was a beautiful team fight for Team Evo. Give Biston all the kills, give him the setup, and give the victory to Evo Esports. They were able to win game number 1. They did lose game number 2, but still, what matters was they were able to win the series.
They really struggled in the upper brackets yesterday, but finally today we are seeing them starting to hold things together, mesh things up once again, and of course, moving on to the next round. You're going to be facing IDNS one last time in the next match for our final lower brackets. But of course, before we head on over to that, this was a fast game. Honestly, I'm surprised this was how it turned out for Biston. Like, if you've seen Biston in the like 5-minute mark, like it was all deaths, like 3 deaths on Biston, but right after that he was able to get the items that he needs. Like, I think right after he picked up the Wind of Nature, it made it much easier for him to go in the clashes. I mean, especially if you're going up against a Melissa that can really shred you apart with the Inspire and even the combos. There is a very good amount of sustain here for Wawa Gaming, which is why I think the Luminant Blast or the Lolita here was such a big factor for Team Evo. Right after the Cult Altar has been popped by Master Pun, it is completely useless. Right after the Lolita will have a follow-up setup for the side of Team Evo, which is pretty much the name of the game. And I was really worried. Like, I was like, this is such a risky pick for Wawa Gaming, the farms. I would have preferred, honestly, the Min Sitar, right? Like, I think it was also, like, both choices were really risky, but at the same time, for Team Evo, all they needed to do for this game was actually hold it out until the late game, hold it out until Biston has the items that he needs, and eventually, it really worked well. This is the second Savage that we've seen in this qualifier, Yuko, am I right?
Yes, the second one.
Right, second one, and obviously there was the early game really went to Wawa Gaming Laos. We've seen that, right? Like the turtles secured twice by the side of Wawa Gaming, but eventually I think right after Agi was able to pick up the items as well, like the ice, especially after the ice speed one, he was able to rotate really fast with 20 August, getting those setups for their side. And of course, obviously, it is going to be Agi. Yep, there was a Savage on Biston, but it is still going to be Agi, the one that made space for Biston to actually shine in the late game on this Lilia. And this is really why I'm wondering, like, why aren't the other teams picking this hero up? This is great. It has the black shoes. It has a great amount of damage as well. And it's often overlooked, really. I think it's more of the battle of the high ground mages. But this is a testament to what the Lilia can do in this match. And honestly, it was a great game for Wawa Gaming. And once again, they're going to be facing IDNS in the next round. Let's find out if it's going to be a Laos versus Laos, or is it going to be a Laos versus Thailand in our grand finals for today.
Yep, and again, that was a beautiful, beautiful game. And to add on the fact that or rather, as to why Lilia was the MVP, Agi was able to cause so much havoc in the early game. Again, it was so slippery, and with all those combos, it was really a problem for Wawa Gaming. GG still though for Wawa Gaming. It was a beautiful series. They were able to make it this far, and we hope to see more from these teams. But with that, let's take a look at the highlights from that game number 3.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. GG, well played, North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, We know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments. leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I'm the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang.
We are one series closer to finally seeing the grand finals, but for now, let's watch I Do Not Sleep versus Team Evo. Now, Team Evo, they just got off from a victory here, and as we know, IDNS is one of the most formidable opponents for this region. So, Burger Kim, thoughts on this matchup?
Well, this is a rematch of the upper bracket semis, so it's no surprise that this is going to be the outcome. Honestly, I was actually expecting Wawa Gaming. Oh no, actually no. They've never gone up against each other. Sorry, I kept thinking it was Wawa Gaming, but it's actually Team Evo that moved forward. So this is going to be the first time that they're going to be going up against each other. To give you guys a recap, during the group stages, Team Evo actually had no losses. So it is quite surprising. It's actually not a surprise for the fans of Team Evo that they will be reaching this point wherein it is going to be a tie versus Laos final lower brackets. So for IDNS, again, there's a lot of pressure on them. They've never missed a single MSC, and they are just one step closer to having that rematch against Nightmare Esports in the grand finals if ever they do move forward here. But to face Team Evo first, that honestly had a rough start during the upper bracket semifinals. It was actually 2-0 when they gone up against Nightmare, eventually falling to the lower brackets, working their way up until this point to fight IDNS for that one spot in the grand finals. All I can say, Yuko, for these two teams, this is going to be the last and final time that they might make an appearance here. So either for IDNS or Team Evo, this is do or die for them. So whatever they have under their sleeves, they should bring it out right now, since this is already going to be their last and final match for our Mekong Qualifier. So whoever is going to lose this one is going to be saying goodbye, going to go home, and of course, maybe try again next time. Let's take a look at our draft here. We're already seeing 8 bans coming through. That is a Valentina ban for the side of Team Evo. And for IDNS, looking at the way they drafted before, or maybe taking out some comfort picks for Team Evo, perhaps like the Glue, since they're the first pick. I'm thinking like Glue. Or maybe even something along the lines of Your Name's Heroes, like a Martis could be taken out. They're going to respect the 1-1 first here of Team Evo, Biston. So no 1-1 for Biston this game. I'm actually curious of what he will pull out for this round.
I mean, you just witnessed how Biston was able to get that Savage, right? So of course your first reaction was, yeah, let's ban that out. Let's not. One hero that IDNS almost always bans though is a Diggy. So I want to see if they will be banning him out still in this Best of 3 series. But aside from Diggy, another very much formidable hero here will be Farsa, and she will still be banned out by Team Evo.
Yeah, well, this is what made it difficult for Team Evo in the early game. So the Feathered Airstrike really put a lot of pressure on the gold lane, Biston especially. And we talked about this a lot here. All the high ground mages are such a problem.
Yeah.
Eve, though, we haven't seen it being picked up. Most of the time, it's always on the ban list. Or if it is open, like the players actually go for something else, like maybe like heroes for pickoff, like the Kadita or Gushon, which we've seen sometimes. But usually, like for yesterday's games, we've seen a lot of the saviors. So I have yet to see that for this game. But of course, these are two teams that have never gone up against each other. So there might actually just be surprises here. But what's not a surprise here is going to be the Joy ban of IDNS. Obviously, more often than not, when it is them on the on the red side rather, they will take this hero out. Maybe perhaps even the R-Lot here for their final ban for this first phase.
I'm looking at the band so far, and I have to say, I already can sketch out a bit of what the draft will be for IDNS. Mizumink could pick up the Kagura. Thursday really excels in all of these, this Melissa and all of that very strong heroes. We also have Franco available for Zanri. I don't think they're going to be banning that out. So after Team Evo picks up their first pick, let's see, will they put priority on Franco? It will be the last ban for IDNS, and that's true. Kaja is available, so they could and they should pick that up.
Kaja, or they can start with an Eve. But if they start with an Eve, IDNS can pick up the Kaja, instant counter to the Eve. So yeah, obviously if you have the first choice, that is going to be the Kaja picked up by Team Evo. I think this is probably, looking at the stats here, Kaja was picked 4 times, has a 100% win rate, so which means that every time it's out, it's almost a sure win for the team. And they still pick up the Eve here for IDNS. Valentine is already out, so Again, this is quite difficult for IDNS. I mean, I love the high ground mage, but then again, there is going to be the Kaja here to stop or to cancel out the real world manipulation. So for Mizzy Mink here, to be able to play this Eve well in all the clashes, he should be able to position himself in a spot where 20 August will not be able to pick him off. And now to add up to the lineup here of Team Evo, they quickly pick up their gold laner as well. And that Martis that we've seen your name spam up until this point. So the Martis also actually has a very good pick rate and not so much, but the pick rate is pretty high here in the Mekong Qualifiers. Instantly, that's going to be 33 picking up another comfort pick of his. That is the Melissa. Instantly picked out here for the final pick of IDNS. Now, last two bans here, we have yet to see still Zanri heroes. Perhaps like the Franco could be banned away here. Heroes like the Atlas or maybe even the Diggy for the final ban of IDNS if they want to go for those center tanks.
I was hoping for a Franco pickup, but of course, Team Evo, they did their homework. With that, they will be banning out Franco since we are the second rotation. Saber has been banned out by IDNS as well. Don't really want to give a lot of good heroes for Aggie's pool. And let's wait which will be the last bans for each of the teams here. For the side of IDNS, I was about to say they could ban out Lunox, and they did. Just so no, there's no Chaos Darkening, there's no someone that can actually be in your face against Eve. But for Team Evo, let's see which else is available. Atlas can be picked up, Crew Pretzel available. You also have Akai, but they choose to ban out Lolita since, well, Luminum Blast was a problem in the previous series.
Here's the thing, the last pick will be going to IDNS, so they can pretty much still shock us with that Atlas pick. Not unless Team Evo, they already have their roamer here, so they can no longer pick up the Diggy. Not unless you want to put that Kaja mid. So that never happened. Like more often than not, it's always the Kaja as the roamer. So that's not going to be an option. Is he going to go for the classic Lancelot pick, something that we've seen in the upper bracket matches? Now, for Team Evo, they still need someone in the mid lane to go up against Eve. I would like to see the Lilia once again, and instantly, like, as I say the Lilia, it's gonna get picked up. Honestly, this mage, I love it. It's really cute. You actually rocked those pigtails last time, so quite reminiscent of the Lilia's hairstyle. And it has the same effect as the Eve. Not that much range as the Eve. Like, the Eve has a lot more range, right? But the Lilia is pretty good in the clashes. You've seen Agi on it in the last game. And I'd say it's a pretty solid pickup. They also get the Lapu Lapu for their final pick. So now Zanri, it's up to Zanri to pick up his hero here. I'd still say a Atlas would be great here, but not so good in catching the Claude. So I'm not so sure if he's going to go for utility type of tank, or is it going to be once again the center type of tank like a Kufra, or maybe even none of those. Actually, you're going to go for the Grok, something that's also in the top ban list but never really picked up once it's open, and that is going to be Xander once again. I believe in the last qualifiers he was able to pick this up a lot, so he played a lot of good graphs, a lot of good setups with the wild charge. So I'd say this is pretty solid from IDNS, a lot of their comfort picks. But as for Team Evo, they can always pull off a miracle with this. It's the first time I'm going to see 20 August on this Kaja, by the way.
Well, you know, Kaja has a good win rate, has a good pick rate. So maybe that's something Team Evo could be banking on. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how well Adi will perform in this Lilia this time around, because there is a Lancelot that can go with the puncture. There is Eve that can pop in with the real way manipulation. There's also a Grok that can actually just, you know, put the Guardian's Barrier, stop any tactic or stop any attempt from Black Shoes from Adi here. So again, this is our series number 2, another best of 3, game 1, Team Evo versus IDNS. So take your picks, comment down who you believe will be able to win, and let's hop into the Land of Dawn.
One last time, let's take a look at this. This is game number 1 for IDNS and Team Evo that will be going head-to-head for the very first time here in the final upper brackets. And of course, this is still a best out of 3. Whoever will take this series will be facing Nightmare Esports, who's already waiting in the grand finals. But of course, before we head over to the Land of Dawn, it's going to be, of course, a pause first. Yeah, we haven't seen these two teams go up against each other, so let's keep the suspense up. But once again, we'd like to thank everyone that tuned into the live stream. I know there's a lot of like Mobile Legends events all across the globe, so thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like and share the live stream as well. But we'll be starting our game shortly. But Yugo, what are your expectations on these two roamers? Like, we've never seen, rarely do we see like Zanri on a Grok, right? Then rarely do we see 20 August on the Kaja. So any thoughts on these two roamers or on how it would actually play out in this game?
Okay, I think I'm sure looking at Kaja, he is a bit more damage centric, right? So maybe 20 August will try to wait before he gets Divine Judgment and catch, I don't know, maybe Melissa off guard. But for Grok, again, I won't be surprised if he is going to be focused firing onto Agi and making sure that, no one can actually go near Cog. So my expectations, honestly, is that they're both gonna be all over the map, but they will wait for their ultimates first before they start to do anything funny. So yeah, again, this is gonna be the draft for both sides, and it's very exciting. Whichever wins in this best of 3 again will be up against Nightmare, which is chilling in our grand finals for a best of 5.
Wow, the suspense is really killing me. Look at this. We're actually getting a good glimpse of the entire lineup of both sides. So just take a look at it. I mean, Kaja, right? Right there in front for the side of Team Evo. And as for the side of IDNS, I actually missed Zanri on this Grok. Like, the last time he spammed this Grok was the M4 qualifier. So I haven't seen him so much on this, so it was mostly on the Kufras and the Atlases for this qualifier. So it's so refreshing to see him on this hero once again that made IDNS win the Mekong Qualifiers last year and even had a good run in last M4 Mekong Qualifier. So this is great. And looking at the draft here of Team Evo, once again, this is the same draft or a similar draft that made them win up against Wawa Gaming of Laos in the lower bracket semi-final. So we're looking forward to see Wawa Gaming once again. Honestly, it's always a promising run from them, but I'm looking to see them improve once again once we get into the next qualifiers for the Mekong. High ground mage though, like Eve up against the Lilia. Both of them are purple. Both of them have insane amount of slows. So it's just a good back and forth, or I would say like a good counterpick after counterpick for both sides. But yeah.
I actually like how you mentioned that Lilia is kind of like a low budget Eve. But I guess the lead, or at least the advantage Lilia has, is she has black shoes. So she has ways to escape. Eve has no choice but to accept her fate if anyone is gonna die right at her face. So they each have their own advantages, and yeah, I guess it's similar because they're perfect for setup. It just so happened that you can time the combo a lot better with Lilia compared to Eve. Like, if you're Eve, that's just you keep on spamming the skills, you land the ultimate, and you're good to go. That's just it. For Lilia, you have a lot more micros to deal with, and we need someone to be able to protect you in the front line. But yeah, well, you mentioned our roamers here. You mentioned the Grok, you mentioned the Kaja. Aside from these two, what other hero matchups are you looking forward to in game number 1?
Well, aside from the fact that the junglers here have different mechanics, right? Like the Martis is more of the tanky Martis. At the same time, it can secure objectives. And by the way, I do have to commend your name here for always getting that retribution on point. And as for Izzy, I think this is probably maybe less than 5 games that I've seen him on the Lancelot. So mostly on Izzy, I see like a lot of the Fredrins and a lot of the so he actually adjusted his playstyle as well. So we rarely do we see like him picking up like a Martis, right? So he's more comfortable with the assassins, and actually with the adjustments that were made, or the new meta that was made in the Philippines, wherein the tank slot was a thing. So now our other regions started picking it up, and it's actually working really well for them. And looking at the Claude here, I'd say that when it comes to the late game, I do have to give it to the Claude though. I mean the Claude Blazing Duet, one Blazing Duet in the late game is just enough to wipe out the entire team. Not the same effect as the Wanman of Biston, but pretty much the Claude can wreak havoc in the late game as compared to the Melissa, right? I mean, Melissa pretty much still deadly, but it doesn't have that much of an impact when it comes to the late game as compared to the Claude. So there's a lot of differences in terms of the skills and even in terms of the play styles that these players have.
Yeah, there are just some other combos, I guess, that they really want to focus on the pick off. They want to focus on, front to back and all that. And I know you guys are pretty excited to see the game, but chill for a bit, the game will start in a few seconds. We are very much just as excited as you guys are. So again, to those who just jumped in, this is Team Evo versus IDNS, the second series for the day, best of 3. Team Evo was able to take down Wawa Gaming in another best of 3 earlier today, and with something similar for their draft. And yeah, whoever wins this will be up against Nightmare, who is sitting comfortably in our grand finals bracket at a best of 5. So you mentioned Claude. Actually, Claude is one of those heroes that, I don't know, like he's barely never out of the meta. There was a healthy time though he was not picked up, but even in those off times, you still can pretty much pick him up. There's other better marksmen, and now it's very refreshing to see that he is still in the meta. A different with different roamers though, with different supports and all that, but the draft and the concept is still pretty much the same. And I like how you mentioned that. Rather, I like how you also compared Claude with Melissa. I guess Melissa lacks a little bit more AoE and a little bit more, burst damage. That's probably the reason why Team Evo was very much happy and excited to pick up this COD. You also have a lot of ways to disengage with the BMI. And yeah, all of those combos, all of these micros can actually put some macro into the game. I'm not expecting anything different in the early game. It could just be very chill, or I don't know, they could go crazy. I mean, Agi in Lilia, we saw how he was in the previous series. I won't be surprised if he will just go around and wreak havoc in the Land of Dawn, even though he's just level 2, level 3, right?
Yeah, I mean for Agi, right? The Lilia was actually dubbed as the first blood queen. Like you've seen it in the game with Wawa Gaming, wherein the Lilia was just actually able to rotate fast. I think we can expect that much from Team Evo in the early game, because the Claude will definitely need more time to be able to get the items that he needs. And there was actually a time wherein the Claude was rocked in the jungle, like a jungle Claude, but I don't think it works right now with the meta. Like the meta right now is all about fast farming. It's all about scaling up pretty fast. And with the Claude in the jungle, that's really going to take a lot of time to be able to farm up, to be able to scale. Yep, you might get all the farm, but it's a different thing when you're playing in the gold lane. The Melissa, I would say both these marksmen have a good toolkit up against each other. Like they're great in team fights. But looking at the high ground that IDNS has, what I'm worried about is if Zanri here is able to land a nice wild charge and then get Miziming to land that real world manipulation at the right time, not getting cancelled by 20 August, that should make IDNS win all the clashes. Plus, their lineup here for IDNS is very mobile. I mean, you got a Lancelot, you also got the Arlot. That looks like the Lancelot. So pretty much they can dash in and out of the clash. So there's a lot of ins and outs. The only one that will have a problem during the clash will have to be that Eve. I mean, there's only more or less the flicker to escape the clash. But other than that, there's no dash, no blink skill for the Eve. So that is something that someone that IDNS has to protect rather.
Well, I guess they can, and that they should, just to make sure that they can last all of these team fights, I believe this is the first Kaja pick for the day, and I want to see how Team Evo can rock it, because if you can recall what happened in series number 1, I believe this was in game number 3. There wasn't any Kaja, but the fact that they were just able to get those early pickups, just be very aggressive, maybe this Kaja can help their draft a lot more I mean, the Divine Judgment is very scary and all that stuff. Also, the Ring of Order. So it's a lot more combos, a lot more possibilities for the side of Team Evo. And yeah, again, this is going to be the draft for our series number 2, game number 1. I know you guys are excited and curious to see what will happen, but I assure you, we're excited as well. But good things come to those who wait, so we're going to have to wait for a few more minutes before the game will start.
Ah,
But
there
I
you
think
go.
they heard me. Something's moving, everything is moving, and we're going to jump into the line of dawn for game number 1.
Finally, I know you guys are waiting for a while, but of course, what better way to hype up this game than, of course, getting a very good glimpse of our draft. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn. This is game number 1 between IDNS and Team Evo in this best out of 3. And instantly, we're seeing Zanri already really low. What a way to open the day, but this is a Grok, so he should be fine here. There is going to be a lot of damage from the puncture coming out from Izzy. So they don't want to overcommit just yet. Both these teams are one step closer to the grand finals. One more step, or actually rather 2 more steps before they head over into MSC. Let's find that out later on. Which means looking at our teams here, you can expect once again Team Evo to have much of an upper hand when it comes to the early game. They got the Lapu Lapu. They also got Lilia and 20 August on that Kaja. So these are heroes that can actually go on for the invades early on. So you can see IDNS actually struggling when it comes to the pokes here up against Team Evo. And we're seeing a advantage here by Your Name. It's actually 1 level ahead out of Izzy. But Izzy just had that level 4 power spike, so no casualties just yet. Just a lot of battle spells being used this 2-minute mark.
That has been the Mortal Coil being popped by Martis as well. Of course, Decimation will not be used just yet, but a lot of really close calls for the side of IDNS. Upper now will be caught off guard, but don't worry, he will be a-okay. Everyone is just waiting on with their ultimates. Turtle is now up. 20 August will be clearing out the wave. Zanri keeping him at bay. Ring of Order has been popped yet again. First dibs goes to Martis for this turtle. Tries to bite someone out there, but was not able to do so. There'll be another Ring of Order. That's gonna be the sun connected onto 2. You have the Ring of Manipulation. First blood going over to Minty Mink, and Turtle has been secured by the side of IDNS as well.
And this is where it gets tricky, right? Like, they were trying to secure the objective. You got Mizzy Make to land that nice real-world manipulation, catching Opera actually in the middle of everything, getting that pick off, and actually giving Amy Hop the upper hand here up against the Lapu Lapu. And I mean, if you're talking about the XP lane, I just have to give it to the Lapu Lapu here. A lot more sustain, a lot more can play more aggressively as compared to the Arlot of Amy Hawk here. So great advantage for the side of IDNS. Now we're seeing a Guardian's Barrier here. Your Name once again gonna get the tip of the damage. And there might be another one. That is Agi unable to pop that black shoes. Actually, I'm surprised that Agi went for the sprint here. Usually, whenever a Lilia is out on the field, you'd have it use the flicker instead of the sprint. Like, you want to flicker out, pop in that black shoes, and reposition yourself. But I guess it's a matter of like evading all of the dash in and out of Izzy here with that sprint.
Yeah, I guess, Aggie and Lucilia will be the juicy target for Lancelot. However, the new juicy target for Izzy will be Opper, but Opper will be able to walk his way into safety. Little Wonder has been taken by 20 August. Nothing much happening to the map right now, except that 1v1 up top. You also have Izzy making his way in to Opper. Opper, he's taking out some damage today. Something I noticed. But don't worry, Flicker is still available. No more ultimate though, but he will be a-okay. Looking now back at the bot lane side, called quietly farming. Demon Hunter's Heart has been picked up immediately. And it looks like Zanri has his eye set on 20 August. Wild Charge is up, should they want that. And I have to say, the first 3 kills from IDNS all was made possible by Zanri. There you go. 3 hero stun actually connecting onto 3. That's gonna be the jump in for the side of Idealist again. 33 gets to kill onto Lapu Lapu. And will they find any more target? Maybe there is one because after the stun, Izzy gets a kill onto Martis, onto Upper, and rather onto your name. And now that will be the turtle secured by IDNS as well. 0-6 right now. No turrets down yet, but they have a 4K gold lead.
Yeah, what's great here. I actually thought Team Evo was gonna have once again gonna win that clash. There was already the shadow energy being laid out there by Agi, but unfortunately, it was Zanri once again with the Guardian's Barrier getting that nice wild charge and eventually setting the play for 33 to pop that Inspire and just shred apart the members here of Team Evo. They still don't have any answers, and it seems like Izzy is so comfortable on this Lancelot. You see how he just punches in and out of that objective like the turtle, and eventually he doesn't get picked off, which is what makes it really hard here for Team Evo to get the objectives, despite the fact that your name is comfortable on this Martis as well. Here comes the engage onto Zanri. That is a graph you're talking about. Here comes the real manipulation as the backup. Everyone's gonna use those sprints out of that one. And we might actually see Izzy diving in here. He has to be extra careful, and that is going to be a killing spree picked up by Izzy. Gold laner down here on the bottom side. They're trying to go for more here. Your name gonna pop in that decimation out of that one. And IDNS once again on the lead right now with a 4K gold lead up against Team Evo.
That was interesting because they committed Divine Judgment on Zanri, which is the Croc. So the moment that IDNS re-engaged, there is no solid ultimate to be able to stop them from jumping in. But at the very least, Izzy is looking pretty good right now, sitting comfortably at the 3-0-4. 3 out of the 7 kills that IDNS already has. There was a good attempt on the Blazing Duet by Viston as well, but again, it was just very vulnerable. He was in a vulnerable positioning. Zanri, again, you have a real manipulation being popped. Good Guardian's Barrier. That'll be the kill going over to Mizzy Ming. Lilia gets taken down. And IDNS being very methodological in this lineup. Blazing Duet does not have much damage just yet, so he'll be forced to BMI out of there.
And here is where it gets tricky, right? This is probably the reason why all these high ground mages are always banned out. You don't really have a way to get to them, and I think IDNS, they're just like, we're gonna go for that high ground mage. It doesn't matter if we have the Kaja to counter out this Eve, as long as Mizzy Mix should be able to position himself well. It's great, right? Like, we haven't seen any Divine Judgments just yet to cancel out the real with manipulation, which is the biggest problem here for Team Evo, right? They aren't able to catch Mizzy Ming, making it a problem, and we see the Divine Judgment actually just gonna go to Zanri, who is gonna be able to take out the damage. I'm not so sure if Mizzy Ming has the Ice Queen one just yet, so that's gonna be a big factor here once he gets the Ice Queen one. And Team Evo struggling once again. Speaking of the real manipulation, here it comes. Oper gonna try to go in for the cancel onto Mizzy Ming, forces that flicker out. And the rest of the members of the IDNS might actually be punished here, but instead they are able to recall back to safety.
I have to say, very immaculate chain stuns from the side of IDNS. But in that situation, I guess they just a bit too much that they could chew. Something I noticed though is they only use real world manipulation if Penny always is not around, or if they saw with their own eyes that Divine Judgment has been used. So they are really playing the mind games against Team Evo here. Now that'll be the puncture to jump in from Izzy, rather the ultimate from Izzy. Was not able to get a kill though, but that's a-okay. They will be able to take a few steps back. Next objective will be up in 30 seconds, but it looks like both teams are spread kind of thin.
Looking at Oper here, this is quite new for me, right? Oper is more of a glue player, more of the sustain. I haven't seen so much lapu-lapus on him. So I think there was also a time that Oper picked up a Benedetta. So it's more of like evading the clashes. And here we see Zanri taken down 20 August, popping in that sticker as well. Black Shoes has been used by Agi here. I don't think he gets survive Izzy's
Ouch.
Thorn Rose there. And Puncture Out still unable to stop this man. 10 kills picked up by IDNS, and it's about to reach the 10-minute mark. That's like 1 kill per minute for IDNS here. Not that much of a gold lead just yet. Like, usually you'd see like maybe 8, almost going towards 10k here. But I mean, just a little bit more, right? If IDNS will be able to pick up this Lord, they should be able to leverage on their gold lead. Once again, there is Zanri here frontlining for the side of IDNS. Lord is already at 1/4 HP, and you see the Guardian's Barrier. They have solidified their grasp here, and that is going to be IDNS securing in the first Lord of the game, but Piston as well doing his work here. That should be 2 towers instantly for the side of Team Evo.
Yeah, they gave him the space, and he was able to get 2 turrets. Now for IDNS, looks like there's a lot of things going in their favor. You know, they get 10 kills, Evo gets none. You have the hero manipulation stuns connecting again onto Zanri. He took so much. He was forced to flicker out of there. They were not able to get the turret, but they were able to get the kill onto Opera. Not yet being able to snowball, actually. So they're now allowing the Lord to walk through the bot lane. Bistan will be there to pop with the Blazing Duet to clear the waves. He is in a tight situation to jump out of there. A good BMI in and out, by the way. That was based onto the wild charge from Zanri. But yeah, a very good mind game for both teams. Lord is still marching in the bot lane, by the way. But looks like that will be taken care of by your name, which gives space for IDNS to push through in the mid lane. They get 1 turret, they could get more. This is a possible 2v3. The other members are down at the bottom lane. Turret has been taken down. And even the one in the mid lane, actually. So no more outer turrets for Team Evo. IDNS, they made it look so easy.
Well, that's a lot of towers, right? To equalize what Biston has taken. And you can kind of see how IDNS is just using all their resources to try and take down Biston. But once again, this is a Claude that you have to, I think for IDNS, they have to watch out for this Claude, right? Of Biston that can just crop in the Blazing Duet. We haven't seen any Blazing Duet just yet from Biston. I think he's just taking his time to be able to get the items that he needs, and I think by this time he should be able to, he should have secured that Demon Hunter sword and perhaps the golden staff already. We're seeing a bush setup here, nice engage here by the Brave Spider. You got the wild charge as well by Zanri, but look at the Blazing Duet from the backside. Biston going all the way in for the team. And that is going to be 2 kills instantly picked up, just as I was about a Blazing Duet. Perfectly laid out there by Team Evo, and they take down 3 for the price of none.
The reason why that was possible was because Tony August used Divine Judgment, but there was a... Oh, wait. Okay. You're gonna get the buff. Okay. Okay, all's good, all's good. Anyway, there was a Winter Truncheon for the side IDNS, so they were able to fight back almost immediately. You have to remember, by the way, safe to say, Bison is now online. There's also Shutdown Gold that went over to your name, so don't be surprised if you get like 1 or 2 new items for your name here. There's gonna be a jump in. No casualties just yet. Opera was just onto Zanri. Blazing Duet has been popped yet again. Ring of Order being used there as well. Real web manipulation now being set up by Measy Nick. But there won't be any follow-up. And with that, Team Evo, after getting 1 good team fight, they're the ones now pushing into the mid lane for IDNS.
Yeah, Biston's pretty much live right now. Early on, he was just like, yeah, the stream's just about to start, okay? Just give me some time to warm up. And now, we see the tides turning here. And it's Team Evo right now on the driver's seat. I'm just worried here if Biston, once again, is gonna go all the way to the back lines. I mean, it's such a rough start for them. And right now, this is where IDNS needs to make the play, right? try to get Biston first, and that's going to be such a major problem in the clashes. There is that wild charge onto your name. They should be able to melt down this Lord. There is the slows here from the Eve of Busy Make. Xander going to try to go all the way in, but he's just going to soak up the damage. The minion waves are here. He's going to get taken down by Biston. IDNS going to do their very best to defend their base here. The minions are still up, and they're going to lock in the team. It's Team Evo. Take it once again with a comeback for game number 1.
I'm seeing a trend here. Team Evo, they love winning that first game. And I like that because it really sets the tone here. See, the game was so good that when the cameras went back to us, Burger Kim already is wearing glasses. So being able to see all of those good plays. But yeah, again,
I was going to point out that I have glasses.
Yay, it looks good.
Yes,
But yeah, IDNS, they were able to get the early game, but you know, it's all gonna matter in the late game. And we talked about this. The draft from Team Evo shouts late game. They just need to really, really survive. Maybe take a few punches in the early game, but once Viston gets that one good play, everything will be okay. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I'm gonna say it again. Your name was able to get that shutdown gold, and afterwards, you know, it was a crazy Martis all throughout the game.
Yeah. For this game, what really turned it around for Team Evo was that bush play they set up on the mid lane. They set up that bush play, and they got that divine judgment onto, I think that was Zanri. He landed a nice wild charge, but eventually when Oper joined the party as well as your name, they were able to line up their skills pretty well, nice combo skills, and then get Biston to get that blazing duet all the way up until the back. I believe that was a shutdown on Izzy and a takedown on Busy Make as well. So it was all thanks to Biston's Claude that was able to take out the back line, and at the same time, you know, he didn't really have such a great early game, and that's already a given, right, with how IDNS was able to rotate. I mentioned this several times too, about the Claude of Biston, that nobody has left him, nobody checked on him just yet. That's a lot of gold on him, plus the Avarice emblem that he was able to maximize for this entire game, and eventually leading Team Evo to an epic comeback.
That was an epic comeback, really. Epic is just a word for it, honestly. Team Evo again being able to get that first game out of the best of 3 from IDNS. So, okay, we saw game number 3 in series number 1. I won't be surprised if we're going to be seeing another game number 3, because if you think about it, IDNS, they got that early game in the bag. It just so happened that there were a few mishaps in the last clash, but that's okay. It happened. It was also Biston playing so well. And speaking of a lot of good plays and Biston playing well, we actually have the highlights for you from game number 1.
Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Enemy 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports.
The stakes only become higher as we see more games. And again, this is the final day for our playoffs for the MSC 2023 Mekong Region Qualifiers. With the Beer Casters, I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim. So, alright, we're gonna jump straight into draft for game number 2, Team Evo versus I Do Not Sleep. First down will be Farsa for the side of Team Evo, and first down will be a 1-1 for IDNS. See, I'm kind of convinced that give Biston any hero that he knows, he can get away with it. So the best he can do is just take out 1-1, take out the uncatchable heroes and hope that he'll be able to play it out in the late game.
You know what? Team Evo actually has no losses in the group stages, and looking back at their run here in the upper bracket and even the lower bracket run, they actually only lost to Nightmare Esports, who's actually waiting in the grand final. So that was their only loss here in the semifinals and even the group stage. So looking at Biston, right? You talked about Biston. And honestly, this guy, I think he's more of the late game type of marksman. So it's fine if they have a slow start. It's fine as long as Biston can be able to shine in the late game. Maybe I'm thinking something along the lines of maybe shutting down Biston so much to the point that they can no longer scale, push the towers fast. So either for IDNS is make the game end the game as fast as possible, or maybe at least take out late game heroes for Biston to take, and they've already taken out the 1-1. I'm not so sure if they will pick up the Claude for themselves for 33, because looking at all the previous games of 33, mostly on the Melissa. If not the Melissa, like it's either a carry or a Beatrix, so not so much on the late game hero. So 33 is more of the team fight type of marksman. And once again, we're going to be seeing Team Evo lock in that Kaja. I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be maybe a steal on some of the heroes of Biston. Pick up an Eve, but this time actually they're going to go for the sustain here for IDNS, picking up the glue and the Faramis here right after that Kaja pick of Team Evo.
Faramis does not have a good win rate so far for the day, but there's a different story for Glue. So maybe this is signs of life for IDNS. So you'll be able to utilize that hero, of course. Let's see who else is available. Eve is open, Claude is open. Who else? So yeah, that's about it. Those usual priorities rather. Kufra is available as well, but they don't care about that. They want the penalty zone. So they're going to be locking in that there is none.
You know what? This is so great from Team Evo. They just know how to draft very well. The Terizla, the answer to the glue. And at the same time, they got a very good mid laner, right? Someone that worked really well for IDNS in game number 1, wherein all those real-world manipulations were able to make them win the team fights. But unfortunately, once again, it was all about the late game for Team Evo. Eventually, Biston was able to scale up, and then it was just Team Evo taking in that game with a comeback. So again, there will be maybe a contest here for either the Claude or the Melissa. High pick rates here in the Mekong Qualifier, so I'm not so sure if they will actually ban those out. Oh, it's actually gonna be a Claude here for Team Evo. I'm not so sure if Biston will pick up something like a different marksman, something completely out of range here. I mean, it's not impossible. We've seen a Leslie here, especially up against the tanky healers here of IDNS. But again, there is a Lancelot here, Busy, that can just really pressure you in the early game. So for IDNS, they're just taking away options here for the jungler role. Maybe even a Martis could be taken out here, or some of Biston's heroes.
I'm gonna say this. Melissa is open. I'm just not sure if that's something Biston would want. But you with the COD, they were the ones who banned out COD, by the way. Melissa is an okay here as well. Carry has been banned out by IDNS, so maybe this is something according to Team Evo's plan. Last ban will be a Franco. Again, really deserving the respect ban on Zami without those 100% hook rates. For the 33, let's see. Melissa again is open up for grabs if that is something they would want. Who else is available though for like full on damage?
Beatrix, right?
Beatrix, true.
They just
Benedetta, I
won
guess, if it
first.
fits them.
Yeah, they took out the carry. Again, the late game heroes, right, for Biston. The Beatrix. So, this might actually just mean that Biston can pick up the Melissa, but the last time that Biston picked up a Melissa, it wasn't really that successful. But they're still gonna go for it. Obviously, very good when it comes to team fights. And speaking of team fights, the composition here of Team Evo is just really screaming team fight. Out of the Kai there, you would really want to go for it, right? And plus, they have the advantage of having AoE with the Eve as compared to the Faramis that is only sustained. So now I am not so sure if this is a Zanri hero or is it going to be a Busy Mink hero. So I'm not so sure. Maybe put that Faramis in the rogue role and then maybe get Busy Mink to have something else like either a Kagura, maybe even a Kadita. Maybe if that's an option for them, they can actually do that since there's a lot of heroes that they need to deal with, Melissa and the Eve.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of, like people to keep in check or make sure that they will have to stay at bay. But someone that's kind of swimming too, not like Adita, but you have an Atlas, so they are going to be drafting against a full-on 5v5 team fight again. See, I like this because it's difficult to jump in the backline if there's an Atlas and a Glue in front of you. So I want to see how Team Evo will work around this. Of course, you have the heavy spin, but like another setup or another situation where they could just jump in with a combo. I actually want to commend first whoever drafts for these two teams because this is art, okay? If you're watching and you're playing MLBB, this is art. Being able to get that perfect balance between team fight and 1v2s or 2v3s, and this is match point for Team Evo, by the way. We only have a best of 3 for our second match. Whoever wins again will be up against Nightmare at the best of 5. Here to draft for our game number 2. Let's see, 2-0, or will we see a 1-1? Not the hero, the score. So of course, guys, don't forget to share the live stream, tag your friends, and let's get some MLBB action on the road.
What I'm worried about the draft here of IDNS, it's great, right? It's great to go up against the lineup here of Team Evo, wherein they just want team fights, but they really lack AoE here. So I'm just not so sure if this is something that they're comfortable with. I mean, Zanri got his comfort, right, with the Atlas, but there's not much AoE as compared to the Eve that has a huge range, right? Faramis is only more of tugging in the heroes with the Ghost Bursters, initiating also team fights. So for IDNS, expect them to at least set the tempo. And for the side of Team Evo, expect them to force out clashes because they definitely have the upper hand with the range, with the damage as well.
They actually have a lot of combos and a lot of, leeway to actually get the team fights. How do I say this? They have a lot of options and they have a lot of ways to jump in, but they also have ways to actually get out of a sticky situation. So I want, again, keeping their plays out in check as well. It's all about aggression, all about being able to really play around that draft and just give time for Melissa to go online. Maybe we're going to be seeing another, I don't know, crazy Biston plays at the late game. There is a Melissa, so might just go with the less targets. But with all that said and done, let's jump into the Land of Dawn. Again, match point for Team Evo.
Well, for IDNS, right, their lineup here, their team composition is about the early game, so they have to make this one work before Biston is able to activate his power spike by the time it reaches the late game. So looking at IDNS, they should at least try to end this game as fast as possible. I mean, Beatrix and Melissa, I have to give it to the Melissa in the late game. The Beatrix is great amount of burst in the late game. There is damage, but I mean, if compared to the Melissa, there's a lot more that the Melissa can work with when it comes to team fights in the late game. And Right now, it seems like Biston again having a slight advantage up against 33, forcing it to back away from that one. We're seeing Zanri as well rotate towards the side, as well as your name. I actually got confused for a while. I was like, is that the roamer? No, no, no. It's actually the jungler here for the side of Team Evo. So if Adidas is able to pull this off, get a great early game, end this fast, this competition should work out well for them. But once it reaches the late game, this is going to be difficult to pull off for IDNS now.
Yeah, actually, that's the formula for victory, basically, for their team. Is it difficult? Yes, but can they pull it off? Most definitely. Since this is IDNS, it's just a matter of they really need to keep their positionings in check and make sure their backline is sturdy, because I think all throughout the group stages, one of their problems their positioning. And I know they have team fights, but sometimes they keep on forcing these unnecessary pickoffs that in the end does not just end well for them. It does happen to Team Evo too, though. So I guess it's a matter of who just gets to make that first mistake. Flicker already gone for 20 August, at least 2 minutes of vulnerability. Turtle being taken at least by Team Evo, but that's gonna be a reset onto the objective. And IDNS now, they're the ones waiting, literally waiting in the bushes.
And looking at Team Evo, the last time these two got up against each other was, again, I have to highlight this tournament because it is crucial for the region. Team Evo finished third place and Team IDNS finished second place. And now they're trying to get that revenge. They get the turtle here for Team Evo. Here comes the real world manipulation. Amy Hawk has soaked up a lot of damage. And it might actually be over. Gonna get that first blood, but in exchange, they get Izzy here. Definitely a much better trade for Evo. They got the jungler, they also got the turtle.
To be fair, Opper's objective is to sacrifice himself to make a good play, and I actually agree. It was a trade that really favored Team Evo. That's Izzy. That's a Lancer. That is a damage dealer. So that is more. That's them being able to stop Izzy from going online a lot more earlier. And after that small victory, they're gonna go back to what works for them. Just, farm, rotate, leave Terizda alone. He's gonna be there a while. He's gonna be up against Glue. So that is the fight of a century, because literally it will last a century.
Glue and the Teresa, right? I think for Oper, it should be fine if Amy Hawk wants to go in, right? You can counter it with the penalty zone. And now here we're seeing an engage coming through for Zanri. There's the Fatal Links, gonna get cancelled out there by the Purify of Agi. And instead, he gets the heavy spin treatment from Your Name. There might be some retaliation here from the side of IDNS, but instead they just clear out the waste and disperse back to safety.
Yeah, okay. So it's still a pretty safe call from Team Evo. I like how they're able to literally jump in and out of a fight, though. After getting one pick off, they're like, okay, I know we can get more, but let's just not, because it's pretty risky still, since they're up against IDNS. That's gonna be they're trying to catch Zanyu or maybe even Mizzy Mink off guard, but we're not able to do so. Instead, they make their way into the mid lane, catches Your Name, but that's in a guy pretty tanky. He also has heavy spin. So let's not force anything here just yet. Unless, okay, I thought they were gonna try to pull someone with Divine Judgment. Now back to Team Evo. Looks like that will be the order connecting. Turtle being taken. Daniel gets bursted down. Turtle has been taken again. So again, with that, it.
Yep, it is
Turtle
going to be.
down again. Yeah. You got this. Go on.
Yeah. I thought you were gone for a second. I was like, is that Hugo? Does he need some backup? Well, for Team IDNS, they definitely need the backup right now. Looking at Biston, right? We haven't seen so much of Biston just yet. This guy is all about the late game. It's all about the farming. As compared to 33 that is on this Beatrix, I actually would expect the Beatrix to have a better early game, but instead that is going to be the tower pushed up. We see the Fatal Links here by Zanri. There's also the Cult Altar here by Mizzy Mink, and that's going to be Zanri's stun. And Agi gonna get that final blow from that Ghost Bursters. Viston joins the party as well. Someone get this guy checked. He's just pre-hitting everyone from the backside. And now we see Xander as well falling down really low. Gets all of the damage from Biston. And that is going to be 2-4-2 exchange. Still in favor of Team.
Yeah, 5-3 now on the board, almost 7 minutes in. A clean back and forth still. And another thing that really impresses me on Team Evo is their prioritization. As you can see, Izzy has already been taken down 2 times, whereas Zanri has been taken down 2. What does that mean? That is, I guess Atlas would be a little less tanky than what he'd expect, and Izzy won't dish out as much damage as he'd want in the early parts of the game. Would they want to reach 33? Honestly, yes, but it just so happened that it's a Beatrix, she can just dash her way out of there. But yeah, good target prioritization for Team Evo, while still being able to really protect their back line. Your name, dancing around against the 3 members from IDNS. But Izzy, though, still not in a good setup. Has been taken down by distance. Heavy spin being popped by Your Name again. 6-3 now on the board.
Wow, it's crazy how many towers Evo. Oh, well, actually just 1 tower, but there's a lot of pressure on the lanes, right? Plus all the objectives that are being secured here by Your Name. That's 2 turtles. Looking to get the 3rd one here. There is no contest. Izzy nowhere in sight, and that's going to be Team Evo. Actually, I was expecting IDS to have a much better early game. This is just, this is weird, right? Like, them struggling right now. Zanri as well, gonna get that Divine Judgment. Gonna get that Fatal Links, and here comes over with the penalty zone. And that's gonna be Biston picking up a killing spree. Amy Hawk split out of that one. Takes in Agi, but is able to sustain. Here comes 33. Taken down 1. There is gonna be a killing spree though. Here comes 33. Joining in the party right now. 2-for-2 exchange still from both sides. Izzy as well. To try to pressure Offer, but instead actually was able to take down Agi in the process.
Wow. Okay, with that, that was, I believe, a 1-3 trade. There's still a lead for Team Evo, however. Izzy just so happened to be a little late to the party, which means Team Evo did the right call trying to force a fight if they're winning the numbers game. Now it's back to the drawing board. Opper will still hold his ground in the top lane. Also have 20 August lurking into the side. Izzy, yeah, he's gonna play this one out safely now. He has been taken out like 3 times at this point, only having 1 kill. Retribution is available though. He'll be able to get all the key objectives there. Izzy taking so much damage, being forced to pop puncture just so he will survive and make his way out of there. Looking at the bottom lane right now, turrets are falling down from the side of Team Evo. There's a few knockups. Now you have Your Name in the middle of everything. That is going to be the heavy spin connecting onto Zanri. Even though Fatal Links is there, would not be enough. Gets the kill onto 1. You also have the Divine Judgment connecting onto 33. Good targeting again for Team Evo. Beatrix gets bursted down. With that, Mizimink as well as Amy Hack has no choice but to run away with their tails in between their legs.
Wow, this is such a difficult game from Zanri. It's a comfort pick, but he always gets countered out by the heavy spin here. And now, Amy Hawk, once again, gonna get all of the damage there. Mizzy make from the backside. Over gonna chase him. And there's Zanri to defend his mid laner. And this is quite poetic, actually, from Team Evo. The last time that they've gone up against each other in the M Challenge series, it was also the lower bracket finals, but it was IDNS that closed it out with a 3-0. That was the best out of 5, by the way. And right now, Team Evo, they're looking to take this one and eventually face Nightmare Esports once again to get that that rematch that they wanted ever since the M Challenge series. This is the MSC we're talking about, right? Everybody wants to head over to Cambodia and see the world, and it seems like Team Evo, with the upper hand that they have right now, with the plays that they're making, all the objectives that they've taken, they are in a much better position right now. But for IDNS, again, their win condition here is going to be the sets from Zanri that always seems to be cancelled out by Your Name's heavy spin. Speaking of Zanri, here comes the Fatal Links that we were waiting for. Real World Manipulation and the Cult Altar. And there's the shutdown onto Oper. Amy Hawk as well with the split onto 20 August. Getting him all the way back here. And is he gonna get that final kill? That's gonna be 2 picked up here by IDNS. But look at how fast Biston is shredding up court the members of IDNS, include the heavy spin here of Thornton from the backside. Amy Hawk unable to survive that one. And Team Evo still gonna push forward as the Lord as well is still up on the bottom side, taking down towers one by one here.
Much respect for the discipline from Team Evo here. I thought they were gonna back away the moment Opera got bursted down, but they were able to hold their ground and wait for a good heavy spin from your name. And just in time, actually, for Lord to even march to the bottom lane of IDNS here. Looking pretty grim for IDNS, but let's see if they can make things happen. Turret will still be alive, Lord won't be. And aside from forcing a fight, it looks like Team Evo, they want to play it safe, get the buff, and then recall to the base.
So we see a new era here. Is it going to be the Laotians? It's a Laos versus Laos Grand Finals because it's looking closer and closer to that, right? But IDNS, I do have to commend the great Fatal Links from Zanri as well as the Cult Altar that has been popped by Busy. I did point out the fact that Team Evo will have the upper hand in team fights, all because they have much more high ground as compared to IDNS that only has this dive that they want. And now your name gonna get tugged in here, but the Divine Judgment as well gonna be fighting him back. Busy Ming gonna get that heavy spin. Zanri as well falling pretty low, unable to pop that Fatal Links. Biston shredding everyone apart. Amy Hawk unable to take anyone. Triple kill for the gold laner here of Team Evo, and it's looking really good. They're gonna try to end this one. That is 5 members of Team Evo here on the mid side.
I'm telling you, man, just wait until Biston goes online. He already has that triple kill. Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna take all the kills, but there is one for Agi. And again, it's so difficult to reach Biston here. You have Nariza, you have Anakai, you even have Eve, all the slows, all the setup, all of that tanky frontline really, and you also have a Divine Judgment to worry about. So it's a matter of how is IDNS gonna be able to survive this on their really jump in. Is he was able to steal the Lord actually? Good play, but missing as a monster kill. And the kill on Zanri, they're on the chase. Now you have a Team Evo just facing IDNS at the front line. The other members trying to run away. 33 so low. Amy Hack taking so much damage onto this blue. Despite that Lord steal, I think Team Evo still has the upper hand, but I have to commend Izzy for that. They bought themselves some more time.
Wow, if they actually got the Lord, if Team Evo got the Lord, that would have been a different story. But this is going to buy some time for IDNS to actually think it through what they want to happen next, right? Lord Steal by Izzy, but what's next? Is it going to be a Fatal Links, Kara Zanri? They're still waiting for that one, by the way. And it seems like they can't reach Biston at this point, and even Agi, because Agi has to purify here. So they have to think it through before they go for the engage here. That's the biggest problem for IDNS. Plus, the high ground that Team Evo has, it's automatically a win for them when it comes to the clashes that IDNS wants to force out. But again, Team Evo will play it the safe game, wait for IDNS to engage, and maybe counter punish them.
They're in it for the long haul, actually. That's why they don't really mind extending the game. Like they can take it. And yeah, okay, 18 and 8 on the board. Again, a lot of things are in favor of Team Evo, but IDNS, they're showing signs of life. Just trust Izzy. Trust in Amy Hack. You know, they will be able to make this happen. Trust in Zanri even on this Atlas. I'm still waiting for a very, very fatal link. Maybe we could see that later on. But yeah, IDNS really holding out so well. I can't wait to see how things are going to be panning out. But for now, what do you foresee in the next few seconds or next few minutes?
I think the biggest problem here for IDNS is Agi as well as Biston, right? These are the two heroes that you wanna try to get first, and it's not like Zanri's not trying to get them, right? There is the Purify from Agi, so Zanri has to wait for that moment to catch Agi off guard when he doesn't have the Purify, get that nice Fatal Links, because I think aside from Biston, right, Agi has been positioning himself really well. Only 2 deaths, I believe, with the Eve, so I think that's something that Zanri has to consider before they go all out for the team fights. But at the same time, right, like if you get Agi and Biston in one place, get that nice Fatal Lace, that should really take out all the problems that IDNS has for this game. The 2 main damage dealers and the rest they pretty much can deal with, right? Like Your Name is and Akai, pretty much the Beatrix can deal with that, Meziming can deal with him. But for the damage dealers, that's someone that they really have to pick off right now, especially since 8K Gold Lead for Team Evo, we're starting to feel obviously the power spike here of Biston that hasn't been shut down just yet. I mean, only once. So it's pretty much wreaking a havoc up against IDNS, especially this is what you want when you're a Melissa. You're all grouped up. You got the Theramis with the Cult Author, which is why I was saying that Team Evo will have a much better chance of winning the team fights as compared to IDNS. I mean, IDNS does have the sustain, right? They have the Fatal Links as well to set the pace, but they really don't have the range here of Team Evo. Even the Beatrix here of 33, right? It's different when you have a Melissa. So I think what's making it difficult, they have to at least get a single target pickoff onto Biston, onto Agi, and then it should be fine for them to go all the way in.
I agree with what you said earlier about the distance and the range that Team Evo has. That's something we have been seeing time and time again. You know, they have quite the reach. They can just take anyone down. That's why they were able to force all of these fights time and time again. Whereas for IDNS, see if they jump in, they don't really have any other way to escape. So they really need to get the victories in all of these skirmishes. But speaking of skirmishes, they don't really care about that for now. Lord will be up though. Bangli has been picked up by Mizzy Minx as well. And they're spreading themselves pretty thin. No one just showing where they are for now. And again, I'm just waiting for one good Fatal Link from Zanri. You mentioned that if he could, he should be able to catch the main damage dealers off guard. Not impossible. So I can't wait to see how IDNS will play this one out. Amy Hack gets spot out, but I don't think they're gonna fully commit. That's some information given though. They might just get first dibs, a few hits here and there from the Lord, but I don't think Team Evo will actually get this. They already had a traumatic experience earlier, letting Izzy steal the Lord.
Another way is to pressure the sides, right? We don't really see IDNS doing that. They don't really have these split push potential, maybe except for Izzy. But they have to focus all their attention here on the Lord that Your Name is actually starting up here. Biston in a very good position too. Like they're expecting IDNS to go all the way in. So without Biston, they don't really know where this guy is. And even Agi, right? Like these are the 2 heroes that they need to catch. They need to spot out, but it's just very difficult. Look at how Evo has actually set this up, right? You got Oper there trying to distract the members of IDNS, zoning them away. Not so sure if this is a bait from the side of Team Evo, right? If ever they get a wipeout during this clash, this should be them taking in the victory here for this match point. And now we see 20 August as well, using that concealed pretty early. Not so sure if there's going to be another steal. I think that's something that Your Name is also anticipating right now from Izzy. He can go all the way in. He has the immortality right now, so that can buy him some time to press that retribution when going all the way in. But this is going to be a very, very long Lord fight. There's the Divine Judgment here. Onto Izzy, but there's a Fatal Legs! On to 4 members there. There's the Cult Author. Amy Hack, the first one to fall, but once again, Izzy gonna be taking in that Lord. I'm not so sure if it's worth it right now if they get that wipeout, but IDNS, they'll be able to hold out a little bit longer. Biston still re-hitting everyone from IDNS. They they should back away from this one. They got the Lord, and again, Izzy buys more time for IDNS.
Really being able to buy more time. I said I wanted to good. I wanted to see a good Fatal Links. Thank you, Zanri. That was good. It just so happened that IDNS, I think they kind of overextended. Yes, the Lord is a juicy target, and yes, Izzy was able to get that, but they almost got wiped out. That was scary, especially now that Biston is 10-1 on this Melissa. He has everything he ever wanted, and even another kill in his hand. Actually, that is secured by Agi. Now -1 for the side of IDNS, but that's okay. They still have a fire mist, so be a-okay. And yeah, there's a lot of split second decision making from both teams. I'm waiting to see if there's anyone that's going to be picked off. No one. Okay. 20 August as well as Agi will be able to steal the buff. Izzy will just make his way up top. See if he can clear out the waves. I don't think he's going to be able to make a backdoor play, but at least be able to lessen the map that Team Evo can walk around in. Now it is back to the drawing board. It's just them trying to see where the opponents are positioned at. I think that's a job for Opper and for Amy Hack both. I thought Amy Hack has the immortality. He doesn't. It's just Opper that has the immortality. So now it is Team Evo again, holding his ground into the mid lane, whereas Piston is quietly getting his buff. We're at the 22-ish minute mark, by the way. Let's see if they can push it to 25 minutes.
There is the conceal here by 20 August. I'm not so sure if they'll spot out anyone from IDNS. This is a crucial pick-off if ever. There's that Divine Judgment. There is the Cult Altar as well, but it is going to be Zanri using up that Fatal Links. 20 August, the first one to fall. 33 gonna get a lot of the damage there. It is your name, and Offer trying to take him down, but he's able to reposition himself. Amy Hawk with that split onto Agi. Will he be able to take him down? They're gonna commit for more, but this star once again left unchecked. There is that immortality being popped up. Could buy him some more time if they manage to get Piston here. Even Amy Hawk can no longer take the damage here from the Melissa of Piston. And that is going to be still another kill picked up. 2 for the price of 1 for Team Evo. And they're looking one more step closer to that MSC slot, and they're actually going to be going the more safer route. Gonna try and get this Lord, but once again, that is going to be Izzy with 2 steals already. They should work this up really fast before Izzy tries to attempt another steal. Here comes IDNS. Not so sure if they're going to commit towards this Lord.
Here we go again. Izzy has Retribution ready. Penalties are not gonna connect onto anyone. IDNS now will have to fall back. Izzy again to the side. Sword is being started by Team Evo. Take a look at Piston right now and see where will he be. Now that is gonna be a very low lore, but here is Zanri. Look, everything. Perfect match being popped as well. They're making sure that Izzy will not be able to get this, but Agi gets it onto Lord finally. With that, there is going to be heavy spin. Izzy taking so much damage. Zanri gets bursted down. Let's see if that is worth it for IDNS. They already have 2 teammates down. Legendary going over to Piston. 2-0 in favor of Team Evo. They have a minion wave pushing, and they also will have the Lord launch in a few seconds. They're waiting to walk with the Lord. Izzy dashing in and dashing out. Puncture no longer available. The only one that has the ultimate right now, the only 3 rather, that has the ultimate right now are 33, Hack, as well as Mizi Ming. But Mizi Ming is going to be back in 10 seconds, so they are taking their time. Lord is right there. Penalty zone being popped there as well. 20 August to kill onto Hack. 33 goes down courtesy of Agi, and they're taking the time. But with that, it seems like Team Evo will be able to win another series, and they will be facing it out again against Nightmare in our grand finals, best of 5. I expected a game 3, but they're in a rush. Okay, they went with the 2-0.
That's crazy, right? This is the first time, guys. Poetic. First time that we won't be seeing IDNS and MSC. This is just another era for the Laotians, and you can kind of see it already in the group stage, right? Every single team that entered this playoffs were from Laos, and we're going to be seeing a new country emerge on top here in MSC Mekong, and it's definitely going to be a Laos team that will be going to MSC. Will it be Team Evo or will it be Nightmare Esports? Man, the last time that IDNS faced Team Evo, it was a 3-0, and this time they were able to take it away from them, that chance for MSC with this 2-0 up against them here in this lower bracket finals. It was actually a very good game, honestly. Like a lot of crazy steals here by Izzy, but I did point it out, right? The draft here of Team Evo just wanted team fights. IDNS as well has the team fight capability, but honestly, if you have a need, you would want to have like either Valentina or Farsa on your side. The fairness is more of like the dives, right? But what's making it difficult here for Team Evo was always the counter punish by the Kajin here of 20 August. Most of the time, you see him using that Divine Judgment. Actually, not even on 33, not on Mizzy Meg. It was actually on Zanri. Don't get Zanri to play, and then he's not able to make the setups. Even Piston, right? Like, he was just wrecking havoc this entire game. I believe he got a Savage during the previous series, and now just proving to us why he is one of the gold laners to watch out for here in the qualifiers. Getting in that 13-1-3 KDA. Such an amazing game by Team Evo, and they will be the one moving forward, causing an upset for a Thai team. The first time that we will not be seeing IDNS and MSC.
I'm just saying, Viston really deserves that MVP. He was so patient, and even though IDNS tries to catch him, they just can't. Okay, it was so difficult. That was a long game, but I also have to commend IDNS. Their defense was so good. They were able to hold the game for what, like 5 more minutes from the time that it was supposed to already end. So of course, there's a lot of good plays. We are going to be showing you the highlights.
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtles delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Slain an enemy! Double kill!
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Turtles delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtles delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade, North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Living legend!
got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise and the light, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration.
Things are definitely worth the wait here. So from best of 3, we are going to be pumping it up to best of 5. And finally, after this series, we will see who is going to present the Mekong region for MSC 2023. We have Nightmare versus, of course, Team Evo that won since the series number 1, by the way. These guys cannot catch a break.
Well, in uh upper bracket, the upper bracket semifinals, wherein it was Nightmare Esports that was able to move forward and go straight to the grand finals. And eventually, Evo Esports worked their way up against IDNS, and now they're gonna be facing Evo Esports. The last time that they fought, it was a 2-0. You obviously looking at our match number 2 back in April 26, and right now we're gonna be seeing a rematch between these two. And looking at our graphics, it's going to be Nightmare Esports on the blue side.
Well, okay. Looks like they really want to get that first pick advantage. Again, this will be a best of 5. Team Evo versus Nightmare. I believe the last time they was when Nightmare won the series. Yeah, of course, Nightmare won the series. That's why they're in the grand finals. But it was a very close fight. And Team Evo, we saw them being able to get that perfect run in the group stages. But the moment they were up against Nightmare, it became a 2-0 in favor of Nightmare. But I'm telling you this, there is something about constantly winning and constantly fighting. Team Evo momentum is on their side. The ball is on their court. So I can't wait to see how they'll be able to draft and play around this.
Now, basing our theories on the last performance here of Team Evo, it was, I think players to watch out for would have to be definitely the gold laner Biston. And then that is going to be facing Cammy as well in the gold lane. I have to point out that both these players are very comfortable with the 1-1. So I'm not so sure if it will be banned away or will it be open for either teams to pick up. So that's something I can definitely tell you. The gold lane matchup will be obviously a treat to watch. I have to point out as well the difference in the playstyle here of the roamers for 20 August as well as Jasmine. Jasmine is extra aggressive, whereas 20 August is a little bit more on the support type of roamer. So that is probably going to dictate the playstyle for this game. I'm not so sure if Team Evo has a lot more tricks up their sleeve for this series. But again, this is the grand finals, wherein definitely you will have to put out all the strategies that you can put out.
Yeah, definitely. This is the final series, so you really need to go all in and just show everyone what you've got, not just your opponents, not just the audience, but also to yourself. So I'm thinking of the expected heroes here. Maybe wait, I don't know. I think Kaja might be banned this series just because of how good he is in 5v5 team fights. But for I guess if we're gonna talk about, I don't know, Atlas, Beatrix, even Benedetta, maybe Melissa. There you go. Melissa is gonna be definitely making an appearance here in the series. Yeah, guys, of course, don't forget to share the live stream. This is a best of 5 to those rooting for Nightmare, those rooting for Team Evo. Don't forget to comment what you feel and, of course, cheer them on and put your predictions. Will this be a 3-2 or will this be a 3-0?
And this is going to be the last and final series. Let's find out who will go see the world in Cambodia this year. And it is definitely going to be Laos, whichever way, or whoever actually wins this one. It's going to be a Laos representative. I think this is I'd have to say this is a new era for the Mekong region. For the longest time, we've seen IDNS, and actually they've had a good run here, but it's just that the other teams have improved as well. Nightmare, actually, I'd have to say that huge improvement from the last time I've seen them. They didn't have any roster changes, so no changes in their players. But I think in terms of the playstyle, they highly improved from the last time I've seen them. And now looking at our possible picks and bans, so we're gonna be, just to give you guys an idea, it's the Kaja, the Joy, Arlot, Blue, and 1-1. standing on the top of our ban list currently for the MSC Mekong Qualifiers in all of our matches so far. So this is the official tally. And when it comes to the pick, the most picked hero is still the Beatrix for this time. So it's not the Farsa anymore. So it's the Beatrix, the top pick 15 times, by the way, in this entire tournament.
Man. Okay, so I trust you in your calls. So I won't be surprised if you get a 100% win rate in your predictions right now. But yeah, it's interesting to see that Beatrix is the most picked hero all throughout the qualifiers. I mean, she is all about that combo, all about that damage, all about that burst anyway. So definitely not surprising. For the tanks, for the initiators though, do you have any favorites or predictions that you'd want to see in this best of 5?
Let me just tell you the win rate here of the Kaja.
There you
Kaja
go.
still has 4 matches, still at 100% win rate. Still at 100% win rate. That's just crazy, right? Every time it's out. I think that should be something that both teams will consider since both Nightmare, both Jasmine and 20 August has already picked these heroes up. And now going straight into our drafting phase here, Yuko, we see High Ground Mages once again going to be taken out. Farsa, I mean, give this girl a break. Like, for a time, it was Valentina. So, it's all about the High Ground Mages here in the Mekong region. And still the Joy, 100% ban rate in our playoffs. Specifically for today, it's 100% ban on this Joy. Especially if you're on the red side, there is still definitely going to be that Joy ban. I wouldn't be surprised if an Arlot will be taken out. But looking at Team Evo here, every time this team comes up, there's always like a Harriet ban or a Diggy ban, so that's something that needs to be considered as well.
Man, okay. So, they also have a ban on Fire Mist, so no staying, no come together, no surviving for like 7 team fights. You mentioned Valentina, and even though Farsa was also banned, Valentina will be taken out as well. So highly likely we might see an Eve in this game. And okay, kind of a long shot, but maybe we might see Lilia again. Just to, have that setup, have that someone that can slow everyone. We did mention that she is the budget Eve here. Okay, let's see. Diggy is gonna be open, but he didn't really get much attention today anyway. So maybe we might be seeing a Grok, a Glue ban, a Kaja, there you go, Kaja ban perhaps. And yeah,
right.
They're taking their time again. This is a chess game after all, the pick and ban phase. Diggy, okay. I said he was ignored the entire day, but I think Nightmare can hear me. They banned out Diggy.
Yeah, I think this is still standard for Nightmare. Like, the last time these two got up against each other, there was still a Diggy ban. Standard ban on the Diggy, the Farsa, for the side of Nightmare. But it's going to be the Kaja, the final ban here for the side of Nightmare. Of course, for the side of Team Evo, rather. And as for Nightmare, picking up that Arlot for their first pick, which means that, there might actually just be an Eve pick here for Team Evo. That would be such a great start for them. Maybe pick up the Eve, as well as something for your name already, like Martis that he has been using in the previous games. But the last time Nightmare and Evo went up against each other, it was more of an assassin for your name. Not so sure if it's gonna work out this time, but I'd rather him pick up a Martis or maybe even an Akai. I completely forgot about the Glue. It's open, by the way, in this game, and it is going to be instantly picked up here. So talk about a Martis, and instantly Nightmare Esports gonna steal it away actually from your name. But there is still the Akai available, by the way, so that can be the final choice for Evo. They still need something to go up against the Eve here in the mid side. Will it be a So-So Lilia? Okay, that's still up and available. But I'm looking at the other choices here. Will they go for a gold lane, or will they reveal their mid laner instantly?
They might go gold lane. Wait, no. They could reveal their mid lane immediately, just so they can have the best pick possible, and then ban the others. Easy. No, not close enough. But that is gonna be a COD pickup. They are gonna focus on the damage dealers again, and I remember seeing So-So. I hope it's not a Mandela effect, but I remember seeing So-So in a Kagura. But yeah, 1-1 is up for grabs. We saw how scary Biston can be in the 1-1, or Melissa, or Beatrix. he has everything within his hands reach. So let's see who will be secured by Team Evo here. Fredrin, okay, given the fact that there's already a Claude, I guess it's safe for Team Evo to pick their main damage dealer a little bit later.
But there might actually be bans on the 1-1 here of Biston, especially for Nightmare Esports in their last 2 picks. They might limit out the hero pool of Biston even further. I mean, Biston is just so good with these late game heroes. I would probably ban out the carry, the Melissa even of Biston, and I think Melissa and 1-1 should be considered here for the last 2 bans of Nightmare. Now, we have solid frontline here for Team Evo that I can give you. But they're gonna limit out the heroes here of Soul and Jasmine. This was a combo that really stuck so long with me. The Jasmine Soul combo. There was a time wherein it was a Kadita Johnson, a Kadita Lunox. So these two have been playing ever since the start of time when I was casting for Nightmare Esports, all the way back, even before they reached the grand final stage. And I was talking about the 1-1. That's gonna be the ban for Nightmare Esports.
Okay, so they're trying to wither down the possible good hero picks for Biston here. Oh yeah, okay, I have to say something. Opera is back on this glue. So we're gonna be seeing another, maybe, 2 kills being secured by Opera in the early game, being heading on this glue. Saber is up for grabs, but Team Evo saw that and now they're gonna ban him out. Melissa has been banned out as well. You mentioned that these are the 2 heroes that Nightmare should ban for Biston. They heard you, madam, so they're going to be banning that out. Biston still has his Leslie. Still, I mean, Leslie is
late game.
Yeah, invisible in the early game, but the plan will just try to extend the game as long as you can and make sure that Biston will go online. Not a problem for him, of course. Atlas being hovered and probably locked in, and I knew it. Soul will pick up Kagura in this game.
Okay, the second team. Oh, no, wait, hold on. That's the third team picking up the Kagura. So the first time it was actually IDNS this evening debuting the Kagura here in the Mekong Qualifiers. But it is going to be Soul picking this one up. And to lock things up for Team Evo, it is going to be a Lolita to set up the place. Now, I like this Kagura. Maybe it's because it has a lot of mobility, innate mobility already, great amount of damage, can definitely go up against the Eve. But for Agi as well, he's been playing a good Eve. I have yet to see this Leslie work up against the Claude. You can definitely poke. And in the late game, we've seen Biston actually. I think it was Biston that picked up this Leslie, and it was just pretty much one shot, 1 kill for the Leslie. So wait, again, it's the waiting game for Biston. Wait for him to be online. It should be fine for Team Evo, especially even if they stretch this out to the late game.
Looking at, although I know that the game plan for Team Evo is extend until late game, it looks like Nightmare is powerful in the late game as well. So I don't know, they probably just want to reach the 10-minute mark, and that's when everybody's gonna go crazy. But the very small difference I can see here at least is Team Evo, they have a glue. So they have, I guess, some ways to be aggressive in the early game, just roam around, cause problems, be the problem for Nightmare, and make sure that, hey, if he can even, try to catch Claude off guard. But with all that being said and done, we're gonna hop into the Land of Dawn. This is the best of 5. This is the grand finals. The final series, again, whoever wins this will be our representative for the Mekong region in MSC 2023.
And for Nightmare and Evo, we are going to be seeing a lot of pressure on the goal, looking at how the Storm was able to run those epic comebacks up against both IDNS and Wawa Gaming, eliminating them from this competition. And that's something huge, right? Like, you eliminating a team that has been in MSC ever since the start of MSC. They were the first ones to actually win the MSC Cup. So huge thing for the Mekong region, and it just goes to show that they're evolving, right? They're evolving, they're growing, and their gameplay is just getting much better. So we're gonna be seeing Laos definitely to be representing the Mekong region, but the question is it going to be Nightmare or Evo this time. You can definitely pressure the Leslie here. This is just a 1 minute mark. Biston doesn't even have the Purify here. Actually, I was thinking Biston might go for the Purify. So he has the Flicker, the only mobility that the Leslie has, plus Biston. Impeccable positioning. Make sure that Jasmine doesn't get that Fatal Links on them. Should be fine. And of course, the rest of the members here of Evo should make their way for Biston to be able to scale up, have a great time in this lane, and of course, win up against Cammy.
I'm waiting on first blood kill maybe for Opper, but yeah, this isn't too different from what we saw in the previous matchup.
Yeah.
Viston, again, it's early game. I know that it's not supposed to mean much, but that pretty much hurt. That's gonna be Dynamite Blast connecting onto 2. First blood being secured by 20 August. That is actually the kill onto. Too easy for Lexi. Good timing. That will be another kill going over to the side now of Nightmare. Turtle still up. Soul gets the kill onto Agi. Everyone's so low. There's gonna be Opper again, hugging everyone, damaging everyone. Gets the kill onto Juviana. Opper is still on the chase. He gets that double kill. 2K in the pocket of Opper. 2 and 3 now in favor of Evo.
That is so OP. That's why his name's Opper. OP, this glue. Completely OP in the lane. I do commend the aggression here of Juviana. He's probably one of the most aggressive ones here in this competition. And with Opper being once again in his picking up the glue for himself, he can definitely sustain the damage of Juliana, but now Biston as well. Nightmare Esports knows that this is a win condition of Evo, so they should pressure him as much as they can here in the early game. Here comes the first turtle of the game. Once again, Evo in a very good position to take this one. Nice zoning there by Opper onto Lexi. There's gonna be that cancel. There's gonna be the split as well. The with a blast from the backside from 20 August. He gets the setup and they get the turtle with the Appraiser's Rat to boot. That is a double kill for the jungler of Evo. Once again, still they won 2 games straight, 2 series straight today, and they're like, okay, we were had a difficult time to go all the way here to the grand finals. Why not just play this game the way we want to play it? And eventually get our MSC slot. I mean, this is just the only way that this is the only obstacle rather that they have to face, which is Nightmare Esports, right? Nightmare Esports already got their rest, right? Just waiting for whoever they will face here in the grand finals. And it's just so nice to see that the lower bracket is also a thing. The lower bracket meta is a thing as well in other regions.
I also have to say that the Dominion Blast from 20 August earlier, it is basically dual purpose. See, they're casting it again, but even with the flicker being used, it was a little bit of a risky play. That was a good predict from Cammy as well. Perfect match being popped by Atlas. I think this one's connecting. Here comes Fatal Links again. Correct on 2, of course, leading the way, but it's not gonna be enough because there's not much damage. It was a good attempt from Nightmare. At least they were able to run with a combo. But yeah, again, Team Evo, they are the ones that has the lead balls in their court. And I realized, how we almost, we always commended Cammy. He will be up against Vista now. So it's a good matchup, Let's see if Will Cod go up against Leslie. Will he win? Basically, if you're going to be up against a Leslie, you just really need to be in her face. And that Cod is a perfect hero, honestly. Just blazing the wet right at her face. Just make her gun, unusable. We might see that later. Once everyone gets their items in, the Wanderer is available up for grabs. But Luminum Blast is not available. Luminum Blast is now available. So we could be seeing another initiate from Team Evo here. Really good communication and good plays, really. Perfect match again, connecting onto that Fatal Link. I kept on highlighting Lolita. And that seems like the good time to go. Nightmare focusing onto one hero just so there's no more Luminum Blast. Now that will be the kill onto. Too easy for Lexi. Kill going over to Agi. 3 and 6 now on the board, but no one's still getting the turtle. Never mind, your name's there.
Yeah, that's gonna be your name. That's my turtle. For the side of the team Nightmare Esports, that was a close call for Biston using the flicker out of that one. That would have been a solo kill picked up by Cammy. But I love how Team Evo does not forget about the objectives here. They already picked up 2 turtles. The first one, Care of 20 August, by the way. And here's the thing. Both of these tanks, both of these roamers are setter tanks. Now, what Jasmine is doing here is as long as he can get the Fatal Links even onto 20 August, that should be okay, right? Like, there's no one to set up the place, no one to make the place for Team Evo. And right now, we're seeing these two roamers once again go up against each other. They're waiting for the perfect moment here to set up that Fatal Links, to set up that Aluminum Blast. And Team Evo right now, they are running on a 2K gold lead up against Nightmare Esports. So if they can be able to push forward here, they should be all right here. And now we're going to be seeing a ultimate snipe from Biston. The Blazing Duet as well to clear out the lanes. This is already 7 minutes in. Last turtle was already secured by Team Evo, of course. Now they're looking to take this next floor. Not unless they will find some pick off here onto Lexi. That's a lot of damage coming out from the group.
I know. I guess that's Opper's specialty. Tank glue is definitely a thing, but he wants to get in a little bit of damage there. Looking at the top lane, there's going to be a few pushes here and there. But what's interesting is here in the bottom lane, that's going to be the Sun connecting onto Cammy. He does get pressed down. No follow-up just yet, and his battle being picked up by Biston as well. Too easy for Lexi, the next target. There's the slow, there's the setup, and there will be the Fatal Link as well on the turret. They don't care. Killing spree going over to Agi. Gets a kill onto Kagura, but 20 August gets another kill for himself. 3-0 in favor of Evo. They could get 4, and the 4th kill goes over to Biston. Looking at the mid lane, Opper, will you be able to get another kill? Does get immobilized, but okay, that's Juviana. He's kind of tanky, or is he? Here is the other member. Yep. Agi doesn't even jump in as well. With that, there's a shutdown goal going over to Juviana, but Opper is now on a killing spree. Good juggling for the side of Evo, and other than that, you have them being able to secure the Lord.
Whoa, completely surprised there by the turnaround of that one. Slight misposition by Agi. There was the Purify use, but with the damage coming out from Juviana, by the way, this is a fighter emblem on Juviana. Most of the time, you see Arlots picking up the Tenacity emblem. So you see the damage coming through, right, for this Arlot. And now we're seeing Biston once again with no deaths in this match. Look at that damage from the ultimate snipe. He's also rocking in this Weapons Master. And I can safely say that Team Evo's doing really good right now. Look at that Aluminum Blast as well, just to zone everyone away. First Lord goes to the side of Nightmare, Team Evo rather. And the real manipulation as well from Lexi. And the Blazing Duet, not enough to clean up the work. And Jasmine goes for the Fatal Links. There is going to be one, make that 2 takedowns for the side of Team Evo. And once again, that is 3 members down for the side of Nightmare. This is different from the Nightmare Esports that I've seen in the upper bracket. I can safely say that this lower bracket meta is such a huge thing. I mean, you've had a long day, you want to close it out with a victory, and Team Evo right now looking really good with 31k. Actually, that's a 6k gold lead for the side of Team Evo.
See, it's 10 minutes in, and there's no more outer turrets at the bot lane for Nightmare. This is such a statement from Team Evo. And another one, they have their eyes set on 2AC for Lexi, but he does have the... Never mind, I thought he was gonna get out of there with the Mortal Coil, but there's been Aluminum Blast being popped by Lolita. And the other members of Team Evo literally storming into the lane. Ultimates are still available, though. Should Team Evo want to get more, but they don't, they won't as well. So again, the damage from COD and Kagura will only be really seen or felt in the late game, and we're not in the late game yet. So you mentioned this, Team Evo, if they want to cut the game ASAP, they'll be able to do it, they'll be able to win it. And they don't really need to be patient, they just need to keep on forcing Nightmare jump on these fights. However, Nightmare, we saw them as really powerful. So maybe they just need a hard reset to be able to cleanly go up against Team Evo. Or they extend the game now and just get the victory afterwards. But is that going to be possible though? Because now Team Evo, they can literally just target anyone that they want from Nightmare. 11 minutes in, it looks like there's 4-14. A lot of things in favor of Team Evo.
I mean, this is the team that has no losses, right? No losses during the group stages. I mean, they actually fell short up against Nightmare Esports during the upper brackets, but now this is a different beast. This is going to be the grand finals. The Numinum Blast is going to miss there, and Your Name soaking up all the damage. We haven't seen any Blazing Duets just yet. Jasmine going all the way in from the back.
Ooh, that was good.
A double kill for make them a triple. Gonna try to go for the Maniac here. Oh, we're gonna split his way out of that one, and that is going to be Nightmare finally getting in that set that we all waited for. But Your Name is still up there. He's up in that bush. I'm not so sure if anyone can see him. He's gonna get spotted out by Jasmine there. That does not have the Fatal Links just yet. Look at how the HP bars are being shredded there by this Claude of Cammy. And that is going to be the Lord, the first one for this game, secured in by Nightmare Esports.
It's like Nightmare can hear me right now. I said they could just be patient, be here in the long haul, and grab the victory. Now, even though that was a small victory, it was a victory nonetheless, being able to get 3 kills on Cammy, on the Claude. That is such a statement. And one of the heroes that they were able to take down was actually Your Name. I believe that was Agi and Piston, I think. But yeah, it was a lot of good pickups, and their patience is really, really paying off well for them. And let's see, will they be able to turn things around, or will Team Evo still fight this one out? 20 August, in front of everyone, shield is being put up, and the Lord will just melt down.
And Agi here, right? What's really difficult for the Eve is not much mobility, right? Great high ground coverage. It has Agi here has the Purify, so that's only once, right? Up against the Fatal Links here of Jasmine. But once again, speaking of Jasmine, he's gonna miss out on that Fatal Links. Not gonna overcommit towards that one. They got the towers that they wanted, and pretty much they're happy with that. Looking at their gold laner side, this was the matchup that I hyped up about during the start of this match. The 2 gold laners that has a very good mechanics in the game. And we're starting to see Cammy as well being activated here in this match. Oprah as well, not gonna be able to take the damage. Lexi gonna go all the way in. There's the shutdown on Oprah. And Nightmare Esports looks like they're gonna go all the way in. Agi, no one gonna cancel out their real wood manipulation. Ultimate snipe, not enough to take down Soso. He's gonna be able to back away from that one. That is gonna be a 2-for-1 exchange this time. It's gonna be in favor of Team Evo. There was some shutdown gold, but taking a look at our gold Yuko, it's not that far for both sides, right? Team Evo still leading, but Nightmare Esports, they find their ways to fight back.
See, earlier it was a, what, 5 to 7k gold lead for Team Evo. Now it really lessened to 1k. That's how fast Nightmare was able to recuperate. They just need to push these 5v5 team fights. Earlier, I believe it was Team Evo being able to win the 5v3s, 4v2s. They win the numbers game. But if it falls down to full-on 5v5s, it seems like Nightmare in this time, like 15 minutes in, they're the ones with the lead. And we also talked about this. The moment the late game says hello, things will look so well for Nightmare and their team fighting. So Cammy is sitting at the 3-1 right now. Need to put more deaths in if they want to be able to win that. But aside from that, Juviana is also slowly scaling. And my MVP so far, okay, is Jasmine, because all of these crucial Fatal Links, being able to get 2 or 3 heroes, that's the perfect setup for Cammy. Thus, they get all those kills, they're able to win the numbers game. But now there is 2 of them in the Lord area, but they can't really spot 20 August yet. And yeah, Immortality is available. They could just sit and dance around, Sun's connecting. But I don't think they're gonna commit, no. Unless Numinum Blast being set up, a good flicker. It does get stunned, but Soso will be able to jump away unless Alright, that is gonna be the combo, and Social gets taken down by Abby.
There's Piston once again. They have to check on this guy who's just free hitting everyone. Again, this is the part. This is the time where he gets that one shot, one kill. And for Team Evo, I was actually waiting for Jasmine to make the fatal to set up the place there, like get that fatal links, but it was actually 20 August, right? Gets that Luminum Blast stunned, and there was the follow-up from Your Name, getting that energy eruption onto Soul, getting the praise of that, eventually taking down the mid laner. Now speaking of the Luminum Blast, here goes the Luminum Blast. There is the fatal links from Jasmine as well, falling down real low, but is going to fall once again under the hands of Team Evo that got the Lord this time for the burial.
Oh boy, Lord will definitely be the make or break thing here. They're locked onto the base of Nightmare. Turret is gonna fall down, and another one. Ultimates are ready. The only one that there's only 2 flickers down for Team Evo, but other than that, they're pretty much good to go. Immortality being picked up as well. Lumina Blast not gonna come through. They got cancelled. Killing spree going over to Agi now. Kami was the one that said goodbye, and with all that juggles, it looks like this is Team Evo's advantage, but they can't really jump in just yet. They need to be careful of Jasmine. Never mind. Piston gets that kill. That was so fast. They get that 3K. Four heroes down, actually.
It's a wipeout!
The only one left there. Piston gets the Maniac. Sadly, there is no Savage, but that is a way to open our best of 5. And Team Evo bags game number 1.
You know, you were highlighting Jasmine. I have to commend 20 August, right? We haven't seen so much of 20 August, mostly on like utility type of supports. But this game, he had so many good, like if Jasmine had that one good fatal links, 20 August just had a lot of good Luminum Blasts in this game. Like before the Lord spawn, even during the laning phase wherein he was able to rotate around the Land of Dawn freely and setting things up for the side of Team Evo. And all I can say is this is a different beast. When you come from the lower bracket, you just want to take it all. 7k gold lead for Team Evo. And this is the reason why you want to ban out those high ground mazes, right? Agi is such a menace to deal with for the side of Nightmare Esports. He has the Purify. There were times that Agi got caught up in clashes, but eventually when Agi was able to get his items, he was able to eventually zone everyone out, right? Like the real manipulation is not just for damage, it's also to zone away the members of Nightmare Esports. And I do have to highlight Biston as well in this game. Man, I don't even know at this point, like, what do you not give to Biston? Or will you just allocate all of your bans towards Biston? Like, just force him out, force him to play another type of hero for the game. Maybe that could work out. I mean, what can't Biston do? What can't Biston use, rather? I mean, he's so good in this lane. Specialty is more on the late game, so I can kind of understand that Leslie pick. But honestly, Biston has been carrying Team Evo all the way from the lower brackets up until the grand finals. So it's just a good game for Team Evo, and they really started out strong here in the grand finals.
Yeah, that was just a lot of good things going over to Team Evo. I want to wait to actually start the best of 5. We know you guys really love game number 1, so we will show you the highlights. Okay, so I actually have another question for you before we jump into. Yeah, you know, let's take our sweet time. It happens. I actually hyped the Biston and Kami matchup, but I realized, yeah, it's nice to highlight those two. However, 20 August and Jasmine matchup though, they're both very aggressive in the early game. They both were able to make a lot of things happen, and even in the late game, it just so happened Luminum Blast was able to scare Nightmare off. But again, we're gonna be showing you the highlights from game number 1.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
An 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now,
Evo are the ones that was able to bag game number 1, but that's because they had momentum on their side. Let's see, Nightmare, we saw them as this undefeated gods or giants in the group stages, right? Even in the playoffs. But now, even gods can bleed. We saw them losing game number 1. Burger Kip, what do you think should happen for Nightmare to be able to win game number 2?
Just the momentum is definitely on the side of Team Evo, right? It's not easy, fighting your way all the way here to the grand finals, right? 2 best out of 3s, and now you're gonna have this best out of 5. Obviously, I think even the mindset here of the players are different, right? For Team Evo, definitely don't count them out yet. They didn't have any losses during the group stages, and of course, they're proving it once again here. I think for Team Evo, also something that I have to highlight was the plays that were made by 20 August, right? 20 August was able to set things up for Team Evo. Not that I'm saying that Jasmine did it. It was just a matter of the fast rotations that they did. And eventually, like I always highlight Biston here, right? Almost all the series, he's like a back-to-back MVP. And it's kudos to his teammates for actually making room or making way for him to be able to scale up until the late game. Now, looking at Team Evo's bans right now, it is going to be centered towards the high ground mages. Not so sure if Agi will be pulling something off here, something different this time. We've seen him on a Grushan mid, Grushan Petrify mid. We've seen him on a Kadita as well. So maybe they are going to be banning out all these high ground mages. Just go for the pickups here, especially since Cammy is also one of those players that you have to watch out for in the late game. We're seeing bans here, obviously on the Joy and the Kaja, especially if you are on the red side. So let's see if it is going to be either Arlot ban for the final ban here, or maybe even the Farsa gonna get taken out here by both sides.
Yeah, I think Farsa should be banned out, or well, if they want to, take some risk here and there, leave it open. I believe Team Evo might pick that up immediately. Blue, I expect, will still be open here in game number 2. I actually want to see now if Team Evo will prioritize the pick for Distan. Melissa got banned out. Ours is still open. Blue still open. Eve again banned out. Let's see who else. Beatrix is up for grabs, and Paramis is open still. And you mentioned this, but Arlot is also available.
Yeah, the Arlot here could be the final ban, but again, there is the glue of Oper that did so well in game number 1. That was the hero that actually made so much room for Biston to be able to get the items that he needs on the Leslie. I mean, it's a different thing, right? Like when you don't sustain your lane well enough. Like it's different if you're able to win your lane so that your other teammates can actually rotate towards the gold lane. Now, I'm not so sure. It might be I was thinking blue, right? Like that made such a huge impact for Team Evo, especially during the early game, in game number 1. And now all of these high ground majors are out, so expect to see perhaps like a Kadita or maybe even the Savior. Now the Arlot is open here for Team Evo. Will they go for that first pick, or will they go for the glue?
Well, I guess it would be nice if Opera gets his glue. I believe Eve was the second pickup for the side of Team Evo in game number 1. But they were able to ban that one out. Let's see who else. Marcus is still open for Too Easy for Lexi. As predicted, Blue will be locked in here. Distan still has his 1-1, still has his Leslie as well as Beatrix here. So Melissa won't be that much of a problem.
And now the Paramis, like what you mentioned, is going to be opened up here for the grand finals. Again, I'm not so sure if this is a so-so hero or is it a Jasmine hero. You can get confused sometimes. Great combination, great tandem from this duo in the mid lane. Now, will they pick up the Arlot here to go up against the, or will they try to counter it out with the Terizla? I mean, that's usually the case, right? Like the glue, it's obvious that it is going to go to the XP lane. Not unless, Team Evo will pull something different off. I've seen this before, and it's actually a glue mid lane. It does work. It worked for that team I casted for but Nightmare is just going to be taking in some of the heroes that they're comfortable with as well. An early pick on the Lancelot. Not so sure what or how Team Evo will answer out to this. They can actually still pick up their 1-1 here for Piston. Or maybe go for the Claw. That is usually the case. If there is a Paramis on the other side, you would want to burst them down with that Blazing Duet. Or maybe even pick up the... there's a lot of things open here, right? Like Arlot, but with the glue here, it is going to be difficult to pull off that Roamer glue. Like, rarely do we see that. Maybe something for 20 August. And I was going to say the Lolita. Yep, very good up against the Paramis here of the side of Nightmare Esports. And without the high ground mages, I am not so sure if this is going to be the same case. The same thing that the IDNS did, right? Like, they are all in for the dives. Not that much range. I like the Lilia pick here of Agi. Has the same effect as the Eve. So this could work out really well. Pretty much the same thing that they've had in game number 1.
You mentioned Arlet, and he will be picked up by Nightmare. Okay, so if we saw a Franco COD combination in the games, there's also Lolita and COD, so it won't be impossible if they're aiming to pick out this hero. So maybe that's something that Nightmare could ban out. Fredrin was open, they take it out of their hands, and let's see who will be their final ban before we transition over to the side of Team Evo. But yeah, so far it's a lot of mobility. There's stashes, there's black shoes, you know, for Team Evo. For Nightmare, however, I guess they discovered, okay, Team Evo really wants team fights, then let's give them a team fight. Problem is they're gonna have to open Fire Mist now just so they have sustain. They have the ways for, you know, to be able to make it out of there alive. 1-1 being banned again, so I really smell a Claude here.
Now, for the final ban here of Evo, I think they can actually take out the Franco for their final ban. Honestly, it's so hard, especially if you're a Lilia. You get that Bloody Hunt, you're unable to pop your black shoes, which is what makes it really impactful in team fights. So Jasmine's Franco, there's also still the Fatal Links, or the the Atlas rather, for Jasmine here. Now, biggest question is, I still don't know if this Paramis is going to be a Jasmine hero or a so-so hero. They take away the Leslie as well of Piston here, so it might just be either a... Oh wow, that's a lot of gold laners taken out. We still don't know what's gonna be in the gold lane right now. Looking at our picks and bans, checking here. Wow, so many gold laners. Beatrix is still open, top picked hero by the way here in MSC. And we also still have other heroes like maybe perhaps like the Brody, often underestimated here by players. Didn't really have that much of a good run. But for Jasmine, can pick up the next available one, should be the Beatrix, but again, you don't know who you're going up against.
It is a question, but you just have to get the best hero possible, the best hero available. So you mentioned Brody and, well, who else is available? Leslie got fanned out. Benedetta, if they want to. Yeah, but that's another option. Other, you know, like really, really strong late game heroes. Team Evo taking their time. And yeah, I guess Sakai is available for Team Evo as well, right? Until they pick that up. And Carry. Okay, how can I forget that? That's probably why they don't mind banning all of these heroes. They still have Carry in their pockets, and it still works pretty well with the Lolita, with the Nakai, with the Glue even, and especially with the Lilia, because you get to have these super duper slows. It's gonna feel like you're walking while the ping is color red, you know?
Ooh, still a set of time for Jasmine. I was anticipating, or I was actually hoping for a Candida of either Jasmine or So-So, because there's a lot of heroes that you can pick off with that. But again, if you're gonna go for a Candida, it's high risk, high reward. Now you got the Kufra here to deal with the carry and even the glue. So another hero that can set up the tempo. Still a dive, I would say, for Nightmare Esports. But for Team Evo, they got a lot of their comfort picks, the glue and the Akai of Your Name. So once again, Biston gets his hand on a late game hero, so it is up to the rest of the members of Team Evo to actually make space for him. And looking at Nightmare, it seems like they want to engage early on. Paravis, Kufra, these are the heroes that will definitely be in the gold lane as early as the 2 minute, the 1 or 2 minute mark. They should be there pressuring in this carry of Piston that really needs more time to scale up.
I have to say though, there's a lot of chase, a lot of dashes, and a lot of catching potential for the draft of Nightmare here. It is a good tweak, it is a good adjustment given that they were quite limited in game number 1. But again, this is a best of 5, and Team Evo was able to bag game number 1. With that, let's see who will win and who will be victorious this time around as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Again, this is the MSC 2023 Mekong Region Qualifiers.
Ooh, it's about to get down. You know, if Nightmare manages to win this one, so it's going to be a 1-1. But if Team Evo, once again, will take the victory for this one, that's going to be a match point for them in the next game. I mean, they've had a long day, right? We started this day. It was them opening up the day and eventually getting that bounce power, that comeback from Wawa Gaming, and then eventually working their way to the final upper brackets, heading over here. So it's a long day. Of course, they want to close it out with a victory. I mean, I don't know if you play a rank game or if you play even Brawl, you would want to play your last game and win it, right? So as for Evo, again, momentum wise is theirs. And as for Nightmare, their lineup here is looking to start fights. Whenever they see it, they might actually be pressuring a Biston here on the gold lane, but maybe later on because the turtle will be up shortly. And once again, that is going to dictate how this match is going to go. If Nightmare will be able to take this turtle, they should be off to a great start, getting them that goal to be able to push forward.
And now I wonder if who will be able to secure the first blood 6 seconds before the turtle will be up. This is, funnily enough, this kind of like the longest game or like the longest minutes that no one died yet. Like the turtle was up first before they get any first blood. It's gonna be a different story now. Jenny August still there at the back line with his Lolita. Soul is kind of low, but looks like there's gonna be a jump into the turtle area. That will be the Thorn grows. 3D for Lexi. Gets a kill onto the turtle. That's gonna be the first blood. First one again going over to Lolita with the Luminum Blast. A good combo. Immaculate. Chef's Kiss. Now they have to really jump away because your name gets pressed down by Juviana here. 1-1 now on the board.
Wow, that was a great tug in there by the Ghostbusters of Soul. I was expecting that heavy spin, but they completely outplayed your name in that moment. Like, it was the Ghostbusters from the Pyramids of Soul, and then Jupiana was able to land in that nice final slash, taking down the jungler here of Team Evo. That's big, but I think for this particular game, it's not as dominant as Evo was in the first game. They were rotating so fast. They were able to get pickoffs after pickoffs. But right now, we're starting out real slow, like what you mentioned. And we're waiting for the engage. There's the black shoes being used already. Sprint being popped as well. Heavy spin here by your name. On to Jasmine. That gets all of the damage once again. And that is going to be Team Evo picking up the kill once again.
Man, 2-1 now on the board. That is okay. Team Evo right now, a lot more different than what we saw in game number 1. In game number 1, they get these, 2 or 3 kills in one go. Crazy plays, all of that. Now this is a lot more methodological. Like, they take it very, very slowly, get one pick off, and then they back away. And, they're also giving space to Piston, which is 0-0-0 on carry right now. That is still going to be a very, very nice start. But looking at the mid lane, it looks like it will be Jasmine. Gets back of airborne and the blast connecting onto him as well. And now here is an attempted save rather from Faramis. And with that, the one that will go 6 feet underground is Jasmine. 0-2 now, but that's okay because he is a Kufra.
Wow, that's so much crowd. I just noticed it right now. So much crowd control for the side of Evo. That is the Akai, the Lolita, as well as Oper here with this blue. And speaking of Oper, everyone's really low. Lexi forced to back away from that one. It's gonna be Juliana caught in the middle of everything. Flickers out, and now Oper as well. And use that split to tug him all the way back here. And that's gonna be a kill free picked up by Your Name. Beautifully executed once again by Team Evo, and they're actually gonna be able to take this turtle without any contest at all. 4 kills already in the board for Team Evo.
Wow. Okay, they are staying true to the momentum that they have, being very dominant in the early game, get as much objectives as they can, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Let Biston farm. Like, he's gonna be fine. We also haven't seen much kills from Agi just yet. However, out of the 4 kills that they have right now, he had 3 assists. So the presence is there. They're using Lilia as the setup here, the setup queen or the slows and everything. And you also have Your Name. I kind of laugh because like out of the 4 kills, he had 3. He was a tank here, but that's okay. Things happen. And here is the goal time. That is going to be a bit of an ouchie. Spirit Goal will fall down. And it has been taken down by Biston. Nightmare, this is a bad spot for them. They don't really want to overstay their welcome. So it's back to them rotating over to the mid lane. Glue and Lancelot having a bit of a 1v1 on the top there. But they're fine. They can survive. It's just a Glue and it's a Lancelot. He'll be able to jump away. And everything's back to normal now.
That's 4 kills picked up instantly by Evo, and looking at the late game, it's still going to favor Evo. So either way, do well here in the early game, and I'm not surprised about that shake up there. Jasmine onto Your Name. There is no heavy spin. Actually, there is the heavy spin finally available. Heavy spinning the way out of that clash. And Biston, once again, we're going to be seeing him go all the way to the top and try to get this lane. Juliana going in for the final slash. Here comes the backup. Okay, there's going to be the tug there by So. Not able to survive that one. There is going to be the punish by Nightmare Esports. That's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor this time of Nightmare.
Wow, there you go. Slowly ramping up on damage. And the 5-3 now on the board. Jasmine gets first dibs on the turtle as well. There is a little bit of aggression towards So, but that's okay. He can take it. Now you have Opper at the back line still. Too easy for Lexi. That's a too easy throw take. Focus fire onto one. Thornrose being popped by too easy for Lexi again. Now Cammy is the one that is being targeted by Lolita by 20 August. Window Blast already gone, so that's something Nightmare could do if they ever want to go with a team fight, or if they ever want to force a pick off. 4v2 right now. Offer though will be met by Juliana, but he's okay. He can survive, I think, hopefully. But now the top lane, Black Shoe still not being casted here by Agi, and Opper will just play around against the minions, clear it out. Not do anything, not over exaggerate his movements toward Juliana. And yeah, the pacing of this game is a lot slower than what we saw in game number 1 because the teams were already able to adjust to the playstyle.
I actually have to commend Lexi here in this game. 2 turtle takes as compared to game number 1 where it was Evo that actually secured in most of the objectives. Actually, I believe that's all turtles going to their side. Wow, that final slash. But here comes the Numinal Blast in. Cold Altar, of course, to sustain them from the clash. Lexi's gonna get all of the damage. Not gonna be able to survive that one. 5 members of Nightmare Esports down. There is going to be the Tyrant's Rage here onto Your Name. The sniper will come through, and Your Name still lives another day, and still Team Evo winning clashes after clashes, but it might actually be a different case. They're trying to push this tower on the mid side. There goes the reverse pattern from Cammy. Agi as well, unable to pop in that Black Shoes. Big take here by Nightmare Esports. Middle lane already gone.
Middle lane already gone indeed. So that is more breathing space, more area to walk over at least space check for Nightmare. The Lord is already up. I'm not sure if Eva will be able to contest this. It's being heavily guarded by Nightmare. Domino Blast will be popped there as well. Let's connect onto Jasmine. Heavy spin connecting onto one. There is going to be the kill onto Bisman. Juliana gets the kill actually. Dominus Ice goes over to Jasmine, but your name was able to secure that Lord. Double kill going over to Juliana now. That is going to be Lolita, 6 feet underground. Immobilized connecting onto Cammy. Opper being able to at least get a crucial pickoff, but he pays for that with his own life. 3-1 in favor of Nightmare.
I would have to say that's pretty much worth it still for Evo. Yep, it was Opper's life traded out for Cammy. Huge, right? Like if Cammy was able to survive that one, that would have been much more difficult for Team Evo, right? But unfortunately enough for their side, your name was able to secure that Lord, and now Soul as well, gonna get all the damage from the speedy light field, Lexi as well. You do his best to clear out the waves, puncture in and out of that one, and one by one, nice and slow, Team Evo once again gets their groove here in this game.
Yeah, and even though they got, there were a few mishaps for a few minutes, they just need to get Lord, courtesy of your name, and then it's go time again. It's back to being this very powerful team that will maybe bulldoze over Nightmare. I'm not sure. Nightmare, they're still waiting for their online time, for their go signals. But until when? Until when are we going to be seeing this? There's going to be a dash in again. Thorn Rose connecting on to no one. Suzy for Lexi will have to fall back. There's a lot of bombs being set out by Agi here. So I guess that's the difficult part of diving towards Team Evo. Yep, they have a lot of slows. They have a lot of setup. They even have heavy spin to pin you down. There's also a glue that can just cling on to you. There will be Raslanmenting on to 2. Mega kill going over to Juliana. Gets kill on to Lolita. However, Juicy for Lexi gets another kill for himself. 2-0 and so far in favor of a Nightmare. And the next target is Opper. Yarning will have to walk away. Bison is still nowhere to be found. But that's okay. It happens. And now you have Soul as a easy for Lexi storming into the mid lane. Bison catches one. Damage is there. But the question is it enough? Too easy for Lexi. Woohoo! That is gonna hurt a little bit. I guess the damage is enough. Not as bursty as we want, but it's enough to push them back. Cammy gets one kill from the bot lane, and that's more breathing space for Nightmare.
Well, I just have to commend Jasmine there with that 3-man Tyrant's Rage, and then getting Juliana to actually go over, get that final slash. They pick up 2 kills, and instantly it's gonna bounce back to Nightmare Esports. So I love how these two teams are just, it's a push and pull for this entire game, and it could be anyone's game here right now. Nightmare Esports, they're prepared to take in all of the CC coming from Team Evo, and with the Turtle Peaks, it made so much of a difference to Nightmare as compared to game number 1, wherein there wasn't any turtles that were taken in by Nightmare, but there's the shutdown. Quietly there, Jasmine once again gonna try to go in for the Tyrant's Rage. Here comes the Cold Altar from the backside. Lexi trying to take that Piston, but it is not enough. You're gonna be able to spin, but not enough from Kimmy. He blinkers in, gets the triple, and now gonna try to go for that Maniac on the 20 August. And nope, it's not gonna be a Maniac. It's a wipeout instead for Team Evo, as Nightmare is gonna go straight for the base. The dead timers are up. Here you go, and I don't think they will be able to defend up against this one. This time, it is going to be Nightmare taking in the victory.
It only took them one mistake, one wrong move, and with that, they severely got punished by Nightmare. This is a Nightmare that we expected, by the way. They heavily punished their opponents with just one sweep, one quick 5v5 team fight, and the death timers definitely worked in their favor, aside from the damage. Being able to catch Biston, carry does hurt a lot, but after really dashing or sidestepping, she can't really do anything after the Phantom Step, and I guess that's the reason why Nightmare was a lot more confident and a lot more patient in this game. I really thought Team Evo was gonna bag that victory. But hey, we get to practice every day. That was an almost 14-minute match. Lolita was not as prominent as we expected in the map. Agi as well, not really bagging all those early kills as a Lilia. But hey, we all have different starts, right? And yeah, if there's anyone I want to commend right now from the side of Nightmare, it will be their Kufra. But anyway, MVP, if earlier it was Biston, now it's Kami415 on this Beatrix.
Yep, there we talked about the gold lane matchup here, and I think it was a wise choice for the side of Nightmare to actually limit out the gold lane. I think no, it was Team Evo that actually limited their gold lane. They took out 3 marksman heroes, so that was the Claw. They took out the 1-1 as well, and even the Melissa. So it's just them forcing themselves into a situation wherein Biston was just has to opt out for the carry. There's a lot of good plays here, a lot of push and pulls from both sides, but of course you can get to check that out once again with these highlights.
"2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
The word exciting can't even cover half of what we're watching in this best of 5. Again, this is the 2023 MSC Mekong Region Qualifiers. We are now sitting at a comfortable 1-1 in favor of no one. But after this, we will finally see who is one game win away from getting that one slot to be able to represent their region at the MSC. Again, we're going to be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim.
Working their way to the lower brackets, and even up until the first game that they had here, they were on fire. And the moment that Nightmare Esports was able to take back the driver's seat, I think this is a big thing, especially for Team Evo, right? And during game number 2, there was a lot of things that went down in that game. I think what really made it difficult for Team Evo was that they couldn't get a hero that Biston was comfortable with. Yeah, the carry is a late game hero, but going up against the team comp earlier of Nightmare, it was difficult to pull off a carry. I mean, I would have preferred a hero like a Melissa, or maybe even a 1-1 hero that Bistan is much more comfortable with. But on the other hand, though, he got to see Cammy shine a little bit more. That was the matchup that we mentioned, right? Gold lane matchup. And stellar performance, by the way. That last flicker from the Beatrix just sealed the fate of Team Evo for game number 2. And eventually, we're down to this point once again that we don't know who has the upper hand, who has the momentum.
Yeah, exactly. It's all a question mark to us, honestly. So only one way to find out is for us to actually watch the game. And yeah, I know Team Evo doesn't really prioritize Bistan's hero, but I think it's about time. You know, if they're gonna go with those risky plays, like ban out like Melissa, ban out a Claude, ban out a the other all of those strong marksmen, just pick one. You know, get one for Vista, maybe in the second rotation if we're gonna stay in the blue side, and then just let Nightmare choose whichever is like top 2 or whichever is left. For Nightmare though, I love this. This is the kind of team that we are looking forward to seeing in the grand finals. All of those back and forths, all of those patient but on point decision making skills. Again, I highly want to commend their initiator, their tank, being able to make things happen. Plus, too easy for Lexi, securing all of those objectives almost non-contested.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the high ground mages. We didn't see it so much in that game, but it was more of the clashes, right? All about the dives, and we got to see such an action-packed game. What I like about these two teams as well is they can play around with different playstyles, because if you notice, some of the teams here in Mekong, they either they like to go front to back, the standard front to back, or some of them like to go for total dives. But for this grand finals matchup, this is probably one of the few times that I've seen both teams are actually very much capable of getting in the victory for this series. And honestly, I can say I'm happy to see this. I'm happy to witness this actually for the Mekong region, because for the longest time we've only seen IDNS, right? I mean, they had a good run here, but it's time for the Laos country to shine once again, and they're looking really promising here to represent the Mekong in Cambodia. So for now, we are looking forward to seeing our game number 3, and I would love to see for the side of Team Evo, just get this on a good hero, right? Like what you mentioned, probably pick it up in the first phase, like get him a hero that he's comfortable with. I'm pretty sure he can actually carry you guys maybe up until game number 5. Who knows? I mean, this is a best out of 5, by the way, so we're no longer we're done with best out of 3s for the grand finals. It's a best out of 5.
Yeah, we want those more games apparently. But yeah, the comeback mechanic is a lot more predicted in the best of 5, and there is just a lot of ways to be able to turn things around. Like this, where the draft is gonna matter more. This is where macro is gonna matter more, since it's all micro, I believe, if we're gonna look into best of 1s and best of 3s. But yeah, again, this is game number 3, 1-1 right now on the board, and we have Nightmare versus Team Evo. Since we talk about Team Evo, let's scooch over to Nightmare. They had a clean run yesterday. Like that was beautiful to watch. Okay, and the same thing, they were able to defeat Team Evo 2-0 in favor of Nightmare.
Right.
But now we can see there is a small dent in their history, right? Game 1 does go over to Team Evo. I guess that shows they were able to show a little, signs of being soft, signs of openings, right, for Team Evo. But overall, I think Nightmare will still be able to make a run for their money. I wonder what cadre is going to open in this game, though. I expect a ban still in the Prio Mages and the Franco, the Atlas, even all of those very strong and sturdy beefy frontliners, and for the gold laners as well, as we did see in the previous game. But we'll never know. All of these is just hypothetical before we jump into the actual pick and ban phase, which will start in a few minutes, guys. So make sure you won't be able to miss it.
Once again, thanking all of our live streamers who are watching the Mekong qualifiers right now because there's a lot of things going on. I know there are a couple of playoffs for different MPL regions that is currently happening right now as well. So thank you so much for tuning in here. And of course, you guys have a lot of MLBB action going on, especially there's a lot of hype about MSC as well, Yuko. There is going to be 3 regions that will be joining MSC. So I think I'm not so sure, right? Like it's MSC stands for Mobile Legends Southeast Asian Cup. But now we're going to be having NACT, the winner for NACT or the North American League. We also have winners from MENA, which is the Middle East region, and then they're going to be adding up one more region. So that it's a total of 3 regions, 3 new teams that will be joining the pool of MSC 2023. And honestly, I can't wait, right? Like who knows, Mekong. Even if Laos proves to be such a dominant force to deal with, we might actually see maybe an MPL Laos or maybe even their own MPLs, right? It does happen, and make sure to keep supporting all of the teams here, all of the players here, because obviously we want to take this to the next level.
See the world as the lady in the spiel in the commercial, as you've been watching all throughout the group stages, even here in the playoffs. But yeah. Before we hop into game number 3, is there any... See, you can even include the ones during the group stages, but is there any memorable fight or memorable interaction clash that you saw all throughout the Mekong region qualifier?
Ooh, probably the Savage of the Martis. Like, rarely do
There
you
you go.
see that. Like, usually it's like the Marksman heroes. Like, I think that was the match of IDNS. Yeah, IDNS up against... It was in the group stages. I think it was Level that they gone up against. It was super a very intense match, and I think for Level they were willing to try something new. So we've seen like new heroes, Cushion, Edith, and even the Popalikupa. I think for one time actually won that game. So there's a lot of things I could highlight, not just plays but even heroes. Because rarely do you see like when it comes to meta, right? Like all the players, they would definitely want to maximize the meta. Make sure that they get meta heroes, but I really appreciate teams who pick up heroes that aren't in the meta and are actually able to make it work. Yeah, I mean that's such a feat itself. So I would really love to see more of that in the future. And it just goes to show that there's a lot of strategies that you can pull off. It's just a matter of getting the heroes that you're comfortable with.
Exactly. And you know, you mentioned all of these unorthodox picks. It actually reminded me of the Nathan we saw, I believe, in day number 2.
Yeah.
Or was it day number 1? Yeah,
Yep.
that was interesting. Even though they lost, it's still happy to see that, hey, they actually tried this hero. If it works and it's something that you can incorporate in your lineup, and just, you know, small tweaks here and there. If it works, then it will definitely work. And you highlighted that this is still a developing region, but so far it's very, very promising, right? All of these teams, they know their stuff. They even draft so well. They know the priorities even, and they carve their own meta. With that, I can't wait to see how they will duke it out against the other members of the SCA region. Hopefully, we will be there to witness all of that, and I don't know, maybe cast that. Wink, wink. But yeah, it's a lot of things and a lot of clashes, a lot of differences that collides just because of MLBB. And yeah, before this becomes a soliloquy, I'm gonna ask you again. You already saw Lilia, right? I already saw my Kaja. But for game number 3, you can go crazy with the answer. You can say Layla if you want, okay? But who do you want to see in game
I'd
number 3?
like to see that little tag. Something that I would like to see that is not part of the meta. Am I right? Not part of the meta that I would love to see more often. It's probably my main hero. I think for those of you guys who follow me or you follow my TikTok account, you should know this because I really love Carmilla. So I say this often, like I would like to see her more in the meta. I think there was a time wherein the tank meta was such a huge thing, and I'd really love to see her like shine in that meta because she's played as a tank. So yeah, if you ask me, I'd like to see more Carmillas. I mean, I think she's personally like very underrated, great for team fights. But I think with the current meta, it's more of like the center tanks. So we
Yeah.
see a lot more like Kufras, more of the Atlas. I don't think she has the toolkit to make the plays, but it's different from the tanks. When she was already classified as a support tank, so hopefully maybe in the future, if MLBB does decide to buff her up, maybe it could actually work out in the meta. Maybe in MSC 2023, we don't know because every single month we see like a new patch coming up. So there are some new heroes that go down, some heroes that rise up. So it's just that's what makes MOBA really interesting.
See, I actually can imagine that maybe they can have a Carmela rework, since she's actually the kind of tank that goes, I take damage, you free hit. That's it. Is her kit still
It's
worth
like
it? So
Fredrin.
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, there you go. But I guess you mentioned this rather. The meta right now for the tank is just all that initiates, all that focus, and yeah, just can't wait to see how things are going to be panning out in a few more minutes. But yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm very much excited for this match. I do want to see a Guinevere. I don't know why. I just really want to see her again. Like, she was so hyped during the time she was released in the game. Was she in the meta? No, not really. But she has an interesting kit. All those jumps, all those combos, right?
Hey, you actually see, I've seen a Guinevere jungle, a tanky Guinevere jungle, and it was only used in MPL Philippines, but this was like a few seasons ago. So we built here to be a tank, and there were some buffs that were made to it. I haven't checked completely, but it still works, but it really depends on the composition.
Maybe on the composition. Alright. I'm trying to imagine if I can force the Guinevere in the lineup. I can't. Never mind. She can be easily bulldozed over by a Brock, by a glue, and everything. So yeah, it's gonna be difficult. I guess and another. Hey, I actually remember the MPL Philippines. There was a time where Hanabi was picked up. I believe that was from Brand Esports, right? It was used by Coco one time, and yeah, that's gonna happen.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
"2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtles delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Worldwide North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
They've got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Was a fruitful year.
Again, this is the grand finals, best of 5. We have game number 3, so that means each team rather was able to get a victory. We're gonna be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger Kim. We hope you guys are able to get your dinner or breakfast wherever you are, because this is gonna be an intense match. Because after this, finally one of our teams will be at match point.
Okay, I like this glue ban. I mean, Opper has been spamming this glue for the past few games. And for Nightmare Esports, often overlooked, but once Opper has this hero, he can pretty much be a little bit more proactive as compared to him picking up the other heroes. And I talked about, when we talked about the Gold Lane matchup, pretty much these two are all about the late game, right? But when it comes to the XP lane, it's a different story here. To be honest, we play for Nightmare Esports, and this man is just absolutely insane on heroes like the Arlott. He's super aggressive, by the way. But as for Opper, he is more of the tanky type of XP laner, more of the Fredrins, more of the glues. So this is going to be a shake-up on the XP lane. We're seeing both Blue and the Arlott as well being banned away here. Still open, by the way, up for grabs could be the Eve and the Valentina as well, if they want to leave that open.
Valentina, she got banned in the first 2 games, so I think we might not see her in game number 3 again. The tides can still change if our teams wish to. Eve is still going to be banned out, and Farsa is like the auto ban in this best of 5. Let's see who else can be banned out. Fredrin doesn't really get banned out. Kaja can be banned, I guess, right? If they want to. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, they don't really ban out gold laners in the first rotation. They usually, the gold laner bans are just for the second rotation bans. So it seems like Team Evo is taking their sweet time. Were there any more Class SS heroes available?
I would take out the Kaja.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. They took out Lapu Lapu. Kaja is open. Okay, this is our script. Kaja is open. You have Melissa. You have Beatrix. You have Benedetta. Although Beatrix and Benedetta are not first pick worthy, but Kaja is, and they do pick that up.
Now, if you wanna get that divine judgment as well for yourself, now Team Evo can pick up that Valentina. There you have it, instantly picked up here. Maybe perhaps something like along the lines of I'm not so sure if Brendan will work well. There is the Kaja to deal with. Oh, actually, I do get that right. I was thinking the divine judgment might be a problem for the Brendan, but once again, it is a flex pick for Team Evo. It can go to your name or Oper actually, but I think in this case, knowing how Oper plays, this might actually be an XP lane Brendan.
Maybe, and not impossible. So now it's time to get the damage dealers in the board for Nightmare. COD is still open, and again, Beatrix, the usual drill. Akai is available, by the way. They could still pick that up if they want to. Kufra is open as well. Atlas, if they want. How could I forget? Martis is also available for Too Easy for Lexi here. And yeah, he's gonna have a blast with that hero. But Saber finally making his way into the picks as well.
Someone with a lot more range as compared to when you talk about like a Lilia, Savior. We've seen a lot of it yesterday, but not so much today. So it's this time I think this will be a much better, I guess, in terms of clashes. Just the Dawning Light. It's different compared to going up against Eve. And now Biston as well gonna be. I'm surprised they didn't pick up the. Oh wait, okay, yeah. I was thinking like 1-1 was open, but Biston goes for the Melissa instead, someone that can protect itself. As compared to the 1-1, the Kaja might be a big problem, especially when you get the Divine Judgment in. Second bans here, as talking about the 1-1, instantly it's gonna get taken out here by Team Evo. And for Nightmare, now this is the biggest question. Is it going to be Oper Fredrin, or is it going to be like another hero for your name? Perhaps like an Akai that's still open. He's very much comfortable with the Akai. Someone great for securing objectives as well. And they're going to take away the Atlas. I'm surprised it's the case because... yes, it can be because Jasmine is already on the Kaja. So instantly they're going to be taking away Setter Tanks for $20.
Yeah, taking out all of those scary setters. 1-1 and Beatrix has been picked out for Nightmare, leaving Carrie, Claude, Benedetta, Leslie for Kami, whichever he will pick. Last ban will be a Dicky, so no neutralizers, no anything. We'll be able to give more space and breathing time for Kaja.
Now, your name doesn't have a hero just yet. I'm really, really anticipating that this will be a Fredrin XP lane. Now, my guesses will be right if they will pick up an Akai here in the next phase, or maybe even pick up something for 20 August. I'm still not so sure. Usually they leave out the option for 20 August to be the last option, but yeah, they're just gonna go for it instead. They're still anticipating the last two picks of Nightmare. They have to consider that too. So the Lolita here, 20 August played a really good Lolita in game number 1, and they're looking to recreate it here in game number 3. I was talking about the Akai, and just as I mentioned it, it is instead going to be picked up by Nightmare Esports, which means that this is going to be an XP lane Marcus.
Okay. We mentioned COD that could be picked up by Nightmare, and they did. Also, I don't think Lolita and COD is a nice combo for Team Evo. I mean, it's gonna work for them, but it might be dire for Nightmare. And with that, let's see. I believe this is your name's hero, unless he gets friendly, but I don't really know. I don't think this can happen. Who else is available? No, we already have a Lolita. I was about to say Kufra. Huh.
They need someone to front as well.
Close enough.
Rizla. Okay, no, it's actually going to be. Yep, I was right. So it is a side lane Martis, and they're gonna be switching it up. So it's gonna be your name on the Fredrin. So I was expecting. I was like, oh yeah, it might be Oper's Heroes because he does really work well with the Fredrin XP lane. But knowing that the final info that they needed was it going to be a jungler Martis or was it going to be something else? And I think that Rizla is I would say this is not the usual matchup that we see in the XP lane. And with the Lapu Lapu out, I think this is the next best option for both sides. So get the Martis and the Terizla back to its original lane.
Just put them on default and see what works. So now it's a Melissa and a Claude. Interesting. But for now, and for my personal favorite for the matchup, 20 August versus Jasmine. 20 August has a bit more, more AoE, more leeway, and can catch more heroes. But I guess for Jasmine, if Nightmare wants to force pickups in the mid game, they can and they should. I mean, you have global presence for this for Soul. You also have the Divine Judgment for Kaja, and you also have the Blazing Duet. Although personally, using Blazing Duet for one hero is not enough for me. But hey, if you secure the kill at the grand finals, I take it every day.
Well, for the side of Nightmare is they got someone to suppress the Kaja. They also got the heavy spin to set things up. But for Team Evo, it's gonna heavily rely on 20 August and Ober. Ober still has that penalty zone as well, so that can also set up the plays here for the side of Team Evo. Now let's take a look at our lineup one last time here, Yuko. I think this will be a crucial match, not because it's the match point, but it is actually the match that will set up the match point for whoever's gonna win this one. And eventually, that's where it all starts, right? That the momentum, it will begin here. And now we're seeing our two teams, Team Evo, both from Laos, looking to represent the region for MSC 2023. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn. This is game number 3 in a best out of 5 series.
There you go. All right, everyone is loaded into the Land of Dawn. And of course, we're all very, very excited again. Thank you so much to everyone that stayed with us, not just today, but those who watched from day 1 up until the final day in our final series. You guys are the real MVPs here. No amount of savages can go against that. Wow, so cheesy. Anyway, getting back into the early game here, nothing too different really. It's just them duking it out, few love taps. Yeah, no one's gonna die. I won't be surprised if they're gonna play this one out defensively, and I won't be surprised if it's gonna be a low kill count kind of game. Is it gonna happen? No, because both teams love team fights. But in the early game, they could be very, very conservative. See, like right that. Get the little wanderer, get the crab coin, and then walk away.
Well, it's all about taking the resources, right? In the early stages of the game, we've seen Team Evo actually securing in lots of turtles actually for their side, especially in game number 1, which is what really gave them the upper hand when it came to the itemization or the scaling damage, right? And now we're looking at the Claude and Melissa, Blazing Duet plus the combo of the Melissa with the Inspire. I think for Kami, this is what made them win game number 2. Get that nice Blazing Duet catch when everyone's just off guard, especially once 20 August is done with that Luminous Blast. He can have a slight more advantage, but we're seeing a lot of pokes here on the gold lane. No casualties just yet, but both have reached their level 4 power spike. We're gonna put our eyes here on this turtle once again. You see the Luminous Blast here from 20 August. It's gonna be Jasmine this time taking it for the side of Nightmare, and that's gonna be a first blood picked up by the side of Nightmare.
Yeah, and that's a very, very good start from Nightmare. It was a lot to juggle, but hey, they even get the gold lead here. And that was a kill on your name, on Fredrin. The kill went over to Juviana. Okay, that's good. That was a Martis. Good early game start. With that, I think Nightmare will continue to pressure the lane to just, keep the lead going. I'm still looking if there's any significant rotations here, but not that much. Except this one, Mobilize will connect. You also have the ultimate coming out from Savior, Dawning Light, but that was just to scare off Aggie.
You see how Soul, right? It's pretty much very useful in all of the clashes. It doesn't really need to go that near, right? The rest of the members here are melee heroes, so you can pretty much just leave them there. I can be able to safely pop my Dawning Light from a safe distance. That should be all right. And as for Nightmare, what they did right here in the early game was getting that pick off onto your name. That's huge, right? Look at the lead. It's already at 1K, almost 1K here for Nightmare. And they're looking to actually solidify that by getting Cammy to be able to have a lot of gold plating here. Here comes the engage, plays into it from the backside, and there's the Divine Judgment onto Biston. He's able to sustain for a bit. This is very dangerous, fighting under the tower, and that's when Jasmine punished instantly by the members of Team Evo. Lexi as well, next one on the chopping board, and that is going to be 2 kills straight to Biston. This is not good for Nightmare. You shouldn't be feeding Biston here. I mean, it's not time to go online just yet. Don't let him have all the kills. But just play it out safely. Go straight for this next turtle, perhaps. That's what they did right in the first stages. But we're seeing once again Nightmare Esports gonna be heading over to the side. We're waiting for that Luminant Blast from 20 August later on. But both junglers are gonna be taking as much resources as they can before they head over to this turtle.
I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but Biston was just at the back line there. He was able to free hit, thus getting a double kill. That's just the logic behind what happened in the clash earlier. Now they're trying to see another one. That will be the penalty zone being popped. You're gonna get your hands on the turtle. That will be the also coming in from Akai as well. Heavy spin. But the only one that died there will be Jasmine. Was not even able to use the Divine Judgment. He just accepted his fate and became fried chicken. And that's another kill going over to Team Evo.
Speaking of fried chicken, you got Agi as well picking up that Divine Judgment. Seems like everybody wants that Kaja's ultimate, which is, by the way, still on the top man, 100% win rate. Okay, we have yet to see if this game is gonna soil that 100% win rate. But again, it's still too early to tell here. What I like about what Nightmare Esports is doing is, again, they really don't overcommit, right? A little bit of overcommitment there on the bottom side. They should be feeding Biston so much. And speaking of Biston, once again in very good position. There comes the Dawning Light, and then when Flash from the backside, just 2. And that's gonna be instantly a double kill for your name. Getting 3 hits onto Biston, 2 assists. So looking at those 5 kills, pretty much Biston almost has 100% kill participation so far.
Almost. But someone that has a closer kill participation is Aji. 4 out of 5 kills. All because of, well, it's Valentina. Of course, she's found to be the team fight. Also, she got Kaja's Divine Judgment earlier. But yeah, this is a stable start for Team Evo again. We saw this in game number 2. Them being able to just bulldoze over Nightmare, overwhelm them and everything, give everything to Biston basically. And I'm starting to see the reason why Biston is being hyped and the reason why a lot of viewers do cheer him on. Because of the mechanics, like, look at that. I wish I was that good, but I'm a caster. I mean, I'm okay with it. But, sometimes I kind of wish I was as good as the players here. And, again, aside from Biston getting that 2-0, you also have your name with 3 kills in his pocket. So the main damage dealers who are the ones getting funneled. Massive Turtle being taken down again. Going over to the side of Team Evo now. Marcus tries to go in with the combo, but he was forced to use Mortal Coil out of there. Juviana had no choice. That's a 3-1 Fredrin, and the other members are pretty much near where they are too. So that is not a situation you want to be in. And yeah, almost 8 minutes in, things are looking good for Team Evo. But what could Nightmare do to be able to overcome this, Burger Kim?
I have yet to see a heavy spin from the Akai here of Lexi. Well, maybe it's because most of the time Lexi is just too busy farming up, so we don't really see him setting the tempo here. But this is what I can tell you. Biston, well fed in the early stages of the game, and right now, once again, reaping what he sowed in the early game, and he's looking really good. 3-0-2 for Nightmare. Once again, they need to get that Divine Judgment onto Biston. But how can you actually reach Piston at this point, right? There's so much front line. And to add up to all that, you got Oprah from the backside, getting that set penalty, and Piston just creating everyone. Tower goes down. Here comes the heavy spin that I was waiting for. Onto Lexi. He gets the Divine Judgment and shuts down Your Name. A good trade there by the side of Nightmare. They're gonna go for more. They actually get the shutdown. They might go Juliana as well. Gonna get the Terrified there by the Arcane Shade. Here comes the Numen Blast to make the members of Nightmare Esports back away, and that was a good trade by in favor of Nightmare Esports.
Those two kills, Biston and Your Name, meaning taken down, is all thanks to Soul. He did his best to jump straight at their face and, just CC them to the ground, which gave enough time for Nightmare to be able to join and take them down. Good attempt on Kami, though, with the Blazing Duet, but it just so happened that the damage was not there yet. So Biston was able to just sidestep. But hey, this is something we've been hoping for. Nightmare slowly showing signs of life. Golden Staff being picked up by Biston, and now the Lord is already up. Of course, he wants to get the objective. First hit goes over to too easy for Lexi and Opper. That wasn't an overextend, but he does pay for that with his life, and now there's gonna be a jump in to Juliana. Biston has had enough. He gets a kill onto one. Ring of Order being popped by Jasmine on this Kaja as well, and they just push him back. He'll like still here and there, make sure Kami will be safe. Blazing Duet still available. So popping out with the Dawn of Light, Stunning Light rather. Some stuns, some knockups. Lord still up. You have Soul there. Stun connecting onto Soul, honestly. Minimum Blast no longer available. You're gonna still onto the Lord with that. Too easy for Lexi. Gets him down by Azzy. Kami does jump in with the Blazing Duet, but that was too deep into the fight. He took a lot of damage, and he has to back away.
Well, this is the first time I've seen Kami so passive, right? This is some more aggressive Piston that I'm seeing here in the grand finals. Like, most of the time you see Kami being very confident in that gold lane. But with the squad, he's a bit reserved when it comes to like when to pop his Blazing Duet. Maybe it's also because he has to worry about the Numen Blast. He has to worry about the energy eruption coming in from Your Name. He does have the BMI out, but it's just a matter of timing. And how can you actually get that when 20 August has been setting up all these Numen Blasts to get Team Evo to work their way in? And now by this time, Biston has already scaled up on this Melissa. So for Team Evo, it's just a matter of when to engage. And as for Nightmare Esports, I would say that sometimes their aggressiveness can work to their favor. But as of now, it is going to be Team Evo rather, in the driver's seat with a 5k gold lead. And now they're looking to push the tower on the bottom side. I'm not so sure if 20 August hasn't win a blast just yet. Okay, to be able to zone the members out, and they should be able to take this tower quickly. Once again, now it's just the inhibitors left here for Nightmare.
Yeah, just the inhibs indeed. That was a quick turret cleanup from Team Evo. See, this is where they excel. Their macro and their map control is immaculate. We saw this even yesterday. We saw this the day before. We even saw this earlier in the series today. And it's very refreshing to see that they were able to preserve this up until the grand finals. Right now, there is a 5k gold in favor of Team Evo. Plus, they're up 3 kills compared to Nightmare. Too easy for Lexi. Get spot out. Hello. But yeah, I think they're gonna back down. Even though that's a guy, even though he's janky. This is a very, very crucial moment to be picked off. And Nightmare doesn't want that. Looking at the top lane though, there are minion waves pushing in. And right now, Nightmare are being come together. And Evo, they don't really mind. They're just working their way around the Lord pit here. Although on the other side of the map, the Lord will be up in 25 seconds. Oh, okay. They want to get the buff. That's probably why. They want to get the buff. There's going to be a reset. They got spotted out. So they're going to let this one go.
Can I just say that Juliana is really, really, really young. He just turned 17 this year. So this guy has a huge potential in the MLBBC. Knowing he just played with Nightmare, I believe it was just last year that I've seen Juliana. And it's not to say someone like really aggressive on the XP lane. You see that he actually made the lane move there on the bottom side, actually causing the members of Team Evo to at least pay attention to clearing out their sides. But once again, we're seeing Oper, since he has that death penalty, he's gonna be setting the tempo as well. Whereas Juviana, you can see him just moving, working on that lane bottom side. Whereas Team Evo, they have their eyes set on this Lord, which will be reset once again. So I really do commend the efforts here of Juviana. That's 2 towers before Oper actually takes notice of him.
That's a really good push. 20 August gets spotted out. Sometimes on the queen for Lexi. You also had a dawning light being used. Lord, oh yeah, there's another reset on the Lord. And with that, it seems like Team Evo, they're waiting for Nightmare to actually join the party. What they don't know though is Jasmine and Kami is looking at the side, basically what's gonna be there. And the 20 August took a little bit too much damage. With that, this game is going over to Soso, -1, and seems like Nightmare might be able to win the numbers game. The Lord will go over to your name, still immaculate, secure up the objectives. Now you have this again, kill onto one, and you can't really even reach Agi. Juviana tried, but with all those juggle, Agi was so low, but Biston still gets the kill. Good juggling from Team Evo, good positioning, good dodging as well. And at this point in time, Biston, he doesn't really care. He even, that was too easy for Alexi, but that wasn't a Kai. That's supposed to be tanky. The timers are very high. Jasmine can't really recall, but now Biston was able to get the kill onto one, and they're probably gonna be focusing onto the base, and they did. They have the wave, but Lori was not even able to reach the base. But Team Evo, they bagged game number 3, 2-1 now in favor of Team Evo.
Woo! Wow, all the way from the lower bracket, right? They gotta close this one. No, they need to close this out with a win, right?
Oh,
that was
yeah.
a long way, all the way here. And honestly, Team Evo continues to surprise us time and time again. I really like how, for Biston, once again, he's able to get a hero that he's comfortable with. This is something that they severely lacked in game number 2, which is why I think it's a much better draft, especially it will really revolve on Biston. At that point, I believe it was Jasmine who was gonna try to pick off Biston at that point, but eventually it was an almost wipeout, and they weren't able to do anything. They just went straight for the base, and this is Team Evo. The greatest surprise that we have for tonight, on match point already against Nightmare Esports, was just patiently waiting for them here in the grand final stage. I am really up for more surprises today, but this is probably the best one for Team Evo fans out there.
Exactly. You know what? It made me think. What should Nightmare do? First, win a game. But second, like to be more specific on what they should do, I believe they could invest really a number of bans on Vista. Not all of his heroes, but like the best possible gold laners here. Before we jump into game number 3, we did talk about the fact that he should get Melissa. He should be able to get 1-1 even. Yeah, just give him that crazy hero and he will deliver. MVP for the match, pretty much like what we saw in game number 1. It will be Biston on this Melissa, 7, 1, and 3. Hero participation, 83%. And no matter how you try to dive Melissa, you really just cannot reach her. Nightmare, that was a very good try. It was a very good game. But it just so happened that if you really leave Biston unchecked, it's going to be a problem. And if you allow 20 August to just jump in and out with the Nominum Blast, they'll be able to get their way with you.
Yeah, I think for this particular matchup, it's not 20 August and the gold laner, but it's more of 20 August setting the place for the rest of the members and just let Biston do his thing. Now we're down to a match point, but of course, before we head towards that match point, let's enjoy these highlights first.
2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turquoise delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends, starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Twenty 2022 was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the turtles delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G World Blade North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-sea representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level.
2-1 on the board in favor of Team Evo. Let's see, will we see a 3-1 or will we see a 2-2? Again, this is the final series, final day, possible final game. And we're going to be your casters. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Burger King.
Going down to that one last game for Team Evo, and that's going to be their ticket to MSC 2023 this year. And now let's take a look at our picking. It's going to be Team Evo on the blue side this time. So they're going to be having the first pick for this game. And as for Nightmare Esports, if they want to stop the momentum here of Team Evo, I'm not so sure, okay? Like, I personally think, okay, there should be, at this point, like, looking at how well Biston, how good Biston is, rather, with all of these marksman heroes that are currently in the meta, I could safely say that, you know, there should be like a lot of target bans towards this gold laner of Team Evo that has just worked his way up until this point wherein Team Evo is already on their match point. Now still standard bans for the first phase. We're gonna be seeing like high ground mages taken out, Eve, Parsa, and perhaps even Valentina. And now the Joy is still okay. If this is going to be the last match for the day, this is still a 100% ban rate on the Joy.
Yeah, we won't be seeing that hero anytime soon. Fireman has been banned out. Okay, I feel like Kaja will still be open, and Glue might be open. Might, I'm not sure, but I strongly believe that he should because Opera is a beast on this hero. Since Team Evo is at the blue side, they could pick up Glue first and maybe leave Beatrix, Melissa, Claude up for grabs for Nightmare, and then just pick up a different hero for Piston for second rotation picks from the blue side. I think that's what I'm imagining. That's also probably the reason why they banned out Lapu Lapu. Like, just keep more gold lane heroes open, more choices for Piston, more choices for your name, and keep the Akai open. Let's see if they can pick that up again. And Lolita.
Right. Those are the picks that really are comfort picks for Team Evo. Now, I do this Lapu Lapu ban, which means that Team Evo actually wants to keep a few of these meta heroes for themselves. The Parsa is still open, by the way, which has a good win rate, a good amount of ban rate as well. And just as I was saying, it is going to be the first ban, or the last ban rather, for Nightmare Esports, which means that the Kaja is still open here. They can start up with the Glue or Kaja. So pick your poison, Team Evo. What's it gonna be? Is it going to be? I was thinking like they should prioritize the Glue, knowing that it's Oprah's comfort pick. But this time it's gonna be Juviana on the Glue. I haven't seen it so much on this hero. Like, it's mostly like Juviana on more heroes that can really set tempo, like Martis and even the Lapu Lapu. But they pick up the Melissa here in the first phase, which means that this might actually be the call for Team Evo to pick up some of Tammy's heroes. Maybe perhaps like I haven't seen Biston on the 1-1. That was the hero that he spammed in the lower bracket matches. So I'm not so sure if that's still going to be the hero that he will pick up here in this possible last game for Team Evo. They still need someone to go up against the Glue if they want to counter out this Glue. Maybe perhaps go for counter picks like a Trubizla. But then again, I'm not so sure if Oprah's comfortable with that hero. He used it in the last match, but maybe he can pick it up once again.
Oh, Fredrin is now available, and Delia gets locked in for Agi. I guess you have a little bit more leeway to just pick someone else, since Melissa will most probably go over to Kami. I just can't wait to see which heroes will Nightmare ban out, though. Another hero with a global presence, of course, that's gonna be Saber in the Gojo skin. So cool. Yeah, they might ban out. Okay, they banned Carrie. They could ban out Claude as well and force Biston on the Leslie.
But the Leslie isn't really something that a hero that can reach the the ultimate snipe can reach the backlines. Now they ban out the 1-1 here for the last ban. The Franco as well of Jasmine still gonna be respected here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to be either an Atlas or a Lolita. And yeah, again, it's going to be the Atlas, the next best option here for Jasmine. but they're gonna pick up Lexi's heroes first, so another hero he's comfortable with. I am actually quite surprised that they didn't pick up a Biston hero in the first phase. Maybe they just want to reserve their best picks for last. They want to see what heroes here Lexi or maybe even Jasmine will pick up. So now Claude perhaps could be an option, someone to reach the backline, someone that has a lot more mobility. But I talked about the Turista earlier, and it is going to be picked up here to counter out the blue. And the Beatrix, I am not so sure about this one. I would have preferred the Claude, honestly. But they're also taking into consideration what Jasmine will pick up last. And like what I mentioned, center tag still going to be the Lolita locked in here for Nightmare as a final pick.
That was actually a good mind gameplay. Personally, I would have just thought caught in immediately, but they thought, wait, Lolita's still available. If Lolita does put up her shield, then the Blazing Duet won't really amount to much. So that's why they just went with Beatrix. A lot more complicated, but I guess it can go up against Melissa. So we might be seeing another Cammy versus Biston kind of match, which is so fun. Like a lot of exciting stuff. Jasmine now will be holding on to this Lolita up against Upper, which rather up against 20 August. There, up against 20 August, which I don't know has Divine Judgment. If the opportunity allows it, Too Easy for Lexi and Soul are the best targets for Divine Judgment.
Definitely the ones that you want to go for. They're the ones that have the most damage and the ones that are completely unreachable from the backside. I just want to say also, Yuko, that this is probably one of the few times in this qualifier that we're going to be seeing a Gojo and Nobara in the same team. I'm talking about the Jujutsu Kaisen skins. I'm talking about Melissa and Xavier there. You might actually see both of them having those Jujutsu Kaisen skins. But hey, this is going to be the match point for Team Evo. Okay, we're not really seeing that just yet. Gonna head back over to us first before we get our match underway. But I'm looking forward to see this. Not so sure if you're familiar with this, Yuko, but if you got either the Savior, I mentioned this a few days ago when you got the Savior, the Yin, Melissa, as well as the Julian in the same team, you have this special buff called the Forsaken Light. So there are, if you have other Forsaken Light members on your team, you get a max HP, max mana, max HP, additional movement speed, and critical damage as well. So I think that is a fun fact for people who don't know about that. So if you get these two heroes up in the same team, that is the additional buff that you're getting. Whereas I think this is also applicable for other heroes that have similar storylines, like the Harley and the Leslie, the Cecilia and the Carmilla. So these are heroes that have good synergy together. So speaking of synergy, we're going to be looking forward to see that from the side of Nightmare Esports if they want to force out the Game 5.
I actually love that because that means Moonsoon really wants us to, mix and match with the heroes and try to put other heroes in the meta. Also get really cool skins. And now, jumping back into the game, I don't expect a first blood anytime soon. Unless, not gonna happen. It probably will appear after the turtle is up, because the only thing we're seeing right now is just some folks here and there. Yeah, the Ring of Order does hurt a lot, but you can't really do much if you only have 2 skills available. And now looking towards the side of the bot lane, there will be a Teresa just hiding this one out, being very, very patient against Blue. He can't really extend anyway because Too Easy for Lexi is lurking to the side. Pings are going through the map. There will be some marks here and there. Your name decides to join the party too. And the Fredrin allows me to jump in. Biston will be safe. That was too close for comfort. And yeah, okay, no casualty still. No turtle. Oh, rather, it's gonna be the turtle will be up in a few seconds. And as I predicted, I believe we might be seeing the first blood in a few more seconds. Now, that's me jumping out to So under turret. I told you, predicted. The kill does go over to Opper though. Good aggression from Team Evo.
Nice timing as well by Agi, going there in the nick of time where Oper actually popped in the penalty zone rather, and then with the glooms set here by the Lilia of Agi, it's gonna be Lexi securing in this first turtle though, stealing it away from Team Evo. Of course, some retaliation from getting in the first blood. So that's going to be a slight goal late towards the side of Nightmare Esports.
Few more leads towards Team Evo, but yeah, not yet too late, of course, for Nightmare Esports. Juviana really committing on upper here. You also have the full commit from Jasmine using that minimum blast, but to no avail. That's okay. Could be used just to zone out the members of Team Evo or scare them off. Biston is still A-okay on this Beatrix. Looks like Nightmare, they have the lead, or at least the pushing power here in the bot lane. But looking at the top lane, that's a lot of ouchies for Kami. And Biston as well, alongside 20 August, is just really, they're the epitome of just a dangerous duo. There you go. The epitome of a dangerous duo. Doesn't matter if it's not the late game, doesn't matter if it's just the early game. They're still able to really push back their opponents. That is Jasmine again. Spotted out Biston, good sidestep. That will be too easy for Lexi with a Thorn Rose. Plus the ultimate just to get away, to get out of there. Stun connecting onto two. Good popping in with the Dawning Light, by the way. Sadly, the kill will not come through. Kill going over to Juviana. Gets kill onto Adju on this Lilia. Biston is safe, but someone that's not safe right now is actually, yeah, he's taking his time. He's still pretty much alive, but that was your name on this Fredrin.
There's a lot of pressure here on 20 August to be able to select the proper target here against Nightmare Esports. I mean, there's only one Divine Judgment as compared to Jasmine. That was such a beautiful Numinous Blast. And at the same time, you get the Savior of Soul to line them up nice over there and then just hit that Dawning Light in one straight line. And it just was a clash that Nightmare Esports won. But this time, to be able to put the full lead back towards their side, Team Evo already starting up the turtle care of Oper. We see the roamers as well going here, Oper in the middle of everything, and that's gonna be Jasmine getting the penalty zone and the ultimate as well, the Divine Judgment from the Kaja. But there is gonna be a tug back here onto Oper, split. Comes through, and that is going to be a kill picked up once again by Nightmare Esports, and they're not going to commit towards the third one just yet.
2 and 3 now on the board, which gives more breathing time for Nightmare. Remember, they have a Melissa that is 0-1 right now, but let's see. Okay, never mind. There's going to be an attempt from Team Evo. Okay, with that, that'll be too easy for Lexi. Yeah. We'll be able to secure that turret, that turtle, and they run it back. Okay, they're going back to their respective lanes. They're gonna be A-okay, and they will move upwards. They ride at dawn, try and maybe pick off Biston here, which is again taking his sweet time, just ramping up on damage. He felt this, he saw this, so he will just call for backup and just play or maybe take the fight on the turret.
Oh no, Agi forced to use the black shoes there. A bit too early before the clash. And now, so once again, with how Baston played in the previous games, there's a lot of aggression here on the top side. Especially you notice that Soul and Jasmine has been rotating towards the side, as compared to the XP lane that pretty much can sustain their lane on their own. Such a lonely lane. But here comes the Numinous Blast from Jasmine. Just to zone away your name. They won't be able to take that tower up. But once again, concealed play has been made here by Jasmine, who gets caught there. That's Black Shoes onto Agi. No sprint just yet. Actually, Agi here has the Purify instead of the Flicker. So that is one more thing to take into consideration for Nightmare Esports. But once again, they know their win condition. It is going to be Kami here on this Melissa. That is doing quite well, by the way. 1-0-1 on this Melissa, and we have yet to see something from Biston just yet. And now 20 August, unable to get anything. Instead, it's going to be Kami once again picking up the kill. One more kill away from a killing spree. And there's suddenly that Dawning Light from the backside from Soul. The minion waves are coming in here for the side of Team Evo. Can they defend this one? There is the Numinous Blast and the Black Shoes. But still, Nightmare Esports, they're not letting go of this top lane.
they got 20 August. On top of that, they were also able to get a flicker out of Biston. So if they want to dive, which I think they should, this is their chance. Biston has to fall back. There is going to be immobilized connecting onto 20 August. You have the penalty zone being popped but not connecting onto anyone. No casualties. Team Evo, they know that Biston does not have the flicker and there is no ultimate available for 20 August, so they will just take this one out in a very, very chill manner. Too easy for Lexi does secure the turtle, so that's more gold being generated into the hands of Nightmare. Okay, into the mid lane still. Looks like, yeah, Juliana has his own little world, but at the top side though, it looks like they'll be able to rotate over. Stun will come through. Cammy, yeah, this is scary, Melissa. Black Shoes has him pop, but he Black Shoes his way into the pit where his enemies were. I guess that was premature. Black Shoes. But now there will be another jump in 20 August, so low. Your name decides to go with the pick off, but that is Jasmine on a very tanky Lolita. Nothing will happen much really. And for turret takedowns, there is the first turret takedown for Team Nightmare.
This is why I was actually wondering why they went for the Beatrix. That's more on the burst, right? As compared to the Claude, it still bursts, but has a lot more mobility and it has a lot more range than a Beatrix. So it can reach the backlines here. As compared to Beatrix, that only has pretty much the flicker and then use the ultimate there. That's what you get with the Beatrix. But as for the Claude, you can go in for the Blazing Duet, then BMI yourself out, and now Lexi gonna try to go for Biston. They're not gonna overcommit, but that is gonna be Cammy picking up a killing spree, and I think they should be able to take this tower on the bottom side as well. Team Evo once again retreating from that one. All turtles, by the way, have been secured by Nightmare Esports.
That's 3 kills out of 6 that went over to Cammy. Also, the blast connecting again. Your name gets bursted down. That will be the kill they secured by So. And they also have 2 kills going over. It's too easy for Lexi. Those 2 kills are the number 2s in his IGN. And after bagging that crucial pickoff, 2 crucial pickoffs, they rotate over to the Lord area. We'll probably get this non-contested. Besson is away. Opper and 20 August can't really steal an objective. So they will just try to look at another opening. And as I say that, Megkill going over to Cammy, gets a kill onto Biston. And wow, yeah, this is something we'd expect from Nightmare, honestly. Trying to shut down Biston, maybe even Opper. That is the Dawning Light being used by Soul, and they're charging in onto the mid lane.
This is why the composition here of Nightmare is just such a menace to deal with, really. You got Soul and Cammy at the back, and you got Juviana here. Just soaking up all the damage and ensuring that their damage dealers are pretty much comfortable with where they are. The Numinum Blast gets cancelled, but Soul will as well get that Dawning Light. It's going to be shut down on Cammy. Finally, the shutdown that I were looking for, and that was the Divine Judgment that I was waiting for 20 August. They do get the shutdown gold, but they have to take care of this lure that's marching in on the bottom side. Let's see if Team Evo can actually be able to pull that off once again. That's something that they need. And as for 20 August, once again, all eyes are going to be set on him. Lexi, though, on a mega kill, forces the flicker out here for Soul, and Team Evo once again gonna be able to successfully defend up against this one.
I think it's gonna be difficult for Team Evo to be able to win this, or at least to be able to work around with this lead. I mean, look, there's 4 turrets down for Nightmare, and Team Evo wasn't even able to touch a single turret from Nightmare. On top of that, they have a well-fed Melissa. They have a very aggressive Lolita as well. All the knockups, all the setups. We have a blue even that can just play onto anyone. And see, that's this one connecting onto one, connecting onto the Dawning Light, and too easy for Alexi. That is the goal sign. That is his opportunity to be able to get all the kills here. Another kill going over to Juviana, which is now on a killing spree. Opper and Your Name are the ones to fall down, but I guess Silver lining here is Biston is still holding on.
Yeah, for Biston, right, there is the flicker. Pretty sure by this time he has already secured the BOD and the Malefic Roar, all the items that Beatrix needs to do. But what's making it really difficult here for Biston is how to position himself in the clashes. Like, you only have 20 August here, setting up the play for the side of the Team Evo, get the Divine Judgment onto one. But more often than not, it's always on either Juviana or Jasmine. So pretty much they can sustain the damage coming out from that Divine Judgment. And at the same time, you would want to either take down Cammy first or Soul, but they're always heavily guarded here by Jasmine and Juviana before they can even reach the back lines. And that's really what's making it difficult. That's why I mentioned earlier that I would have liked the Claude pick much better for Biston, because you can BMI in and out of the clash, right? And here comes the concealed play on Team Evo.
Sneaky play. Let's see, will they be able to make something happen? Okay, that seems to jump in immediately. That will be penalty zone connecting onto two, but Opera took so much damage. Yes, been back in the back line. The first one to be taken down is 20 August. Monster Kill going over to too easy for Lexi, and Nightmare is just jumping in towards the base. I mean, the blast not gonna connect onto anyone, but that's okay, because they're still pushing in towards Team Evo. The only one dead there is 20 August, but they have their eyes next onto the floor.
This time, you see the Brute Force breastplates coming through here. Of course, from all the damage that will be coming out from Biston and Oper. And that's going to be the first sword taken in here by Nightmare Esports. Now, what can Team Evo do this time? They got the Beatrix of Biston. They want to ensure that this hero is protected, can't free hit the members of Nightmare Esports. But how can they do that? This time, it's Jasmine, the one with a lot more tools to work around with. In this match, that's Numinous Blast. You can trap in 3 or 4 heroes, as compared to the Divine Judgment, that's more of a single target, which is what's making it difficult here. There are a lot of targets that you need to reach, right? All the way in the back, and they're always heavily protected here by Nightmare Esports. And now, we're waiting for CC here. There's not a lot that Team Evo can work around with. It is just going to be the penalty zone, so we're going to be waiting for that one as well on Oper. They have to defend up against this one first. First Luminous Lord going to send Nightmare, and they're looking to force out a game number 5. But they should be able to take down this inhibitor towers first before they head over straight to the base.
And with that, looks like they're really charging into their enemies. And again, everything is in the favor of Nightmare. Was it slow? Was it methodological? It definitely was. But hey, if it works, it definitely works. Now you have the Lord marching into the base of Team Evo. All the damage, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Oh my goodness. With all of those smelting damage, that is gonna be Nightmare knocking onto the base and jumping in immediately on his own going to top here. Plus the dawning light shutdown goes over to Juviana. Bisson gets taken onto one. Opera gets taken down actually, but there's be the Godlight going over to too easy for Lexi. 7-0 by the way on this Lancelot. Definitely untouchable. But with that, Soul gets kill onto Bisson. Jasmine taking so much turrets. Your name mobilized. Agi trying to defend, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. The base is open. The base is bare. Too easy for Lexi now. Legendary, and we also have Dawning Light being popped again. And looks like they'll be able to defend. They will not be able to defend. We are now sitting in the 2-2. Looks like we have a series.
Wow, what a way to close out the day, and what a way to close out the Mekong Qualifiers by having a game number 5, of course. This is still not over. Nightmare Esports says this time we're going to be equalizing the playing field once again by getting in 2-2 for this round. One last game to decide the fates of these two teams, both from Laos, by the way. So stay tuned for that one. But first, let's break it down to you what went down in that match. Cammy on this Melissa has a lot more rage, the Savior as well. So I think overall, it was the draft here of Nightmare Esports. They have a lot more rage, they have a lot more CC, which is what really made it difficult for Team Evo. The only one that pretty much can have the CC is the Fredrin and the and the Charisma hero of Oper. But for 20 August here, every time he goes in for the Divine Judgment onto Kami or even Soso, he gets bursted down instantly. Care of Jupiana, care of Jasmine. So what's really making it difficult was the difference between the roamers here, the single target and the CC from the Lolita. 16 minutes, so we see a lot of gold going over to the side of Nightmare, care of the 3 turtles that they picked up. Plus, Nightmare, actually, Team Evo wasn't able to take anything in that match. And of course, it's care of this man, care of Too Easy for Lexi, taking in all the objective. And that is a lot of gold per minute. 902. I think this is more than all the gold laners we've seen so far. 804 and not even shut down a single time. He actually went for the Rose Gold and the War Axe here to have that additional damage when it comes to picking off the backlines of the side of Team Evo. And like what I mentioned, I would have preferred a different like mix and match of heroes for the side of Team Evo. But ultimately, it was Lexi that really made it work from start to finish, getting in all those turtles and also getting in those crucial pickoffs on the backlines of Team Evo.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but we all remember Too Easy for Lexi as that player that secures objectives, jumps in, you know, initiates and everything. This is arguably his best game. I think he usually gets MVP because of the number of assists he has. But this time, it's safe to say that he became the MVP because of the number of kills. And this is the only game I think that he did not die even once. That's good, you know, Nightmare being able to just tunnel vision, go Ultra Instinct. And again, because of that, we have a series. Really goes to show how neck and neck these two teams are. And something I noticed as well is the longer the series is, the longer the day is, the more they get warmed up, the more games and amazing fights they showed. But of course, we're gonna show you the highlights of game number 4.
another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Worldwide North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain!
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
(2022) was a fruitful year for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports. Now, let's take a quick look at what more can you expect this year. After kickstarting the year with M4, we have the second MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2023 in February. The MPL season and official tournaments will commence from February to May, including NACT and a new tournament in Turkey. Next, we have the SEA Games 2023 in Cambodia and MSC 2023 happening back-to-back. In July, we also have the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge organized by ESL, as well as the World Cyber Games, or WCG 2023. As the second half of the year starts, so does the second half of the MPL and official tournaments, leading up to MPL Invitational in November. Finally, we will end the year, of course, with M5 in the Philippines. 2023 is going to be a big year for the MLBB esports ecosystem. None of this would be possible without our amazing fans and incredible community. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
From the dark horse, if you want the Turtles' delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G Warblade, North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-SEA representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
We've got each other's back.
this is the final game of our best of five. And hey, we all saw this coming, right? These two teams really worked so hard to be able to reach this far, and it's only fair that they give us a full 5-game series. Again, grand finals, whoever wins will be the representative for the Mekong region for the MSC 2023. We're your casters. I'm Yuko, alongside me is Burger Kim. We have, of course, Team Evo versus Nightmare Esports.
Oh, for all of these teams, especially for Evo that has crawled their way here to the grand finals. Now let's see who's truly on top here of this tournament. One last game to decide everything. Can you imagine what's going on in the players' minds right now? Like there's just one last game to decide who will be the representative for MSC. So that's a lot of pressure, right? Like all of the games that you played for, it doesn't matter. It all matters down to this game. So a lot of pressure for all of our players, but I think pretty much we've seen the capabilities here of both Team Evo and Nightmare Esports. So it's a matter of comfort. I think for this match, it should be a match of comfort picks, right? Comfort picks, here's they're comfortable with, and of course maybe get in a few meta picks here and there, but it is going to be Nightmare Esports this time on the blue side.
Yeah, okay, so they want to get that first pick priority. I guess Team Evo, they really excel more onto the fact that they can just get the 2 counter picks. So whichever hero Nightmare picks first, Team Evo can, I don't know, probably get 1 counter pick plus 1 sturdy frontliner. Let's say Fredrin or Glue, Kaja and Glue, or Kaja and... See, they don't really first pick Biston's hero. He's usually in the last rotation or second to the last. So that's the pattern I'm seeing.
Now, I want to say that maybe give, for Team Evo, if they want to win this one, right? Give Biston a hero that he's comfortable with. Melissa, perhaps a Claude. And as for Nightmare Esports, I think it is just a matter of getting those setter tanks for Jasmine. I mean, there were setter tanks for Jasmine and maybe get a lot more range for their mid laner. I think it worked differently when Soulsoul was on a Faramis. So this in the last game, Soulsoul was actually using a Savior, so that had a lot more range. And as for Jasmine, right, he played a very good Lolita as well, showcasing what he got as well in game number 4, which is why we're down to our last match here for Nightmare. So there's a lot of win conditions actually for both sides. But I think ultimately for these two teams, it all boils down to this. One last game to seal the deal and finally decide who will be the representative here for Mekong. Honestly, I could safely say that all of these games are so good that I would actually like to have both of these teams represent the Mekong in MSC, but there's just one slot here, so let's see.
Yeah, they really are in a tight-knit match, and I really wish there could have been 2 slots, but hey, maybe sometime in the future. And with that, we are going to be seeing the final game again. I wonder if they can finally give Biston the Melissa, because Kim on the Beatrix did not work out so well, and even in the game before that, he was struggling for a bit. But hey, you know, I also want to see if will the Faramis be banned, be picked up. I believe Farsa will still be banned though, because there's such high respect for that hero.
I honestly would like to see a lot more heroes open up here, like make it a little bit more exciting, right? Like get all these other heroes like but I think at this point, right, like a match as crucial as this, you wouldn't want to open up those heroes, especially ever since the Joy was not released, but more of when it was opened up, it did have a good impact on the games that I think it was IDNS that was able to use that Joy, both on the XP and the jungle. But for this particular match, when conditions, we already mentioned it, get a good hero for Biston, make sure that he's comfortable with it, and at the same time, for the side of Nightmare Esports, get a hero that has a lot of CC, like Lolita's Atlas for Jasmine, someone that can make the plays. and for their mid laner to have a lot more range, more on like the Farsas, more on the Saviors, and the like.
Okay, or see, I told you, Forest is gonna be banned, so I'm not even surprised at this point. Okay, so we're gonna jump into the final pick and ban phase for this specific best of fives. Not expecting anything too different, honestly, for the bans. I'm pretty much more interested in the picks, just so I want to see which heroes in the blue side will be prioritized by Nightmare.
Now, looking at our stat sheet right now, there's a lot going on today here. Game number 5 for our final game, and still Beatrix stands on top. I think for both for Nightmare here, they should probably set the tempo for their first pick. They're gonna be banning away all these possible mid laners for Team Evo. Actually, they also use the Pyramid, so I'm quite surprised that they actually banned this out. Valentina as well, so maybe at this point, like, just take away all these mages that have high artillery. Maybe open up heroes like Kagura perhaps, or the Savior that has done so well in these past 2 days. And with this being said, there's a lot to consider here for Oper. Glue, the Arlot is still open, and the Kaja that make that much of an impact. And speaking of that, Kaja, I think it's no longer standing at 100% win rate. So it all boils down to the roamer, the gold laner here. So last ban here for Team Evo. Are they gonna take away the Kaja or Glue, or maybe actually ban out something else? Yep, like she had a good game earlier with this Lancelot, and they're gonna be respecting that. Picking up the Glue here first here for Juliana.
Okay, so I guess that's gonna mean Kaja will be picked up by
Kaja
Team
Eve,
Evo
perhaps?
and who? Yeah, that's possible. Kaja Eve. Eve is open. I don't think they'll be expecting a Lilia this time around, or a Kaja. I don't know. Beatrix, but I'm not sure. It wasn't a good game for Piston. Valentina got banned out. But hey, our predictions were on point. Yeah, get that real manipulation, get that divine judgment in, and with that, the answer for Nightmare. Quick hover and lock in, by the way, will be a Lolita and a Fred. It's like they expected it,
Yeah, and I think at this point, right, you know what heroes they have up their sleeves. I was actually expecting a Franco here for Jasmine. It's the only hero next to the Kaja that can actually cancel out the real world manipulation. So I was thinking of like a Franco. It is open, by the way, for Jasmine, and he played such a good Franco in the previous games that we've seen here in the qualifiers. Now, will they pick up a frontliner now for the side of Team Evo? The Predator's already out. Maybe for Your Name and Akai? Or, actually they're gonna go for all damage here. I told you about getting Biston a comfort pick, and this is comfort pick for Biston. This is also the exact same hero that led them all the way here to the grand finals. Back-to-back MVP performance on this 1-1. I was actually expecting like an early pickup on the Akai. They're like, no, this is the final round. Let's just get everybody their comfort picks, get Biston that 1-1, and they lock it in. Savior ban here for the side of Team Evo. They wouldn't want any problems when it comes to reaching the backline, so that's gonna be out. Akai as well, like what I mentioned, could be an option for Your Name, so that's out as well. I'm looking forward to see like a Benedetta on Oper, right? But at this point, right, this is so tanky for the side of Nightmare Esports. Their first 3 picks are so tanky, so Benedetta could be an option, but once again, there is the Terizla open for Oper to just counter out the group.
Okay, last ban for the side of Team Evo will be a Claude. So Melissa's gone, Claude's gone. I think that's like the top 2. Alright, at least the top 5 of heroes already gone, since they were able to give Piston his 1-1. Who fries open? Lolita has already been taken. Atlas is up for grabs too if they want that. I mean, that would work well, but hey, I forgot about this. Lapu Lapu was available now in this game, and they do lock that in. Now let's see what will be the lineup for Team Nightmare. They'll complete this, and let's see how things are gonna be panning out.
There is the Beatrix here to go up against the 1-1. I think that is probably the next best option here for Kami. They do need some late game. They got some great early game there for their first 3 picks. They also need much rain for Soul. I'm not so sure if he's gonna go back to maybe like a Kadita, but that's far-fetched, right? With the range that the Eve has, the next best options are these, of course, the Lilia and the Beatrix, like what I mentioned. But for your name, is it going to be a tanky jungler or is it going to be an assassin? But looking at your name, he hasn't played so much assassins, only once rather. It was the Link. So for this match, right, maybe you want to get that nice front to back composition. Maybe pick up something like I'm not so sure about the Barretts though, but once again we see this, right? Didn't really work so well in the group stages and even the upper bracket, but they're going to go with this instead. Fast farm, great amount of burst. Not so sure about that when it comes to going up against the Fredrin and the group, but this is the final lineup for both sides. Let's take one good look, and I like the high ground that Team Evo has that I can give you. But once again, Jasmine has this Lolita, and he played that Lolita very well in game number 4.
I have to say though, the draft feels a lot more familiar for Nightmare Esports just because they have the glue, they also have that Lolita. But Team Evo, I know they technically can build like semi-tanky, but like all of this just screams damage. And this is probably something that they're comfortable around, right? So you finally see the diversity of the draft between these two teams. And what a way to see that, of course, will be in our last game, our game number 5 for our best of 5, the grand finals. I cannot reiterate this enough. Whoever wins this will be the Mekong region representative for the MSC 2023. So show these teams some love, guys. Give us your predictions. Let us know what is going to happen next as we dive into the Land of Dawn.
One last game to close in the night. And of course, we'll finally see who will be booking their tickets to Cambodia this June. And looking at Nightmare here, they have a great early game. So if they are able to, once again, snowball with this composition, that would be great, right? But you don't want to let Miss Dawn reach that late game with this 1-1. Especially, we know that this is a comfort pick for him. You see 20 August already here, not even the 1-minute mark. So a lot of pressure on Cammy. So we're going to be seeing maybe some rotations here from Soul and Jasmine, but they have to clear out the waves first in the mid lane.
Yep, okay, we're gonna play this one out chill and easy and slow. See, that's something that Nightmare also excels at. Okay, they're just passing souls. Okay, in the mid lane. I guess they're gonna circle back to what happened in the previous game, unless. Okay, I had my eyes towards Paquito earlier, but looks like there's nothing there. They're just being aggressive and they're just really chilling this one out. Not even 2 minutes in, and yeah, okay, I think they're gonna try and make a pick off by the time turtle is up, which is a good call.
But you see Lexi already positioning himself there in the turtle side, so you see a lot of vision for the side of Team Nightmare Esports. Actually going to try and secure the objectives, which was a big factor, by the way, in the previous games. So for all of the members here of Nightmare and Team Evo, what they're doing is just poking as much as they can up against the opponent. Make sure they go back before this turtle take. And I said this once, and I will say it again. It is going to be Team Evo that will definitely have a great high ground here. But let's see though. Started off things great for Nightmare Esports by picking up this first turtle. And that is going to be just a 500 gold lead for the side of Nightmare.
Mm-hmm. And hey, a lead is still a lead, right? And with that, I'm a little bit surprised because Turtle is already down. We're almost at the 3-minute mark. No one died yet. I guess I don't really want to do anything risky.
At this point, right, you have to be extra careful on what you want to do next, especially for Evo and Nightmare. You've already reached the point wherein both of you guys gave it your very best, reached this game number 5, and all you need to do is win this last one And for me, I can safely say that Biston is just pretty much very comfortable on this 1-1. He's going a little bit more aggressive than Cammy here, so he's a little bit more passive, which I can kind of understand though. There is the Luminant Blast available, and that's going to force 20 August to use that Flicker. Out of that one, we're seeing a lot of aggressive rotations here by Evo. They just really, they smell blood. Flicker out from Jasmine as well, and they will not be able to get anything from that.
Yep. Nothing will happen. It was a good attempt at the very least. There's gonna be Jasmine with the sun connecting onto one. But Aggie will be a-okay. That's an Eve. She can just pop the ultimate. Hey, that's gonna hurt! And there you go. First blood goes over to Aggie. I guess that's a little bit of a overcommit for the side of Nightmare. Jasmine paid for that with her life. And we're gonna transition over to the mid. And let's see what's gonna happen.
Looking at Agi's emblem here, actually went for the Impure range, right? And usually I'd see an Eve at the mystery shop. You want to get that Ice Queen wand as fast as possible, but now Lexi, a little bit too aggressive here. Up against 3 members. There's no Divine Judgment just out yet, but there is the Appraiser's Rat onto Your Name, and they disengage from that one. Lexi's extra aggressive this time, and it kind of shows that he wants to take as much resources away from Your Name, knowing that he has much more advantage than the Paquito, right? When it comes to the sustain, when it comes to security objectives. So once again, Nightmare Esports, they're going to be going towards this turtle side. Might be reset just now. I think in terms of the range, once again, it will favor the side of Nightmare Esports when it comes to securing objectives. This is a Brethren you're talking about as compared to a Paquito that is just having a lot of burst. You see Oper going in for the bravest fighter there. That is going to be Your Name stealing out that turtle, just as I was saying that Lexi has a lot more advantage with the Brethren. But nice zoning there actually from the members of Team Evo. That's why they were able to secure that second turtle again.
I know, and this is something that we thought we would do time and time again. See, on top of that, that was a clean and quick Divine Judgment from 20 August, and that was Cammy, by the way, and the kill went over to Biston, so that's a lot of good things happening to Team Evo right now. More items in their pockets, more damage, more everything. And with that, looks like they're gonna be moving the lead here in the mid lane.
Well, they are pushing the lanes already. 2 towers down instantly for the side of Team Evo. They got the top, they got the bottom. That leaves more room for them to rotate around the map. Expect a lot more aggressive rotations here from the Deadly Trio, 20 August, Biston, and Agi. They have a lot more range, so they can really force out all these team fights as compared to Nightmare Esports that can just pretty much sustain the damage. So now, here's the thing. How can Nightmare Esports bounce back from this one? Again, the keys are going to be for Jasmine to set up those nice Numinum Blasts. And to a point, I think I would also have to point out that Juviana here has to land in those nice splits, especially on Biston and Agi, 2 heroes that you cannot reach in the backline. I was surprised they went for the Lolita. They want more CC, but I would have appreciated Franco that can cancel out the real one manipulation, which is such a difficulty to deal with when it comes to clashes here.
Could have been a better pick, honestly, yeah. I mean, and if you can recall, Agi was the one who got that first blood. So now it's back to the drawing board for Nightmare Esports. To be fair, they were able to get a lot of combat games. So maybe they're just waiting for an online moment, you know, for them to be able to clear out, maybe get the wiped out if they're able to push this through. Numinum Blast being popped as well as the Flicker, but it's not going to be enough. Let's go time. Yearnin gets a kill onto the turtle, and with that, Team Evo will just go with all the succession as he just focusing on the Jasmine. Sun's connecting as well. Aggie gets a kill onto Too Easy for Lexi. You see, Opera just needs to jump in and throw the weapons around. He'll be able to secure the kill. That was a 2-0 in favor of Team Evo, maybe even 4. Okay, never mind. 4 was a stretch. But they got another turret, and Dominance Ice has been picked up by 20 August as well.
Wow, this is a Paquito jungle for Your Name. Rarely do I see this, but I think the upper hand that Evo has here is the high ground that they have again with the Eve of Agi 203 on this Eve, which is what's making it difficult for Juliana. to hop in that split, and even to a point that Jasmine is really struggling right now to get that Luminant Blast up. So he has to think twice first before he goes in for the engage. There's the check bush there by 20 August. Look at all the slows. Early Ice Queen wand as well for Augie. I believe they already gave him the purple there to work around with to have that additional mana whenever he's spamming out his skills. But this is just Team Evo working around their strengths right now in the 8-minute mark. And speaking of Augie here, that is going to be the Radiant Armor being prioritized here by Jasmine.
So really getting his items here in check. Ring of Order being popped as well as their real world manipulation yet again just to push the members of Nightmare back. Another turret being taken down, and they made it look so easy. They made it look so clean. But looking at the bot lane right now, there will be a push towards side of Opper. Juviana will be able to preserve the life of the turret that's like 2 hits away from dying, but that's okay. Vision given to the side of Nightmare. Ice Queen 1 being picked up by Soul. We haven't seen much of this Delia. Maybe they're wrapping up on damage for a few more minutes. Lord is now up. And with that, Evo gets first dibs on this major objective.
9 minutes in, and this is the way it's going for Team Evo. 4 towers with 2 turtles to boot. And now they're going to be getting this Lord with no contest at all. That's going to be the Divine Judgment on to Too Easy for Lexi. And that's Oper picking up the killing spree as well. There comes the real manipulation, and with no way to cancel it, it's just going to keep going. As the members here at Nightmare Esports going to be backing away from this one. They cannot overcommit. There is the Lord that they need to take care of. And as for Evo, they should be pushing the towers forward. Pushing in the minion waves forward, rather. And Piston, 104 on this. Look at how aggressive Oper is. This is probably the first time I've seen him this aggressive. It's mostly Juviana. He's the one backing away for now. Flickers out to safety. And Team Evo once again on the driver's seat right now. Gonna go in for those turrets. They also have the Lord that's still up, by the way, on the top side.
Yep, it's still marching. And Team Evo really being able to utilize that Lord. Tanky-ish, I guess. But at the very least, they're able to cover as much ground as they can. Another outer turret down for Nightmare. And if you look at the turret takedowns, Nightmare was not even able to get a single turret out of Team Evo. And there goes another turret, being able to put a hole onto the base of their opponent. After that, Team Evo, they take a step back, pretty much happy with the ground and the lead and the gold they were able to secure. We are now sitting at a 6K-ish gold lead in favor of Team Evo.
It is so difficult to engage in the clashes for the side of Nightmare. Even though there is the Lolita here of Jasmine, there were some attempted Luminant Blast, always gets cancelled out, and I'm sure that Agi and Biston is just really having such a great time here. They haven't been shut down just yet. No deaths just yet for them. And I think it's a much better combo for the Kaja, right? 20 August on this Kaja. Get that Divine Judgment. And by this time, they have a lot more damage to work around with. And even Oprah as well, being extra aggressive right now. But there is the Luminant Blast. Jasmine not going to use the Flicker. It's not yet available. But it is enough for them to cause Team Evo to back away.
Yep. Just to, at least the respect is still there. Team Evo still know that things aren't over until it's over. And you need to be very careful of Cammy because, you know, Beatrix is a savage machine. You also have the setups and slows from Soul. And all of the ultimates and spells are available. Genius Wand now being picked up by Soul. And I actually like how Team Evo is boxing out Nightmare right now. Next objective will be up in 15 seconds. And it seems like Nightmare, they're contemplating, you know, should we try to contest? Should we go despite the lead that they have? I think this is go time. Lord is already there, sitting comfortably as well. And Biston gets first dibs. Wow, this is a very happy 1-1 with the lead that they have. Dominance Ice being picked up by Jasmine. For Stain. See, they make the Lord look so squishy. This is not even a problem for Team Evo this time around. They just need to buy like 2 more seconds and it's gone. Either they fall back or they fight, but it looks like they're gonna go with the safer route. Never mind, they're not gonna go the safe route. Offer jumps in, and the back is your name. Real world manipulation being popped there as well. Doesn't get skill on, too easy for Lexi, and they'll be able to pop in with a crossbow Tang. And that is quite the damage, quite the aggression, and quite the power from Team Evo. 1-0 in favor still of Team Evo, and the minions are pushing into the mid lane.
This is crazy, right? No kills just yet for Nightmare. And as for Team Evo, they got what they wanted. Bistons, 1-1. One of the keys to victory here is for the gold laner. They don't really have that much range to pick him off, except for the Numina Blast. But it always needs to get cancelled out. Always in for Team Evo, they're always at the right place, right? For Biston especially. And now they have this Lord to deal with first, the Luminous Lord. They also got the slows from the Void Crystal of Agi. Now this is gonna be proved to be a problem. Just like this, they're gonna go all the way in. There's still the tower. There's the Numina Blast on to 4, but that's gonna be Biston picking up 3 kills instantly. There's the shutdown on offer, but they're gonna try to lock in the tower. Here comes the minion waves, and this might just be it as Team Evo going to Cambodia this year, and our team will be pulling such a huge upset against Nightmare Esports with a 3-2, one of the closest best out of 5 matches that we've seen.
I need to say this, I need to address the elephant in the room. They've been playing ever since the live stream started. So it's very poetic that they're able to end this series with the victory. However, Nightmare Esports, they're still so good. They definitely deserve an upper bracket run, and they became such a problem even to Team Evo. All the players, they drafted so well, they moved around so well. It was definitely a GGWP, and moving over to Team Evo, wow. That was, I believe, the best game for them in this best of 5. Again, they made it look so easy. Nightmare Esports could not even touch their towers. All of the objectives are going over to the side. If you look at Bison in that last interaction, he doesn't really even care about Nightmare. They just want to get the base, take some damage in. And with that, after getting the victory, they can celebrate. That was a 14-minute game with a that was a 7 to 8k goal lead in favor of Team Evo. 3 to 10. Wow, that's a snowball. That is a bulldoze for a match, and very happy we got to cast that. Very happy we got to witness that. All of those chess plays, all of those good decision making from both teams really shows us that they deserve to be in this qualifier. And again, that was quite a game to watch. And the MVP again will be Biston on this one. We hyped this guy in game number 2. We talked about him being able to get a proper hero and maybe lead his team to victory, and he did. 404 kill participation, 80%. Yeah, the Demon Hunter sword, you'll have those normal, itemizations, but how he chose to play around with this hero is what's at.
This is probably like the most back-to-back MVPs that I've seen on Biston. Like, what can't this guy use, right? There was a time it was a Melissa, time it was a Beatrix, and now the 1-1. I think ultimately for the side of Team Evo, what really worked for them was during the drafting phase, they instantly picked up the 1-1. It was like, you know what? They can go for the Akai of Your Name. They could go for the Martis, but instead they're gonna go full-on damage. And I think what's great about the draft, it all started there, right? They got the high ground mage, and they also got a hero that Biston is pretty much comfortable with, and the same hero that actually led them to this space, to the grand finals, and eventually sealing or stamping the ticket, going all the way to Cambodia this year.
I know. Yeah, all of those walks, all of those fights eventually earned them a ticket to Cambodia for the MSC. Again, they will be repping the Mekong region, and I really want to hear the thoughts of our players. Again, they've been playing the entire day. That was such the mental fortitude, as well as the energy they have to be able to last literally the entire day. They truly really did work hard to be able to get this title.
Yeah, if we were here the entire day, Team Evo was here the entire day as well. And it's honestly crazy, right? You're able to win all the way up until the grand finals. And I told you this, Hugo, right? You want to be closing out the day, ensuring that you get the victory as well. And I think for Team Evo, it was a much deserved win for them. It's a different, it's really a different run to be running in the lower brackets and then eventually getting in the grand finals.
Yeah, and again, this is all the windows and all the hard work again. Really, really proving them right. I'm sure the fans are actually very happy right now. I actually can't see the live stream right now, but they probably are going wild, probably cheering Team Evo right now. And I'm very happy for them as well. But before, of course, we hop into the player interview later, I want to say thank you to all the teams that joined the qualifiers as well. We will not be here without you. There is no live stream without you. And thank you so much for supporting. And to those that weren't able to win or even reach the final day, don't worry. I hope that you finally get to witness or feel your winning days. You know, someday just keep on playing the game, just keep on trusting the process. And someday you will be the team to represent the region in MSC 2020. I don't know. I'm not sure how long MLBB will be.
Right, and I have to give props as well to even the other regions that joined, right? Like Brunei, this is the first time that they joined, and they actually closed out the group stages pretty well, like standing, I think, at top 3, even though they weren't able to go to the playoffs. They just showcased what their country got, and maybe next year, you know, we'll have a lot more teams. It was actually the same case for Laos. They start out as a country that had a lot of MLBB teams, but eventually, you know, the scene is growing there, and right now they have actually, that's such a win for Laos. You got 3 of your teams that were able to play in the qualifiers and eventually getting a representative as well, someone as strong as Team Evo to represent your country, and probably one of the best Laos versus Laos grand finals that we have here.
Really, really worth it. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Best of 5, that was 5 games. I know that the games are like not 10 minutes, like 14 to 18 minutes. You know, it is quite a range. A lot of things really did happen so well, and I can't wait to hear the thoughts of our players. And again, to those that are waiting, I know you guys are excited. We really want to interview your idols as well, so we're gonna be waiting for the queue in a few more seconds. But again, there's a lot of like shining moments for each team here, and 4 days at some point won't really be enough. If we just keep on, you know, forming teams, just keep on joining tournaments, and just really showing to MLB that you're out there, your team is active, and that the region is definitely alive. I'm sure there's gonna be more tournaments, more jaw-dropping plays for everyone here.
Right. We started with the M Challenge series for these 2 countries, Thailand and Laos, that are very dominant in the Mekong region. And now, who knows? Like what you said, Hugo, if it keeps growing, we might actually see an MPL in this region. But for now, of course, let's celebrate, because definitely it's a feat for the Laos teams. So congratulations for everyone that made it this far, to all the teams that joined, and of course to every single organization and all the sponsors that made this tournament possible. The next one will actually be the M5 qualifier, so that is a couple of months from now. But of course, all the teams right now in various regions are just gearing up for MSC this year. And the official hashtag, by the way, is #SeeTheWorld. So if you guys want to tag some of your favorite players, you want to put out your predictions or maybe give a shout out, just don't forget to use the official hashtag #SeeTheWorld for the MSC 2023 that will be happening in Cambodia.
Right? And yeah, I am really curious to see how they're going to be performing against other region here. And as you may remember from the commercial, the MSC will not stop the plan for the plan from MLB this year. We still have M5, we still have the other regions, you know, MPL and everything. So it's just be sure to follow the socials, follow our players' socials, and just prep, you know, keep your eyes peeled for the post for any announcements. Because hey, I really like how much the community really showed love into this game. Also, don't forget to follow us on our socials. I'm at YukoPH on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. How about you?
Yeah, And as for me, that's at Burger Kim Cast on all my socials. So I have a lot of updates about the Mekong and Cambodia region. So if you guys are
Yes.
pretty much active in that region, you guys are interested in that region, I mostly specialize on casting in those regions. So if you want to follow me, I actually do give some MLBB tips. I have some a lot of info about all the players in the region. So if you wanna do that, go ahead and follow me on all my socials at Burger Kim Cast, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, as well as my YouTube page. I'm gonna be streaming something
Ooh.
real exciting soon. I can't just reveal it. I can't reveal it now. Okay, it's still pretty much confidential, but be sure to follow all of the MLBB Esports social media pages for more updates. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. But if you guys follow the scene, just stay tuned for the announcement and be sure to follow me and follow.
All right. So this is Evo Esports. Hello.
Hi,
Okay.
hi,
Okay.
hi,
Okay.
hi,
Okay.
hi,
Okay.
hi,
Okay.
hi, hi.
Congratulations for winning that best of five. That was a long, long series. I'm gonna start with something pretty easy. How does it feel working so hard, playing since the live stream started, but at the end of the day, you are the representative for the Mekong region?
Uh, it was a miracle day. We've been playing at
Uh,
around 5 to 6 hours.
yes.
Our player do the mostly homework, and I think today we success for 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 the homework that we do, and it's a very miracle day for us, and we feel like very happy to take this titles and representative as a Mekong Qualifier Championship.
Burger Kim, do you have any
Now,
questions?
Yeah.
yeah, actually, I want to ask you guys, like, you guys are now the representative for the Mekong region. What do you guys
Yep.
want to prove in MSC, knowing that you're going to be going up against different MPL champions from different regions? What do you want to prove for Evo Esports and the
Uh,
Mekong region in general?
okay. We will try to prove that our country is very strong, even than MPL leagues, right? ลีกของเขาจะพิสูจน์ให้เห็นว่า MPL กะบ่ได้สำใด MPL is just small thing. We will prove them that they won't.
Okay, so since you are making your way into the MSC road, do you have any specific team you're looking forward to fighting against?
Actually, we want to fight with the Echo that champion M4 before. We really like their style, and if the game lab can qualify game lab, no, Echo, the
Echo.
Echo team, we want to fight with them, and also the backlist, right? Yeah, the backlist international.
Yeah, top tier teams from the Philippines, world championship teams.
Yeah,
Good luck to you guys.
yeah.
Last question for you. Is this going to be your first time in Cambodia? And if ever it is your first time or you've been there before, do you have any plans for your trip in Cambodia?
Actually, we are Lao representative team in the Cambodia Sea Games that upcoming. The next 10 days, we are going to fly to the Cambodia Sea Games. And I think we're really happy that we're gonna go to the Cambodia again, the second time on the 6 month, right? Yeah.
All right. Again, thank you so
Yeah.
much. You guys seem
Yeah.
like a very fun bunch to talk here. And as we close the series, as we close the live stream, do you have any message for your supporters, your loved ones? This is your time to give them a shout out.
Okay. We will speak in English and in Laos also. Okay, it's been okay, right?
Okay.
Because mostly our supporter is from Laos and Thailand, and a little bit from Philippines. เขามีอยากจะฝากถึงคนที่ซัพพอร์ตของเขาเนี่ยว่าเป็นภาษาลาวก็ได้บอกเลยพากันบอกเลยขอบใจที่ซัพพอร์ตพวกเขาตลอดมาสำหรับ EO Esports เนาะพวกเขาก็จะพยายามเฮ็ดให้มันดีที่สุดในฐานะตัวแทนประเทศลาวแล้วก็บ่ว่าจะเป็นการแข่งซีเกมในอาทิตย์หน้าแล้วก็งาน MSC ที่จะจัดขึ้นเดือน6แล้วก็อยากให้ทุกคนเนาะซัพพอร์ตพวกเขาตลอดไปแล้วก็ thank you for supporting us for and the person that who watching this stream for at least 6 or 7 hours. And thank you to the caster, two beautiful caster that working hard today. We're really happy. We will do our best for today. No, in the future. Thank you very much.
That's so
All right, thank
sweet.
you
Again,
so
thank you
much,
so
guys.
much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we hope to see more of you in the next MLBB games. Thank you. Bye
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good
Bye.
luck.